Hmm. Okay. Why is there a gap in the chat? What the fuck? Why has it done that? That's weird. You know what? I'm gonna keep this on for a bit. I'm enjoying this stupid drony little piano shit. Okay. It's so nice outside. I feel really... I feel shit having a stream when it's that sunny outside and I have to draw my curtains for the lighting. And, oh god. Have you found an editor yet? It seems I found like 4. I got quite a few DMs from people who are offering their services. So some actually fairly proper like fucking professionals who have done stuff for the BBC and shit were saying like, oh, I watch your channel. I'd really like to edit the Israel stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, let's just talk about it before I have to ask you what your fucking fee is. Then I find out that it's like $50 million and then I cry and shit myself. But, we might have something. But for now, I've got like also people offering regular segment stuff. So that's going to be the main focus first because I need like to pay for an editor who's going to do the full stuff, the Israel documentary stuff. I'm going to need someone who can do the segments first. It can't be the same person because segments is like a daily job. Anyway. But yeah, so far I've got 2 little samples back from editors. I think there's a third one coming. Actually, I can't even remember which ones I sent out now because there's so many. Oh, someone... Also, someone saying they want to use one of my photos for an art mural. Okay. Let me see. Oh, wait, I think I've got all of them. Hang on. Oh, yeah, okay. What is this? Oh. Metadata. Oh, this is just... Okay. Yeah. Cool, this person's got some kind of system. Okay. So I'll download this as well. What an apps... Ah! Download. Okay. You think Israel's closing its airspace? No Justice tagged Curtis Daly. Yeah, but I didn't get anything. I didn't hear anything from him. I might talk to No Justice soon, though, once I've done the UK politics. Where are we reading this, Jamie? They've closed their airspace before. Was it over the Iran shit? On the grapevine. Okay. It's so fucked that this is like... If it... I'm standing by this. I don't think Israel wants a war with Hezbollah. I don't think Hezbollah wants a full-on war with Israel. What I do think is that neither of them feel like they can back down, and that might just be enough to push them both over the edge. It's so... Oh god, it's so dumb. Would you defend an Israel war with Lebanon? Um, if it started right now, I would say no, but I don't know what's going to happen between now and then. Yeah. As far as casus belli goes, I feel like Hezbollah have given them that because they fired a fuck ton of munitions into Israel and forced them to evacuate tens of thousands of civilians. But but it's more than just having casus belli, right? Like it also is worth seeing whether or not the region can handle it, like what it'll mean in terms of snowball effects, whether or not you can actually win, whether or not you can achieve your objectives, what kind of civilian cost you're willing to pay, because you know that fighting with Hezbollah means also fighting with Lebanese civilians. No, that's really hard. It's just like it's like a dread scenario. I don't think you guys understand how fucking horrible that would be. That war was an absolute fucking shit show when it lasted 6 weeks, when Israel wasn't even at war with Hamas. So let's not worry about that right now, okay? We'll worry about that when it happens, okay? Jesus. Oh, I just wanted to look at TLDR news for the British politics thing, and the first thing I see is why an Israel-Hezbollah war looks increasingly likely. Okay. Huh. You might start working with UK friends of standing together. Okay. Sounds good. Would a Labour supermajority kill Scottish independence? Right, I need to
share. As you probably already know by now, things
It's happening beginning of August. Is that your... Okay.
aren't going well for the Tories. Sunak and co are bleeding voters.
Justin Phalange streamer backs Israel limiting all Lebanese children because he said context exists. True.
In all directions. And polling currently suggests that they could win less votes than Nigel Farage's Reform Party and less seats than Ed Davey's Liberal Democrats, paving the way for what some commentators have started describing as a Labour supermajority. But while most of the media's attention has understandably been focused on the impact this could have on the Tories, there's been surprisingly little said about how this might affect the question of Scottish independence, which could plausibly struggle to maintain its momentum. So in this video, we're going to take yet another look at those polls, with a specific focus on Scotland, why you might expect Scottish independence to struggle in the context of a Labour supermajority, and why a lot of this really depends on Labour's attitude to the Union. Before we get into it, we recently...
What does supermajority even mean in the context of British politics? I'm pretty sure if you have a majority, then you can just pass whatever the fuck you want because you're the majority of the seats. UK Parliament, obviously unless you have dissent within your own party. What does supermajority mean? Just like, is it still just 66%? Does it mean anything in terms of what you can actually pass? I don't think supermajority means anything in the UK, does it? Oh, thank God. Okay, I Googled it and this is the first thing I got. A conversation article. A British supermajority is nonsense, but a Labour landslide still has consequences. Okay. It doesn't make a sense in whipped parties. Yeah, it doesn't make any... Supermajority matters in Congress because I think it's what you need to pass legislation, isn't it? Like you need, is it 66 or whatever? To codify shit. I feel like, for example, for codifying Roe v. Wade into law, they needed a supermajority. Like the simple majority wasn't enough. Oh, it bypassed the filibuster. That's the thing. Okay, yeah. But in the UK, I don't think it matters. Let's see. In a somewhat unusual tactic for governing party seeking re-election, senior Conservative figures have all but conceded defeat 2 weeks before polling day. They have done that, yeah. Instead of campaigning on their plans for another term in government, cabinet ministers from the Prime Minister down have taken to warning of the dangers of voters giving Labour a supermajority in the House of Commons. So it's funny that the campaign now is basically Conservatives saying, vote to stop Labour getting a supermajority. Like, vote for us because we will be enough to keep the Labour Party from having a massive majority. And Labour are now saying, vote for us because if you get complacent with the high polls, we won't get a supermajority. It's so stupid. Anyway. What an amazing country. Leaving aside whether this outbreak of candor is effective electoral politics, is there any merit in the argument being made? The term supermajority was first used by Defense Secretary Grant Shapps and has now become ubiquitous in commentary since. This has annoyed many political academics and others who rightly point out that there is no such thing as a supermajority in relation to a UK general election. Hey, got it. Thank God I'm not. I was actually worried there. I was like, wait, does something actually happen when you get 66% of the seats in the UK? A supermajority, in its true sense, applies to voting systems in which a higher threshold than a simple majority has been set for certain provisions. Passing that threshold thus unlocks additional powers. Unlocks. Nice. This is the generation of people who grew up as gamers are now writing articles for the conversation. In the United States, there are numerous examples. Having two-thirds majority in both houses of Congress, for example, earns the party a right to override a presidential veto and to propose constitutional amendments. Winning a supermajority in the Senate, in particular, unlocks significant extra powers for the party that achieves it. No such provisions apply to the UK House of Commons, so the term is inaccurate and meaningless in the British context. While it is true that the now defunct Fixed Term Parliaments Act did set a supermajority threshold for triggering an earlier election, that act could always have been circumvented by a government passing a specific new law to trigger an early election, as happened in 2019, or repealing the act completely, as happened in 2022. Both these actions required only a simple majority of MPs. This example seems to give the lie to any notion of a British supermajority. The principle of parliamentary sovereignty makes a nonsense of any such provisions, which are ultimately unenforceable. So no, Labour is not heading for a supermajority. Conservatives should stop trolling political science by using the term. This guy, man. Who are you? Nigel Fletcher. You're not fooling anyone. When did you get your degree? 2010. He edited a book in 2011. Okay. When did he graduate? Okay. I see it. It is more accurate to say that Labour currently looks to be heading for a landslide. Polls project the party winning more than 400 seats to achieve a majority in the hundreds of seats. One particularly eye-watering poll shows Labour on more than 500 seats, with a majority of 382, and the Conservatives down to a rump of just 53 seats, a mere whisker ahead of the Liberal Democrats on 50. Is he PPE? Is he? Politics and contemporary history. No, that's not PPE, is it? Unless he's... I don't think he did. Unless, no, well, that would be... this is PhD, so his degree would maybe be PPE. Would it be? I don't know. While it seems hard to believe, such a result is not outside the realms of possibility. But crucially, in parliamentary terms, there is no difference between a government with a small working majority and one with a massive one. As long as government can reliably get its MPs to troop through the lobbies to back its legislation, a governing party with 370 seats is just as powerful as one with 500. In neither case can the opposition normally hope to win a vote. If you get a supermajority in the UK, the king dies. Based. No, that's too soon. Charles hasn't been in for that long, okay? He still needs to show his shine, doesn't he? Okay. Lonerbox Vosh has banned me from chat. I need you. Well, what did you do? Did he ban you while he was in New York? That would have been extra effort for him to ban you then, if that's the case. What did you do? What were you wearing? Okay, wait. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $4.99. This reeks of cultural appropriation. It is, yeah. It's the conservatives, I guess. hoping to use American language to an audience that maybe watches more American politics than UK politics, and just hoping that it'll get them more fucking votes from people who've decided that, because there are probably a lot of conservative voters who realize the party's going to lose and they're just putting their vote wherever they want it, probably like Reform, right? So they're trying to consolidate whatever they can through fear, means of terror. Okay. But beyond the simple arithmetic, there are nevertheless serious consequences to the government enjoying such a vast majority over its opponents. The first, which might sound trivial, is the matter of seating. The design of the House of Commons chamber, with its benches facing one another, assumes a two-party system in which government and opposition are broadly balanced. It isn't set up for extremely lopsided results. In 1940, when the Labour Party entered the wartime coalition, their backbench MPs remained sitting on the opposition benches simply because there wasn't enough room for them on the government side. One-party dominance might again have to be reflected in the government literally taking seats from the opposition. Yeah, what the fuck are they going to do? Because the House of Commons, for anyone who's not sure what they're talking about here, the House of Commons looks like this. So normally what happens is you got the fucking dispatch box here. I think that's what it's called, right? And the Prime Minister sits here. The opposition sits here. And they go up and speak in their little fucking debate. And then other party members just sit along these benches. Those are like the back benches. The front benches for the government, like the cabinet, the shadow cabinet, the opposition, like the sort of opposition figures for each government member. And then you've got like over here, you might also have some governing party members, but then on the side benches, you would have the smaller party. So the SNP usually sit on the sides here. You'd have like Liberal Democrats. You might have like any other right-wing parties would be here. But what happens when you have 500 wankers on one side and 50 on the other? And they have debates every week. The screaming would be so unbalanced. Anyway. This would be an effective visual representation of other procedural disadvantages that would be suffered by those opposing unusually dominant governing party. Seats on select committees and their chairs are allocated in proportion to party strength in the House, so a reduced opposition would have very few seats on those important scrutiny bodies. Then there are resources. Opposition parties receive state funding for their work, holding the government to account, which is used to pay for essential research staff. The amount they receive is directly related to vote share and seats won, so a smaller opposition gets much less money. This would inevitably affect their ability to properly scrutinise the government. If the Conservatives are reduced to tens of seats, they would also be unable to appoint a full shadow government. Yeah. Wait. UK cabinet size is like roughly 20, 25, 21. No, they'll have a shadow government. What the fuck? What are they saying? They're going to get less than 20 seats? Okay. Or is the cabinet different? Wait, hang on. Government might be different. Oh, government ministers 120. Of course, because you would have... Oh. Bro. Wait. The Tories might not have enough people for a full-size shadow government. What are they going to do? Okay. With their MPs having to cover a number of portfolios, as the smaller parties do. Oh, okay. What, is Caroline Lucas just the entire shadow opposition? She's like the Green Party lady when she was the only Green in the House. Was she just like the shadow? Was she just like the Green shadow foreign minister, chancellor, justice minister, transport? Okay, housing, home secretary. Okay, well, damn, it's a lot of power. Much more work would be likely to fall on Conservative peers in the House of Lords, where the party would, at least initially, enjoy a numerical advantage over Labour. No, we're the opposition. We could also expect arguments to break out if the Conservatives and Lib Dems do indeed find themselves within a few seats of one another in the House of Commons. Oh, yeah, because again, opposition sits here, right? So if we don't even know, surely it would just be the second largest party. Which means that if the Conservatives have like 100 seats, no, if say the Conservatives have 70 seats and the Lib Dems have 69, you would literally just have the Conservatives here taking up all of this and the Lib Dems just on the side getting cucked. Wow. The official opposition is afforded a number of privileges and benefits not given to the other parties, the most tangible of which is some £1 million a year in additional funding for running the Leader of the Opposition's office. The title of the Leader of His Majesty's Opposition also brings with it enhanced national status, an additional salary, and other perks, including an official car. Where you're literally going to see the Conservatives and fucking Ed Davey fighting over the opposition's car. For one party to receive all this when its numerical advantage is so marginal is likely to prompt heated arguments about unfairness. Similar arguments broke out in 1918 between Labour and the remnants of Asquith's Liberal Party. Do you remember the video of Prigozhin? How could I forget? Shoigu! Yeah. Meanwhile, the government would be getting an easy ride. Not only would the main opposition party struggle to fulfill its day-to-day role of holding the government to account, but it would also struggle to present itself as a credible government in waiting. A result on the scale some polls are suggesting would raise questions about whether the future party of the status of the Conservative Party as a main contender for power. While they will hope to emulate the Labour Party, which collapsed to 52 seats in 1931 before returning to government with a landslide in the next decade, such a recovery is by no means inevitable. Yeah, it's like World War II. There were quite a lot of big changes that happened between 31 and 45. Okay. A century ago, the Liberal Party was displaced by Labour as the main party of opposition, fundamentally changing the political landscape on which elections have been fought ever since. The significance of what is about to happen on 4th of July is not so much the size of Labour's likely majority, but whether we are about to see a similarly historical realignment on the opposition benches. Okay. Isn't that amazing that in this actually, like, the aftermath of the election might be more interesting than the election itself? Substantially. Are you nervous about what a reform opposition might look like? We'll see how they do in the debates, on the question time debate, which I think is next week. Because it's very conceivable that they are asked about their fucking 17 billion extra for the NHS and how all their potential fucking spending increases are coming from what they just call waste, vaguely, gets held to account, and then people are like, okay, what the fuck, these guys are actual jokers. Hopefully, that happens, and it makes people realize that they're fucking mental. But, I don't know. People say a reform opposition wouldn't happen, but they're polling like neck and neck with the Tories. That's not precedented in the UK. Is it?
Announced that we're launching a physical magazine about the UK's election, which will include articles about Labour's plan for Britain and a review of the Tories' 14 years in office. So if you want to support our journalism, then consider learning more or even buying a copy by clicking the link in the description.
Wow.
So let's start by taking yet another look at the polls, because in the last week or so, we've had a couple of MRP polls which suggest that we're on track for a truly unprecedented result at the next election. For context, multi-level regression with post-stratification, or MRP polls, are widely considered to be more accurate than normal polls, because normal polls assume a uniform swing across constituencies, while MRP polls segment voters into fine-grained groups and then map swings within those groups onto demographic changes within constituencies. MRP polls were first used by YouGov in the 2017 election, and their impressively accurate predictions in both 2017 and 2019 have given them an almost mythical status with UK politicos. Anyway, in the past week, we've had 3 big MRP polls. The first of these came from
Oh,
Salvation, which suggested that Labour were on track to win 456 seats, compared to just 72 for the Tories, 56 for the Lib
Have I done too
Dems,
many squiggles?
37 for the SNP,
know.
and 7 for
Oh,
Reform.
God.
The second came from Ipsos, and it suggested that Labour
Then
were on
it's-
track to win 453 seats, with the Tories on 150.
So I know what's next. It's Sod and Dodd, but I can't remember how to fucking write them. I think it's like this kind of shit, isn't it? Is that not it? Let me see. Yeah, something like that. I'm not even thinking about where they go in the line, so fuck that.
The Lib Dems 38, the SNP 15,
Yeah, that
and
one's just the same
Reform
with a
3.
dot on top of it.
And the final one was published
Or
on
3 dots.
Wednesday,
Apparently
with
it's
it
okay
coming
to just
from
add 3
YouGov,
dots
suggesting
sometimes
that
for no
Labour were on
fucking
track
reason.
to win 425 seats, the Tories 108, the Lib Dems 67, the SNP
We're
20,
getting there, guys.
and Reform 5.
Getting there.
And all of these polls are so ridiculous that the Tories have apparently given up on actually winning the election, and are now instead warning voters about the danger of a so-called Labour supermajority, urging them to vote Conservative
what's
just
this
to
person
make
gonna say
sure
about
there's an
that?
effective opposition. Now, as I said in the intro, for understandable reasons, much of the media's attention has been focused on what a Labour supermajority would mean for the Conservative Party, and whether they could even survive this year in their current form. But a Labour supermajority would perhaps have as large an impact on the question of Scottish independence. Put simply, a Labour supermajority would be bad news for both the independence cause and the SNP for 2 reasons. Firstly, for the past 14 years or so, the SNP have benefited from the Conservatives' enduring unpopularity in Scotland. It's allowed them to frame themselves as the protector of
Oh,
Scottish
yeah, this is fucking
interests,
stupid. Why would
and
I do
claim
this
that
one dot, for
Westminster
fuck's
is
sake?
irretrievably disconnected from Scotland. The
Fuck
second
off.
issue is that while a Conservative majority might have been optimal from the SNP's
It's
perspective, a Labour minority, or even a narrow majority, might have been almost as good, because the SNP would have the
I
leverage
still don't
to be able
understand. I don't understand the fucking Fathas and the fucking Kasras. Kasra turns it into E, right? So this ba would be B. But the fucking Fatha, does it just turn a long A into a short A? Because I don't even know if I can barely tell the difference. Like what the fuck? So this would be Darar. Darar, which means damage. Dod. Darar. The. Or would it be more like this? I can't remember why I think there were 3 of these. Maybe there's only 2? Fuck knows.
to tell Labour that they'll provide the legislative support they need for their centre-left policy programme if they give them an independence referendum. This is something that the Tories effectively weaponised back in 2015, when David Cameron argued that a vote for Labour would pave the way
Does it
to
even need to be-
another Scottish
it's 3.
referendum. Obviously then, a stonking great Labour supermajority is the worst outcome from the SNP's perspective, because it means that they don't have an unpopular Tory government to kick at, and they
I'm
don't
at a
have
stage where I don't even know how many fucking letters I'm looking at here. Oh, it's because the dot has a dot. Okay, wait. So it's this. This? So it's like, but this is more like a fatha, and this is the dot. That right? Or is there also... Oh my god. Okay. But why would there be a fatha here if it's just a R at the end? Would it not be like here? Would it not be here? Because I can see this being da, ra, so that'd be dara, right? Is that not right? There wouldn't be a fatha in the last one because it's just the last fucking letter. There's no vowel after it. There's a dot and a fatha on fatha. Okay. Ah. The dot completes the letter and the fatha. Yeah, I got that. Okay, nice. All right. So it's actually this, isn't it? It's like that, like that. That's what I'm looking for, right? Am I full of shit? Gotcha. And I know that because a guy called Hamza said yes, based. All right.
leverage in Westminster.
So that's
And
damage.
this would compound upon two pre-existing problems for the independence cause. The first is Brexit, which has made things a lot harder for the SNP, because if an independent Scotland were to rejoin the EU, which is apparently what the SNP want, this would imply some sort of regulatory border between Scotland and England, given that England is no longer part of the EU. The second, though, is the Supreme Court's ruling from 2022, which said that any new independence referendum requires consent from Westminster, which means that the SNP can't unilaterally legislate for a new referendum, no matter how well they perform at Scottish or national elections.
Secret S.
You get the idea then. There are good reasons to think that Scottish independence might struggle to maintain momentum under a Starmer supermajority in Westminster, which, according to polls, would be significantly more popular in Scotland than its Conservative predecessors were. And Labour would also have little incentive to even negotiate with the SNP on another independence referendum. Nonetheless, the SNP are apparently undeterred. At their manifesto launch earlier this week, while their new leader, John Swinney, did talk a bit about turning the SNP into a, quote, moderate left-of-centre party in the mainstream of Scottish public opinion, i.e. turning away from the cultural issues that have preoccupied the party for the past few months, he also made it clear that independence was still their main priority. I mean, this was the first page of their manifesto. How all this plays out then, and whether or not the question of independence remains a politically live one into Starmer's first term, will probably depend a lot on how the SNPs perform at the elections. Despite a series of scandals, constant infighting, and a new leader, the SNP are still polling above 30% in Scotland, neck and neck with Labour, and support for independence remains above 40%. This means that a whole load of seats are essentially a toss-up between the two parties, which is why polling varies so wildly. Of those three MRP polls we mentioned earlier, the Ipsos one predicts the SNP winning just 15 seats in Scotland.
Now, just reading this, I don't know, actually, I've never heard anyone pronounce this before, but would it be Shreba? Shreba. Is that right? Because this is turning into a sh, like a shorter A. Riba. Shariba. Very close. That's all I need. Shariba. Shariba. Is it E or I? You need to add a fatha on the... Do I? Would anyone care? If it's there and if it's not, would people actually not know what word I'm saying? Or is it just like... It seems like such a trivial difference if it's on the end of a ba. Ba. No one cares. Okay, nice.
Well, Labour get 34, while the
That's what I
Salvation
wanted
one
to
has
hear.
those numbers essentially reversed, with the SNP on 37 and Labour on 14. If the Ipsos poll ends up being correct and the SNP go down to 10 seats or so, it's hard to see independence remaining a live issue in Scotland. But if the Salvation poll is correct, then it's a whole different story. In the longer term, though, a lot will depend on Labour's attitude to devolution. In the manifesto, it seems like Labour basically wants to do two things. Firstly, it seems they want to increase Scottish influence in Westminster via a new Council of Nations and Regions, as well as rejuvenating the Scotland office. Then, secondly, they want to extend devolution, but not to the Scottish government in Holyrood. Rather, they want to devolve more powers away from Holyrood towards Scotland's regions, similar to their plans for regional mayors in England. This could be a politically savvy move from Labour, as it takes power away from Scotland's national parliament without stoking Scottish resentment towards Westminster. If all of this works, then it could mitigate demands for Scottish independence by refocusing voters' attention away from national questions like self-determination and towards local issues like public service provision, while simultaneously assuaging Scottish indignation about Westminster's centralising tendencies. A week or so ago, we announced that we're working on a physical magazine which dives deep into the upcoming UK general election. But it turns out that designing a magazine isn't all that easy. So I headed to Skillshare to take a look through some of their design courses, including the incredibly helpful course, How to Design a Magazine and Learn InDesign, which helped me to, do both things. This means that unlike when I tried to learn InDesign for another never-released project a few years ago, I was guided through the process quickly and efficiently.
Okay. I'll go back to British stuff later. Because I think we have all of the edits to look at right now. Let's see. So I was given, I gave away the Hakeem one, the Second Thought one, and the March of Return one. Let me know what you guys think of this edit. This is the goal one. This is the Great March of Return intro. I can see one thing I'm not too sure about with the intro, but let's see. Okay. The goal was to edge the tents forward about 50 meters every few weeks. So that actually seems like a scenario that if they did that with a level of discipline, I feel like that would be very hard for the Israeli forces to deal with. One thing I noticed as well from the Human Rights reports, they said that there were 29 militants in this period. The really weird thing about that is you can go to the Al-Qassam Brigade's website and you can look through their list of people, of martyrs, of people who were in the brigades who died and what date they died. And you can look at this event on the 14th of May and you can find 25 of those deaths were people from the Al-Qassam Brigades. Do you guys know the longest time an IDF person has spent in jail for committing a crime against a Palestinian, for murdering a Palestinian? Oh, there's got the thing. Okay. Then I guess it just starts. Okay. I have done the white line across the screen will be a VHS effect. Way more research. I guess this is just me talking about it. It's a little bit different before we etc. And soldiers shot 15-year-old. Unfortunately, some headbands I just prefer for it.
So remember to
of 18. 1 hour
the
33.
Gaza perimeter, there was Israel.
Finkelstein. By the way, if you read this, both UN reports. How does it end? He did. Just to make a statement or to flip off the soldiers, and they got shot as well, which is horrible. Like, they shouldn't have got shot. I don't think that was very moral of the IDF. Not convinced. But anyway, you know my take. Anyway. Okay. All right. Love you guys. Thanks for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed my research. I hope you enjoyed my notes that are there. I will see if I can get it to a segment. Who knows? Maybe I'll redo it and you can watch me do it all again. What the fuck? Okay. What do we think out of 10, guys? Let's go. The clipping, I noticed that at the beginning, the clipping of me comparing the 29 deaths from the UN report to 25. The 25 deaths was from one day. The 29 from the UN was actually for the entire 9 months. So I think that maybe looks like a bit of a mischaracterization, but otherwise, like the aesthetic, like the music. Huh. You tricked us. How did I trick you? Also, let's look at another one. Let's default this to VLC as well. What an absolutely naive fucking moron. Okay. Let me see. How do I change the fucking default? Oh my God. All right, here we go. Okay. What an absolutely naive fucking moron. That's you guys. Like, how can you be that bought into your dogma? How can you literally show on screen the protocol that clearly is talking about a partition of a nation that would only ever be achieved in an invasion? This is the same argument Germany used to go into Poland. Oh God. All right. Okay. So, straight to the point, 20-second intro to a 1-hour video about Hakeem and the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Am I holding up books? Oh no. Wait, what's this? What have they done here? There's an edit done here. Oh shit, we're close up. We're close up for ages. What's going on?
We hear a lot about a supposed Hitler-Stalin pact, and much noise is made trying to link, by extension, two wildly differing ideologies and nations together through some forced horseshoe theory nonsense. If you're unaware, the horseshoe theory claims that the far left and the far right, rather than being at opposite and opposing ends of a linear political continuum, are instead incredibly similar. This is the sort of brain-dead take you expect from so-called liberals who consider themselves enlightened when doing their both sides are bad shtick.
So there's a little bit of overlap when it comes to the whole authoritarianism, anti-human rights, anti-democracy. There's a bit of overlap, really, but okay. It's also strange that people can say that now, because I suppose now the Red-Brown Alliance, it seems to have been replaced by the Red-Green Alliance, where you have Marxist-Leninists and far leftists who are just unapologetically regurgitating the propaganda of people like Hamas and uncritically supporting their actions. That's kind of a thing. Their views on the Jews.
Historically, the so-called liberal center has always immediately sided with the far right when it came down to it, while the far left was the only one to have any real form of successful and organic resistance. But that's
with
not
the interesting exception of Nazi Germany. And this is why people refer to horseshoe theory on occasion, because the Communist Party, even at their peak in the late 20s, early 30s, still always had less seats in the Reichstag than the Social Democrats. They always had less voters. But when it came to the inflection point, when there would have been a very strong opportunity for Social Democrats and Communists to get together and fight off the threat of Nazism, they didn't. The Communists, the smaller party, wanted the Social Democrats to follow them. And the fact is that when the Nazis came to power, the Communists thought it was... Okay. Actually, what's going on here? Like, is this the 100 were condemned for various alleged crimes, tortured by Stalin's secret police, and more were killed in Stalin. Oh, they've put up the citations on the... and died at the hands of the Gestapo and the Nazis in Germany. Look, listen, hey, book. I have book. Thick book by historian book. Read these, come back later. He basically defeated Holocaust denial in court. That's what Richard Evans was brought in to do, because he's the guy. He's the World War II guy. Sorry, TLDR. Communists of the 1920s and 30s wanted... It's sufficiently clipped up so I don't sound like a pausing shithead like I usually am. Okay, that's good. They're zoomed in close on me for a long time. Okay. Very close. They've like blown up my face. I don't ever use this camera angle. They've blown up my face. Okay, which probably means I'm a bit pixelated, but okay. Wait, what's it? Or that's more normal. Okay. Ethical. It's like close up there.
Showering troops of flour.
Cultural. Eye candy. Show on screen the
is
materials because you think they're just motivated by material conditions, despite the fact that they spent 2 decades talking about how they did not give a fuck about material conditions, at least on the same level.
Goodwill shown in the form of collective security with France and Britain, which would have prevented all this nonsense to begin with, or at least greatly affected it. That's all for this time.
What an unbelievably fucking intergalactically stupid fucking video. Wow. That is some serious brain rot. Fuck. Why did I just watch that? Oh, it's a nice long fade. Okay. Nice. Okay. I think those are the 2 full edits I got so far. There's maybe one more coming. Oh, wait, do I already have it? I think I downloaded it already. What the fuck? There's one that's for the second thought video. Do I have that yet? Do I? Is it in my emails? What do we think of that one? Drop your ratings. What the fuck is this? Why do I have to respond to that? Okay. Oh yeah, here's the second thought one. This is a, what do you call this? Picture in picture. Will this show it? Okay. This is a pretty long intro, I think. I might get trimmed down. But let's see. We're a minute in, and this is actually the stupidest video I've ever seen in my entire life. Why have you buttoned your shirt down that low? MLK was massively optics brain. He would teach self-purification to protesters, which basically included them asking themselves if they were able to accept blows without retaliating, whether they were able to to endure the ordeal of jail.
By the time King penned his letter from Birmingham jail, he had become disenchanted with white Northern liberals. who had earlier in his career been his greatest source
They were not white, they were not northern. It was it wasn't even liberals. It was Alabama clerics, you dumb.
Every single Senate Democrat just voted to continue funding the genocide in Gaza. Every single one.
Maybe that's because Israel got attacked on October 7th by a military organization under a de facto government that wanted to destroy the entire Jewish state, and still, to this day, have a charter that talks about Jews hiding behind trees and the trees saying, hey, Muslim, there's a Jew behind me, come kill them. You can't just ask a nation of people of which I think 80% of its citizens were born there to just die.
Liberals are no better than
Liberals.
conservatives. They're often even more bloodthirsty.
So
as
this
we've
one's a bit, I guess this one's a little bit long, but I like the style.
seen with their recent behavior.
Sorry,
the
someone give me
Filtering
a
is
second
very
thoughts tweet from October 7th? Can I get that? October 7th. What's going on in occupied Palestine is unprecedented. No doubt we'll have wall-to-wall coverage of, quote, atrocities now that it's the genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what a liberation struggle looks like. Solidarity and victory to the Palestinians. You wanted this, you moron! You are either enough to think Hamas would have won, or you knew it was going to happen afterwards, and I guess it's worth it, right? It's worth. Is that tree shit real? Yeah, it's from the first Hamas charter. I think it's maybe them quoting the Quran or one of the hadiths, but yeah, it's there. To see one day of Israeli suffering, me. He's so stupid. He's so stupid. It has to be because if he's not stupid, he's evil. Okay. It's a hadith, not exactly the strongest, but quite popular. Okay. Good thing I hedged by saying Quran or hadith. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because they're quoting it. They're quoting it in the charter. So, what do we think? I think those are the 3 edits that I've got so far. The Hamas charter and the 2017 document are misunderstood by everyone involved. Maybe I could yap sometime about it. Okay. Yeah, potentially. I feel like people don't draw enough attention to the 2017 one because, or they bring it up as a sign of moderation, but there's definitely one part of the 2017 charter that I think could probably be relevant now because people keep saying, you ever heard people saying that all these countries unilaterally recognizing a state of Palestine is actually anti-Hamas because Hamas doesn't want a 2-state solution, right? The problem is that if you read the Hamas charter in 2017, they say we want the river to the sea, and that also 2 states on the 6-7 borders isn't incompatible with that. Like they say that taking 2 states on the 6-7 borders would be fine with them because their long-term goal is still the whole thing. Like they say that openly in the 2017. So it's not like all these countries recognizing a Palestinian state is annoying Hamas. Hamas are happy with that. Surprisingly, yeah, or not surprisingly at all. It should be right. Anyway. Okay, I think those are the only edits I've got so far. Yeah, it was the Hakim, it was Great March of Return, and it was Second Thought. Should I send you mine? Yeah, if you have one, if you have any of your own, go for it. Fire away. I was thinking of just getting them to all do the same, like to all edit the same segment, but that just seems like Hunger Games, so I didn't bother. I gave them separate ones. Okay. Jesse Irwin, let's not jump to conclusions. What's he saying? I don't even know. What else? River to the sea means 2 states to Hamas. No, it means they want all of historic Palestine, all of it, as in no Israel, but they're happy to accept 2 states for now. That's what it means. I guess this, you can call this an edit from Spider. Oh God. I didn't even notice that it says mission failed at the end. Oh God. I could just leave this running for days. And like they move around the guys with guns. Anyway. Good meme. Solid memes. You can't DM me. You can on Discord or Twitter. It's possible. You might have to add me as a friend. Ugh. They're not happy to accept 2 states for now. They explicitly state in the elaborative document that they reject it in all stages. Hang on, let me see. Let me see. Hamas, maybe the translation here is fucked then. Because I am pretty sure so is this different? No recognition. Okay. Hamas believes that, sorry, we'll go from 1920. There shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Whatever has befallen the land of Palestine in terms of occupation, settlement building, Judaization, or changes to its features or falsification of the facts is legitimate. Rights never lapse. Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded, irrespective of the causes, the circumstances, and the pressures, and no matter how long the occupation lasts. Hamas rejects any alternative to the full and complete liberation of Palestine from the river to the sea. However, without compromising its rejection of the Zionist entity, and without relinquishing any Palestinian rights, Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign and independent Palestinian state, with Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of the 4th of June 1967, with the return of refugees and the displaced to their homes from which they were expelled to be a formula of national consensus. That sounds like they would accept 2 states for now. Not a 2-state solution, as in no recognition of Israel, but the establishment of a state. This would be like a unilateral move, right? This would be like either an Israeli disengagement, like the Olmert thing, or it would just be what, like Israel are forced out, but Hamas doesn't recognize Israel. Unless the translation is different, because this sounds like this kind of sounds like they would be okay with 2 states as long as they don't have to recognize Israel. Like, would you want to watch Hassan getting stun locked on genocide? No, please. I know. Fuck. This is why some version of a theological lens needs to be applied to this conflict, because there are serious religious undertones not being acknowledged. Oh. DMs. They elaborate on relevant questions. Okay. they mention 67? Okay. It's not an exaggeration to say that no document has received such attention since the Palestinian National Council, held in Algeria in 1998, announced what was then called the Document of Independence. But what is striking about the matter was the opposition of some for various reasons without reading the document or its clauses, and without being able to determine what clauses they oppose, relying on the analyses of others and what they had heard from the media, with a focus on Article 20 of the document, which talks about Hamas considering the establishment of a Palestinian state along the lines of June 4th, 1967, as a common national consensus formula. The controversy that arose over the previous text in the political document was the result of a misunderstanding of the text or innocent interpretations. Because Hamas considers the establishment of a Palestinian state with the aforementioned conditions to be a common national consensus formula, does not mean that it is prepared to give up the rest of the historical lands of Palestine, or that it is prepared to give up the weapons of resistance, but rather it came from the movement's understanding of the requirements of reality, and from a close reading of the nature of the environment and the region in which it lives. She also responded to that phrase by saying that this does not mean at all. No, this is what I thought. Yeah, this is them accepting. This is them. So far, this sounds like they're saying that they want two states, but they want but it's only temporary. 2 states for now. No, not 2-state solution, but just this is where. What is it? This is what I said. This is what I thought it meant. This is them. This sounds like it's them responding to people saying that you're gonna compromise, but they're not compromising. This was clearly stated in the document at the beginning of Article 20, where it said no part of the land of Palestine will be given up, regardless of the circumstances or pressures. Which is why it doesn't hurt, I don't think, unless they've said anything. Unless they've said anything, I don't think it hurts Hamas for the rest of the world to keep on recognizing a state of Palestine. Even if they mean 67 borders. Because all it means is that because all Hamas needs is to not recognize Israel themselves. Uber, thanks for the $5. I wish you would research something important like if House of Decline uses too many words in her comics. I don't know. What the fuck? Yes or no. Depends on which answer will get me more clout. Fuck me. Who just sent me a friend request? Why can I never see which one sent the recent one? Oh my god. It doesn't hurt them inherently, but empowering the PLO could. Okay. Yeah, that's true. They don't want the PLO or the PA being empowered. Spencer. Where the fuck is it? Oh my god. Why is this person who sent me a friend request not showing up in my pending? What? What? Oh, I have to go like this. This will help me find it. Did they send it and then withdraw it? Interesting. There we go. Okay, there you are. Why is Loner looking this up? I don't know. Oh, this one. What was this? Oh, we have another edit. This is actually one that I didn't even... The Conservatives are pledging to toughen sentences for offenses including knife... Let's see the whole thing. Loner Box Lobby. Nice. Coming up. The Conservatives are pledging to toughen sentences for offenses including knife crime, grooming, and assaults against retail workers. The Conservatives are pledging to toughen sentences for offences including knife crime, grooming, and assaults against retail workers. Okay. But prisons have an overcrowding crisis, with officials expecting jails in England and Wales to be at full capacity over the next few weeks. This raises questions as to where these criminals would go. Biggest prison... These notes, prison segment, serves buzz of low... recruitment and... Okay. What do we think of that, chat? What do we think about that intro? The Conservatives are pledging to coming up here with the ellipses. It's pretty cool. Toughen sentences for offences including knife. Well placed, you know. It's not quite center. It's got a tasteful place. Grooming and assaults against retail workers. The cold cuts, I appreciate a cold cut. You know, not many of those these days. Okay. Gonna have to do a lot of considering. I didn't realize I had. Oh. Fuck's sake. Maybe I should make a rule. If I'm reviewing edits on stream, guys, maybe only positive or neutral comments. Okay, just Jesus. I don't want to like. I wouldn't say that was horrible. What are you talking about? Especially since it's just like making something out of what? Like basically making something out of nothing. Like I was just reviewing, I was reading a manifesto article at this point. It's straight to the point. It's got the nice little coming up with the black and white, the cold cuts. I don't know, it's fine. It's a good start. Anyway, like the piano. What? Every day now, Hezbollah are in the trending on my Twitter. Oh no. What do we have here? Mehdi Hassan. Wait, where is it? Is it in stream chat? Where the fuck is the Mehdi Hassan tweet that people were sending me? Oh, here. Having a normal one. Uh-oh. If you're watching clips like this and saying, but Hamas, you're a soulless ghoul who has sacrificed every shred of morality and credibility you may have had for the sake of blindly defending Netanyahu and Itamar Ben-Gvir. Because Quds News Network said that everyone who died was a woman or a child. Okay, predominantly. Okay. What? Don't say but Hamas whilst you're. Oh God. It's a good deflection, right? Like whilst signal boosting a Hamas supporter media organization. Okay. That tweet isn't that bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad that people can't like that you're not allowed to acknowledge the disgraceful fucking fighting techniques of Hamas when you talk about civilian damage in Gaza. You can hold Israel to account for a lot of things, but people just don't even want to acknowledge that Hamas's entire means of fighting is designed to either to encourage that outcome or to at least just be okay with it. What was this? The second Israeli-Lebanon war will go like this. Israel attacks Lebanon. Hezbollah takes Haifa. Okay, it's a bit of a jump. U.S. aircraft carrier retaliates. U.S. aircraft carrier is destroyed. U.S. troops on the ground. Regional war. U.S. kicked out of the entire Middle East. That's Why are they protecting the second Lebanon-Israel war that already happened? I don't know. Ouch. That doesn't absolve blame. Yeah, but Mehdi didn't make that argument. If you want to say, yeah, Hamas engages in atrocious military conduct, illegal to its core, but that doesn't absolve Israel of their failures, no one would be kicking up a fuss. They'll take Haifa in 3 days. We'll see. Anyway, I don't want to. I think it's probably time we look at some of the Israel footage. Thoughts on apostate prophet? He seems alright. He seems very obsessed with not with attacking Islam, but you know. I feel like that's like your go-to. If you're gonna brand yourself as an apostate, as like an ex-Muslim, that's like your biggest avenue for growth is to shit on Muslims. Like, yeah. It's not really my kind of content. I also think he puts way too much weight on the role of the faith of Islam when it comes to problems in that region. But, I don't know. Let me see. Why does that seem so specific to Islam, though? It doesn't. In terms of history, it kind of doesn't. Like, in history, we have had different phases where levels of instability vary across the world, right? Like, back when you had the golden age of Islam and Europe was just fucking fighting the shit out of each other, and like the fall of Rome and the Dark Ages or whatever else, like people weren't saying there's a fundamental problem with Christianity or something, or at least that wouldn't be a very good analysis. It's like, yeah, different parts of the world go through different phases. Even within the Muslim world, like levels of instability and failures, they vary across different nations, right? Compared to like, even look at how a lot of in the Arab Spring, look at how the levels of instability were so varied there. When you had the kind of chaos in Egypt that eventually became the Muslim Brotherhood, and then the government that replaced them, or compare that to how fucking mad Syria was, then compare that to the unrest in Bahrain that eventually settled, or compare that to the Emirates and Saudi where nothing really happened at all. Yeah, it's like, or countries like Indonesia, which are some of the biggest Muslim populations in the world that don't really seem to have that have completely different issues internally and internationally. Jordan. Don't forget Jordan. The eternal consistency of the Hashemite kingdom. Bro, what will actually, I'm just like that, because the Hashemites are what, like 100 odd people? Maybe it's more than that. I don't know. They tend to be big families. What's going to happen in Jordan when the Hashemites get one bad king? Like, once they get one bad king, what's going to happen? Is that a problem? Is there like a huge risk, or do they have enough of a kind of like an institutional backdrop to handle that? Do you think you'd do a video on the history of Hezbollah? It would be on Lebanon in general. The royal family's small, yeah. People never blame the problems of current sub-Saharan Africa on Christianity, despite all wars, conflict, instability, etc. Yeah, is what it is. You think Apostate had supported Tommy Robinson? Really? Supported, or just said he deserves free speech or some shit like that? I don't know. You can show me that. If anyone supports Tommy Robinson, they're either just like racist or they're like very easily duped. Anyway. Should we get onto this footage? Should we get onto what the heck happened in Israel? This is day in the life captures. I need to organize this into days as well. Should we do the day with Corey first? I guess I need to do some, what, extracting? I'll put them on desktop for now, like a absolute fucking scamp. Day with Corey. Let's stick it here. Let's do a bit of file transfer. Oh, it's only 14 gigabytes for day one. All right, the Parliament has the authority to remove the king based on conduct and has been utilized previously on King Talal, who was very much a mad king. Mad but based, okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know that the Jordanians could just like fuck off their king. Oh, how did Voss's thing go in New York yesterday? I saw him sharing a platform with, what was it, the Progressive Brat lady, and with Matt Binder, and even J-Reg. How did that go? Is there anything there that I need to look at? Shouldn't there be thousands upon thousands of Hashemites? As far as the royal family, I think is like 100 people. But yeah, there'd be like a large clan, yeah.
As I can.
I don't even know how many of
right.
them are
Third
in
time's the charm.
Jordan, though, right? Okay, what's this? Look at this layout. Look at this. This is so cool. It looks like it's got the most incredible dreamscape filter on it. So he's talking to, oh yeah, this lady. She's a TikToker, right? The Progressive Brat. That person is called Naomi. She's like a trans debater. Vaush and Destiny. Oh, interesting. Reunion. Naomi. Who's this guy? Oh, it's him. It's the guy. The guy from Jubilee. Which one of these do I want to look at? The Gunt. All right, fuck it. Let's just watch this instead. Day in the life. Stephen jokes, low audio. Corey drive talk and first attempt. Oh yeah, the first attempt. Did you watch Waltz with Bashir? We watched fuck all. Sorry. Yeah. Wait, no, I need to default it. Why is it not defaulting for the? Oh, it's MP4. That's why. Okay, okay. Default, please. Thank you.
If you have an Arab sounding name.
Yeah. Hold on, one box.
From all the places we've been, I don't know if I've just had bad luck with people coming to the country. The United States is honestly got like the hardest fucking country to get into. Like even for Europeans, it's ridiculous.
Actually, yeah, that guy was less difficult than American people have dealt with the customs. Yeah.
I'm a Canadian citizen, and once going into Canada, they gave me a hard time. And the guy said, you know, I can ask you for 53 different documents. Don't make me do that. And I'm like, but I'm Canadian, because he was giving me attitude, and I was annoyed. So yeah, and it really depends on who you fall on. Like I've heard a lot of them are really chill, but
don't you think all of what Voss said was projecting? What? Everything that he's ever said? What do you mean all of what Voss? Where? When? In his life? Probably not. What? Okay. Will your relatives be okay if Israel decides to go on another military trip into southern Lebanon? They were given sufficient warning last time, so maybe. Like way up in Beirut. Yeah, I feel like Israel would have to, they'd have to just go in there with no warning. But I feel like they gave like, yeah, in 2006, there were evacuation warnings. That's how they got out. But, you know. But I don't think they're, like Beirut did get bombed, but I don't think the area that my family lives is a particularly Hezbollah stronghold area. Just like, it's just like a just in case, because you don't know how far the war is going to go. I don't know. Rather not think about that until it is more likely to happen, because why the fuck? I still think, like, it wouldn't surprise me if nothing happened at all. Like, I still think I'm more leaning on that outcome, but yeah.
you never know. I think Yeah, I don't know.
That's the funny thing, is it's just like luck of the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Totally. And what's going on? A friend of mine who's Lebanese, she lives in Canada. She came the day after someone in Lebanon, someone in the parliament, threatened to bomb Israel. This is years ago.
Okay.
And she came the day after. They kept her for 8 hours. And they finally let her in, but after 8 hours. She was crying the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I'm not a criminal, I swear. The people, you get all levels of society. There's poor people, mostly middle class, rich people. People are relatively easygoing compared to some smaller cities. The bigger cities, people are more easygoing about answering questions. The smaller a place, the less.
There's a lot of anger in the Lebanese government after a Telegraph article came out today citing sources claiming Hezbollah was storing missiles at Beirut International Airport. So I know Hezbollah have people at the airport, like they'll arrest people at the airport sometimes if they're like SLA or whatever. But I did not know they'd be storing munitions in the, okay. So who said that though? Did the government say that, or did some Christians say it? Who said that they were storing munitions in the airport? Did Nasrallah say it? Just, I don't know. All right.
They are. So that's why I like going there.
Have you ever heard of the phrase Jabal al-Nar?
No.
Oh, okay. I read that this was called Fiery Mountain for political discourse. So I don't know if it's normally a
Jabal al-Nar.
place where people debate, or...
I don't know what they're referring to.
This is in Nablus, isn't it? There's like a place, because people in Nablus are really, really politicized. Yeah. What do you think the international community's response to Israel steamrolling Hezbollah would be in comparison to Gaza? Probably about the same. Israel would struggle a lot harder in Lebanon, though. Especially since they're fighting on two fronts. But yeah, no, Hezbollah have obviously, not only are they just as good, or at least as good as Hamas's propaganda, they also have been watching Hamas's propaganda since the war started in October 7th. So they'll be doing it better. Like, yeah. Right now, I think... How many fighters has Israel killed in South Lebanon since October 7th? Because Hezbollah have been claiming them, right? I'm pretty sure it's a consensus that the majority of people who've been killed in South Lebanon so far are fighters, not civilians. Like a large majority. They're saying that 400 people killed on both sides, the majority of which are Hezbollah fighters. And I think Hezbollah claimed like, what, 300, 350? But people are still acting as if Israel is aggressing on South Lebanon, because the only times I hear about death tolls or anything else, it's like when when a couple of civilians die, or like journalists. That's what happens. Let's see. Yeah, I see the Telegraph article. Okay, thanks. I'll look at it in a bit. How many fighters killed have Hezbollah claimed? I'm pretty sure they've claimed... Israel says 320. Israel's claim of killing half of Hezbollah commanders. Okay. That's Nasrallah responded to that by saying the guy was dense and stupid. Okay. Gallant said 320. It's 350 to 70 according to Reuters. That would be about right, I think. Based on what I've remember from reading other things. Anyway. But yeah, but even in that case, people are still acting as if Israel is just like aggressing on Lebanon for no reason. So I imagine if the war becomes mainstream in the media, or if it becomes a full war and that's what everyone's talking about, yeah, then Hezbollah will just capitalize on the propaganda stage, and they'll do a really good job of it. Probably my guess, anyway.
What do you mean it's always
I don't know. I've heard this is like a very,
problematic.
very politically active city. I just did like super light reading on it, and I've seen all the back and forth, the random stuff. I guess in
It's not. I mean, it is and it isn't. I mean, everything Palestinian is very politically active. So, but each city, from my perspective, or just what I hear, has its own culture. So Hebron is much more business focused, business oriented.
oh, the stock exchange is here, right?
What do you
The
mean?
Palestinian Stock Exchange, I think. Is
Annapolis,
it?
yeah. What do you mean by Hamas propaganda? Everything that we know about what's happening in Gaza, or almost all of what we know about what's happening in Gaza, is coming from the health ministry in terms of damage. So when you hear 80% of buildings are destroyed, that's a Hamas line. That's not true, though. UN data goes completely. UN data has the number of buildings completely destroyed at less than 20%. If you add up damaged from partially damaged all the way to destroyed and include potentially damaged, you'll get 50%. But yeah, that 80% thing that's really old now. As for the health ministry, when you hear 70% of the people who have died are women and children, and no numbers on how many people who have died are militants, that's an effective like Hamas propaganda, right? Like, or the Al Ali hospital strike killing 471 people, that was a Hamas line as well. Yeah, so quite a lot of what you know, because the only people who are there who can count the bodies and who can administer over survey the damage or anything else, like it's Hamas who can do that. They're like the de facto government who can do that. And then what happens in the mainstream media or even in these human rights orgs, what their methodology quite often is they'll just call someone in the health ministry or call someone from any of the other ministries in Gaza and just ask them what happened and then report it. And then just say. Do you think they're reliable? In the past, they've always been. In the past, they've been reliable. They've been reliable roughly for things like and reliable for raw numbers. I don't think they've ever been reliable for saying how many militants died, because even, for example, in Cast Lead, Hamas will tell a different story in Arabic than they will in English. Like, yeah. If you're talking about the 70%, if you're saying that didn't come from the health ministry, hang on, 70%. Women, I need to read the UN thing about them revising the number down. Let's see, women and children, Gaza Health Ministry. So who actually said it? Where does it originate? AP? Because the international press, they all seem to say that they got 70% women and children from the health ministry. Do they? Wait, maybe they don't. Maybe I'm being stupid. Let's see. Who's this? Dr. Mutassim Salah, director of the ministry's emergency center, rejected Israeli assertions that his ministry has intentionally inflated or manipulated the death toll. Disrespect to the humanity of any person who exists here. We're not numbers. He insisted that 70% of these killed have been women and children, and that the overall death toll is much higher because of people under the rubble. So this is from a director of the ministry's emergency center. The GMO. Well, okay, wait, hang on. I'm really fucking stupid. Let's see. GMO Gaza. The GMO is. Oh. Oh God. Okay, I can see this now. Okay, even Washington Institute calls this out. Okay, let's read that. Let's read all of this. Okay, let's go. Fuck. I think. Okay, I understand what's happening here. Okay. A major shift in the death toll for women and children points to deeper problems in the way OCHA is relaying data and handling questionable sources. Recently, news outlets and analysts noticed that the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs has substantially altered the Gaza death toll it relays from Palestinian sources. Between May 6th and May 8th, OCHA reports decreased the total number of women and children killed during the war by almost 47%. The organization also indicated that men aged 19 to 59 made up 40% of the dead, contradicting previous claims that 70% were women and children. I know what's going to happen now. Okay. The government media office is being mistaken for the Ministry of Health. Is that right? Did we figure it out? No. Can someone who's not I'm gonna keep reading. Let's see if my guess has got anything to do. Okay. A UN spokesman presented the changes as routine revisions and attributed the major discrepancy to the fog of war. Others concluded that the UN had unilaterally lowered the death toll. Oh. Yeah, both interpretations misunderstand how fatality data is collected and reported during the war and how OCHA relays those claims. Although OCHA has attempted to verify deaths and distinguish between combatants and civilians in previous conflicts worldwide, it has not done so with the current Gaza data it receives from the Hamas-run Ministry of Health and the Government Media Office, the GMO, a subunit of the Hamas-run Ministry of Information. Some health officials said similar figures at times, but not the official spokesperson or whoever. Google the Washington Institute. Why? Because they're CIA, white supremacy. I'd be careful now, Jordan, because right now, the actual report breakdown. Oh, wow, I can read Arabic now, so this will be no fucking issue for me whatsoever. Okay, so this is 10,000, 1,500, 2,200, 2,000. Okay, this is the 24,000, right? Okay. 40% are Ra, Jim, Aleph. I don't know what that last one is. Raja, R. What's the last one? Rajal. Men. Okay. Rajal meaning men. Okay. Lam. It's pronounced L. Okay, nice. This one. This is a fucking... It's not a Zayn, because it doesn't go below the line. It's a fucking... Dal. Is this a fucking... Sin? Oh my god. Is this a sin? Oh my god. Oh, is it an N? Oh, it's a fucking Nun. This is S though, right? This is sin. I don't even know if it is. Nisa. What's this? This doesn't even. This looks like an accent. This isn't a thing, is it? This is like something that you add on for memes that no one needs, right? This is the same as you could just get rid of that bullshit at the end, right? Okay. No, it's a letter. Okay. It looks like a Dhamma though, but it's not in the right place to be that. Okay. This is Aleph. I don't know I don't know any of this. There's another Aleph in there. This can kill itself. Children. Okay. Atfal. Okay. Well, I guess we more or less read one word properly without the last letter. Okay. Right, so this is what the actual Ministry of Health numbers say. But did any Ministry of Health official say something different to the press? Would be the question, right? Did you read or speak Arabic in Dubai? No. I'm learning for the first time. So what's this? Where is this from? Official speaker. Sometimes they did. Okay, but their official numbers did. Oh. Okay. So what was I reading before any of this bullshit came up? Wait. Where's the Washington Institute page that I just had open? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Here. So basically the reports are good, but the statement should be met with skepticism. Okay. That seems very Hamas. Yeah. That seems very Hamas-esque. Although OCHA has attempted to verify deaths and distinguish between combatants and civilians in previous conflicts worldwide, it has not done so with the current Gaza data it receives from the Hamas Drone Health Ministry and the media office. Okay. Instead, OCHA merely relays fatality statistics from Gaza. It does not generate or check them. Although the organization openly acknowledges this fact, its relay effort has been imperfect at best, and several of its decisions about the data it disseminates are cause for concern. Raphael Ackerman, thanks for the 10 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Soy. All right. One problem is that OCHA consistently fails to acknowledge that the Ministry of Health uses 3 separate methodologies to count fatalities. The hospital and morgue system, which is well understood and considered relatively reliable based on its reporting during previous wars. 2, a self-reporting system in which relatives of those killed submit data through a Google form. 3, so-called media reports about which very little is known. When they say media reports, could this just be like an on-the-ground like journalist, whether it's like someone from Al Jazeera or even Quds or whoever else, just who are present at a strike and just saying who died or saying how many died? Okay. Between October 7th and November 10th, OCHA reports relayed MOH claims about the number of women and children and elderly killed, but often failed to update specific categories or treat data on elderly women consistently. See the author's January study for more of these problems. When the MOH stopped reporting data for 3 weeks amid the Israeli ground invasion and collapse of the hospital system in northern Gaza, OCHA reports paused for 2 weeks. Afterward, OCHA began relaying GMO fatality claims from November 22nd to December 11th, describing the GMO as being under the local authorities in Gaza, but incorrectly stating that it had assumed MOH's role in reporting casualty figures. OCHA kept the December 11th numbers on its reports until January 2nd, but included a caveat in December 21st that the GMO's methodology is unknown. It then stopped using the GMO as a source. So this is an interesting... What? So this is Sundowner, the Hitler book, and Scarlet down the... Okay. Yeah. Not a bad meme. 7 out of 10, I think. Yeah, okay. These media sources then became the dominant input in the daily death toll, accounting for 46% of the claimed fatalities by the end of March. One major problem with this approach quickly materialized. While women and children made up less than 60% of the fatalities reported by hospitals and morgues, the MOH publicly claimed that they comprised over 70% of the death toll. To reconcile these contradictory claims, at least 90% of the deaths recorded via media reports had to be women and children, an implausible proportion under any circumstances. Oh, I've seen this claim made before, yeah, to make up the discrepancy. Okay. On March 27th, the MOH dropped the 70% claim, but the GMO maintained it. Ooh, this is on Telegram. Fuck off. How do I... Oh my god, don't care. I believe you, okay? Leave me alone. So there's a GMO report and then a MOH report and then media. Oh, the GMO report's always higher than the MOH. Okay. When they say media reports, they mean media reports from within Gaza, or... Is this why the revised number is different now? James Castile for the $5. Why do you point out that the number of children being killed is lower as if that makes it okay? I don't know what part of my tone implied that just because the number is lower means it's okay that children die. Like, that's your problem. Sorry. What the fuck? If there are conflicting statements on the numbers dead and the proportions, I think it matters if one is correct and one's not. No? Now, generally, the number of children dying that's okay is 0. That's actually the number. When we're talking about war, we're not talking about what's okay and what's not okay. We talk about what is like within the rules of war, or what is understandable given circumstances on the ground. That's what we talk about. So, for example, if we hear that the population of Gaza is 50% under 18, so 50% like children, or roughly that about, and then we hear that the proportions of people dying in the bombing campaign are about 50% children, that might imply that Israel is undergoing a indiscriminate campaign, assuming all the children are civilians, assuming none of them are conscripted. Because normally, your demographics dispersion of people who are being killed shouldn't be the same as the demographic dispersion of just the general population. You should be ultimately killing more adult men proportionately than women or children, because generally the adult men are the most likely ones to be militants. So if the MOH says or the GMO, if they say that 70% of the people killed in Israel strikes are women and children, and we assume that none of those children are conscripted, that would imply a pretty indiscriminate campaign. It would actually imply almost that they're, because I'd imagine the demographics of Gaza would be something like 50% are under 18 children, maybe 20% men and women, 20% men, 20% women, and then maybe like the rest would be elderly, something like that, right? That's like roughly what the dispersion of the population would be in Gaza. So that would imply indiscriminate campaign. But if you find out that the numbers of the percentage of people who died who are women and children is actually 50%, then that would imply that it's not quite proportionate, because you would expect, like, proportionately in Gaza, you'd expect there to be women and children would make up more than 50%, because children themselves make up 50%. So if it's 50% women and children are killed in the strikes, it's still a pretty like horrible level of civilian casualty. But it might also lead you to believe that Israel are focused more on targeting Hamas than they are focused on targeting women and children, right? What are you referring to when you said 80% damage was claimed by some people? I've been hearing that claim I've been hearing that claim since like winter, but 80% of buildings destroyed. I feel like the first time I saw this was an infographic, I think from Al Jazeera. But if you look up UNOSTAT, that's April. I also heard, like, I think in terms of pundits, Omar Badar said it, Brianna Joy Gray said it. But if you look at the stats here from the UN, this is from April. Maybe things have changed, but they've been making this claim way before April. In April, you would get 50% if you added up destroyed, severely damaged, moderately damaged, and possibly damaged. That would get you to 50%. If you take out possibly damaged, you get something like 37%. If you go for just destroyed, like fully destroyed, you get about less than 15%. If you add fully destroyed and severely damaged, you get like 20-odd%. So again, it's a pretty significant difference if you're talking about like carpet bombing versus strikes that have some kind of like targeting procedure involved. So yeah. Anyway. James Castillo with the other $5. By the way, I asked that question because I get asked that question all the time and just freeze. I have no idea how to respond to it. Well, that's generally how you'd respond to it. Like, you don't need to say it's okay that that thousands of under 18s are dying, or even women, right? Or even men, because some of those men will be civilians, right? But it matters if you're trying to make comments about whether or not Israel is applying a principle of distinction or not, whether or not they're distinguishing between civilians and militants. Because if it actually were 70% of the people who died so far were women and children, and all those children were not conscripted, because a very small number of people in Hamas are children, like, just so you know, at least based on the data that I've seen, based on going through their website, very few people on that website are under 18, like very, very few. They do exist. I can't say the same for PIJ, but yeah, it's very few. So if 70% of people dying are women and children, that would probably suggest that Israel are not being discriminated. It would imply that they're carpet bombing, that they're indiscriminately bombing. So if it's less, it might imply more distinction being applied. So yeah. Are there any reliable stats on how many 15 to 17-year-olds are involved in hostilities? I mean, when I looked at the data from Cast Lead, I think you could count the number of under 18s on one hand. That's what I got from 300 or 400 deaths. You can't respond to the question with a quick one-liner. I mean, if you want to put it back on them, you can just say, yeah, actually, I think it's based that like 5,000 kids die, but as soon as 15 or 10,000 die, I got a problem. You can just say that and just be like, what are you trying to suggest that I think? You can do it that way as well, like rhetorically, because I think when you put it back to them like that, some people like someone who's being honest might realize like how caricatured it sounds when they respond like that. Yeah, I don't know. Women can also be combatants. They can be, but in Gaza, I think it's very, very sparse. I don't think that many women in Gaza are combatants. Definitely none in the actual Al-Qassam brigades that I've seen. They would be maybe people taking up arms or whatever, but not like combatants, no. Don't think there are many of those. So how accurate is the 70% claim? It seems to be not accurate at all, Jamie. It seems to be completely inaccurate. It seems to not even reflect the data from the health ministry. So, and apparently these people reporting it don't even know how the GMO are getting their numbers. So, Meanwhile, OCHA inexplicably reverted to using GMO figures for women and children on March 8th, even though they were disconnected from and inconsistent with Ministry of Health data. OCHA also briefly engaged in circular citations, attributing the fatality for women to another UN agency, UN Women, who in turn cited OCHA. In reality, both were citing the GMO. This is another thing you want to look out for as well. When people say all these human rights organizations are saying X, find out where each organization got their claim from, because they can easily be traced to the same person usually, or like similar sources. Yeah. I can remember watching videos of some women helping burn tires at the border fences on the March of Return. Not many, way more children doing it. Yeah, but weren't there even statements from women at the March of Return who were saying that they went forward because they knew that the IDF were less likely to fire if there were women there? Which is ironic, because that suggests that they know that the IDF applies distinction to some degree, and they're saying it, or at least they feel that way. But you know, was that not in the UN report itself? Huh. Or it might have been quoted in an article about it. Anyway. The UN's relay of GMO data, often incorrectly identified as MOH data, persisted until May 8th. When OCHA accurately relayed that the MOH was claiming for the first time in 5 months, resulting in a major decrease in the total reported deaths for women and children. Despite this improvement, however, problems persist. For one, OCHA has apparently accepted the MOH's new terminology of identified and unidentified family fatalities without comment. Between December 11th and March 31st, the MOH repeatedly referred to media reports in all of its HSERs. See here for an archive of past HSERs. Yet it changed this phrase on April 1st as questions mounted about its fatality claims, instead calling them unidentified reports in its daily summaries of Gaza public health issues. Tellingly, however, it retained the phrase media reports in the data tables that accompanied its HSERs, suggesting that this change was in name only. The crux of the problem with relabeling media reports as unidentified is that in many cases there is no body to identify. When presenting claimed fatalities under this label, Palestinian reports and OCHA relays give the impression that the MOH is working through some backlog of unidentified bodies sitting in morgues. Yeah, the media reports methodology was originally established to record fatalities in places where the hospital morgue system had gone offline. That is, these claimed fatalities never went to morgues whether because they were privately buried, presumed to be lying under rubble, or never located. The result is substantial overlap between separate counting mechanisms and mistaken assumptions about the overall death toll. Wait, so this thing that Sundowner gave me, is this from just the morgues? Or is this from morgues, media reports, and from self-reports? Not like self-report that you die, but self-report that you saw, like manual reports of people from Gaza saying that they lost XYZ people. Does anyone know that? Can I see just the morgues doesn't include, it includes self-reports. Okay. So it includes a family uploading saying that they lost like 2 relatives or something. Okay. What is Erwin saying? Hello.
Oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just have a kind of half-baked thought and question about casual ratios between civilian and militant deaths.
Mm-hmm.
I see this point a lot, that like people will say as a gotcha, like even Destiny was talking about this, like you need to have a number in mind for what would be acceptable, like 5-to-1 or 10-to-1 or whatever.
Okay.
But isn't that kind of backwards? Like, shouldn't we, when we're thinking about civilian to militant deaths, should this be assessed relative to the objective and the conditions of like achieving that objective? Like if I, like for example, with the hostages, if my goal is to rescue a bunch of hostages and they're a high priority objective for me, and Hamas is, let's say they're purposefully keeping a bunch of civilians around the hostages, isn't my civilian to militant death ratio necessarily in that specific situation, like the acceptable ratio, going to be higher than in another situation, say, where there's like Hamas is literally like, let's say they've grouped everybody, so like the right side of a field is all Hamas people and the left side is all civilians. Like the acceptable ratio should be like 1-to-0, right?
Yeah.
Because it's easy to distinguish. So it should be like, shouldn't it be based on like the situation with the objective and also how easy it is to distinguish based on what the enemy's doing? Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it seems weird to apply the number first before evaluating the situation.
Yeah, it does, but yeah, so you can go generally and just say that like civilian combatant ratio is like a very stupid, it's like a very shallow way to analyze like anything in terms of, especially in this context. But I don't know, it depends on who you're talking to, because when people keep saying that this is the ratio that they're seeing and it's unacceptable, then you maybe should ask which one is acceptable, for at least for the goal of defeating Hamas, not to do with hostages, but because there are people who think that even if the ratio were 50-50 or 75 militants, 25 civilians, they'd still be against it because they're on the side of Palestinians, right, or Gaza or Hamas. So it might be worth saying that to pull that out of them, right? That to acknowledge that for people who are really partisan, that there is some level of civilian casualty that they'd be willing to accept. Otherwise, yeah, in terms of analysis, it's quite useless. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know if there's I know you've looked into like the law of armed conflict and all that stuff. Do you know if there's a discussion about the way that this like proportionality and like ratio would be arrived at? Like if they would be going, like you have a general sense going into a conflict, or if it's situational and then you develop it from that. Like, do you know if there's any like legal discussion around that?
I'm pretty sure it's case by case. It might be general as well, but I'm pretty sure it's case by case, which I think is why that like Israel, they claim that for every kind of like move that they do in terms of like a strike or whatever, they like a lawyer is involved in the process as well. Or at least when they establish their kind of general principles. So, but yeah, I don't know. I've never actually seen it play out. I've never seen someone argue why a strike was proportional, and then like a judge or a lawyer looks at it and says, "We don't think it was for X, Y, Z reason." Because obviously, you're comparing two variables that you can't really compare mathematically, right? Like civilian casualties versus military advantage. These are two completely different things. So yeah, I don't know how they do that.
Okay, fair. Yeah, I just always it just seemed weird to me as a talking point, but I can see why you would want to at least ask somebody who's using that as an argument
Hmm.
what their acceptable ratio is. But I don't really like it. Okay, that's it. Oh, and I have a present for all the crazy Israel Palestine people.
Oh,
I'm working. I'm looking into a lot about the battle for Haifa in 1948. And I can't find much information on like specific like tactics and individual like skirmishes. So I bought a book that I saw. I think I saw Happy and Morris reference. It's probably going to be a lot of propaganda in it, but it's from a soldier, so it's going to describe some of the conflict. But the problem is it's entirely in Hebrew, and I couldn't find a digital version, so I had to order it from Israel. And right now I'm going through, I'm crappily taking pictures of every page, and I'm going to turn it into a PDF, and then I'm going to run it through Google Translate.
whoa!
So that might be interesting if anyone curious about that stuff.
This is a Israeli soldier.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's published by the IDF, so take
Oh.
that, as you will.
Okay.
But I still think there would probably be valuable information in it, even though it's probably going to not mention certain atrocities.
Yeah, because I know that there's a lot of what Morris uses is from British soldiers, right? From British observers. But yeah, but they're all in English, so it's easy enough to get those.
Right. I'm just more curious about, because I see lots of claims. Like I wanted to know what the whole fire barrel thing or barrel bombs were about. I want to know how often they're used, what their goal, what soldiers how they would justify using them, stuff like that. Because I see them mentioned a lot, but I don't actually. The primary sources on it are very scarce. Like you'll see, like it mentioned passingly in like one document that the British wrote. So
Okay. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Is it going to go on Reddit?
I could post it there. Yeah.
Yeah, do that. I'll have a look at it. Okay. Cool.
Okay. That's it.
All right.
Thanks.
Take care, man. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right. Closer analysis of MOH's data casts doubt on the identified distinction as well. Although OCHA did not specifically source its new demographic breakdown on May 8th, it closely matches a May 2nd MOH release covering October 7th to April 30th. Yet a significant number of the fatalities that the MOH has recorded from hospitals, morgues, and self-reports are only partially identified. Specifically, 17% of them are missing one or more key data points, such as age, name, sex, or ID number. Or have invalid ID numbers. Okay. The problem is only getting worse. Oh, I've heard this is the claim that people used before to say it was actually even lower than what, 24,000? Yeah, okay. The problem is only getting worse. Analysis of a March 31st MOH report revealed that 15.7% of its fatality records had incomplete data. I don't think this is a big problem, though. To me, incomplete data is not, because that can just mean like missing ID number. Like, I don't think that's. So to its credit, OCHA has been clear that it only relays fatality figures and does not attempt to verify them. It has also beefed up the disclaimer on its report and moved it from the bottom of its dense data summaries, where many viewers likely overlooked it, to the top. Okay. The new disclaimer on OCHA's reported impact statements read as follows. Figures that are yet to be verified by the UN are attributed to their source. Casualty numbers have been provided by the Ministry of Health or the government media office in Gaza and the Israeli authorities. Previous data breakdowns provided in the snapshot of women and children killed were attributed to the GMO based on reported fatalities. The fatality breakdowns currently cited are those that the MOH in Gaza has recently fully identified out of the higher number of casualties they report. Yet this revision was not made until May 13th, days after a major change quietly appeared in the death toll for women and children, months after questions were raised about data from Hamas-run institutions, and more than half a year into a war in which many observers likely assumed that the UN's published figures have been validated. Moreover, OCHA's off-again reliance on GMO claims is highly questionable given their opaque methodology and sharp divergence from MOH claims. A more transparent OCHA relay process would embrace the following practices. Avoid citing the GMO at all. Consistently use MOH data. Clearly explain and distinguish between MOH methodologies for obtaining this data. Sort out the MOH shift from media reports to unidentified reports, which does not seem like a shift at all and lends unwarranted veracity to fatalities characterized as identified. Too often, journalists and commentators erroneously cite GMO officials as Gaza health authorities. Ooh. And make claims that the actual Gaza Health Authority, the Hamas-run MOH, does not make. By relaying GMO claims, OCHA contributes to that conflation of the spread of unsupported claims. Oka. Let's call them Oka. Jesus. Of course, accurately counting the dead in a chaotic conflict is a severe challenge, so all parties should be exceedingly careful when making claims about the death toll. Given their stature, OCHA and other UN bodies have a particularly deep responsibility to ensure professionalism and transparency, a duty that has not been fulfilled so far. Okay. Right. Well, now we know. Unless that was all lies because it's the CIA, white supremacist. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a Nablus? Oh,
Yeah.
see, you guys know more than me? I don't know. Nablus is also more business-oriented. Ramallah is very much more educated, and the sort of educated elite. So Ramallah, you'll actually get more anti-Israel answers or more anti-peace with Israel answers because they live in their little bubble, whereas people in Nablus, a lot of them work in Israel.
Okay.
Well, not a lot of them, not proportionally, but it is a sector of their economy. Same with Hebron, but you also get more people who will kidnap Israelis or foreigners in Nablus, and not to worry in Nablus or in Hebron, because it's just part of the culture.
Okay.
So in Ramallah, you wouldn't get that as much.
I was gonna.
A shaheed is not as big.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. When I watch your videos, I always feel like maybe it's a coincidence, but I feel like the 80% men are the ones who are more likely to give. Wait. 80% damage assessment isn't far off. 74% in Gaza proper is accurate. You mean Gaza City or? Oh, for Gaza City, I'm sure it is. Yeah, but we're talking. But when people say Gaza, they talk about the whole strip, right? That's what they're meaning. I don't. I don't know Gaza proper. Would that mean Gaza City or Gaza? It would just be Gaza Strip or Gaza City. I don't think anyone would say Gaza proper. Destiny seemed to really buy into Mordecai's clan interpretation of Arabs, although he thought his stuff on Europe was unhinged. Do you feel the same way? I just don't know. I don't know enough about verifying, because I probably would take him at his word for everything if I didn't know how mental he was on Europe. Like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's pretty understood that in Arab society, the family orientation is a lot stronger than it is in the West. But I think the clan orientation as an alternative to a political orientation that doesn't, or nationalist orientation doesn't make that much sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that despite having strong, like, large families and clans that are kind of dominant in different parts of Gaza and the West Bank, how despite that Arafat was able to win 95% of the vote in a fair and free election, right? I don't think that part is really explained, because Israelis did try negotiating with on the ground local leaders, I think in Washington in the early 90s, but they just relayed everything to the PLO. because the PLO was the national representative. "58% in the entire strip likely destroyed or severely damaged." Where'd you get that from? I thought it was 50 if you included potentially destroyed. Is the figure 70% not accurate because of the media office's reporting? Yeah, it seems to be like the media office said it, even though the health ministry numbers were different. Yeah. Less radical answers. Is that because they're more likely to see Israelis who are not IDF?
No idea. It's a really good question. I have no idea.
What's a really good question? Okay.
So in Ramallah, you wouldn't get that as much.
I was gonna.
A shaheed is not as big.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. When I watch your videos, I always feel like maybe it's a coincidence, but I feel like the men are the ones who are more likely to give less radical answers. Is that because they're more likely to see Israelis who are not IDF?
No idea. It's a really good question. I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know if it's the women's way of asserting their, sort of feminism. They wouldn't call it that, but
coming out of it previously identical.
I have a strong political
Yeah,
opinion,
yeah.
And the men are just more tempered in that.
Does the health ministry not give that percentage? They do give a percentage. It's just not that one. Yeah. This is the percentage from the health ministry, at least based on a screenshot that Sundowner gave me from them, where it says 40% men, I'm guessing 20% women, 32 children, 8 elderly, I suppose. I think I answered that question for both you and Corey, no? Yeah, you did, yeah. But Corey didn't know. I just wanted to see what Corey's answer was. So it's actually 52. But if we were talking, again, if you were talking indiscriminate, assuming every single child is not conscripted, then you would expect 50% to be children because that's the demographics of Gaza. So,
I don't know. I have no idea. Because the majority of people we're going to interview today are not people who have either who have work in Israel or have ever been in Israel.
Okay.
But there is a minority that have, so. Which, by the way, does not say anything about their political opinions, really. You're right. The more you come into contact with somebody you're against.
So that sounds basically too high, but not indiscriminate. I don't know if it's too high based on what. It depends on. It might suggest like a lack of. It might suggest that they could be doing better with their targeting. I think that's quite easy to say, but I don't know what you mean by. Like, I don't know what it's supposed to look like if every strike was done according to IHL. I don't because it's such a unique circumstance. It also, everyone in this fucking chat seems to disagree on how many of these, like what the age threshold is for children, whether it's 19, 18, or 17. Like, I don't know. It's basically bullshit. In some parts of Palestine, clan affiliation is an important component of identity, but at the same time, Palestinians have a strong collective national identity. Well, wasn't it also the case that very disparate sort of feudal groups and families, or like whatever you could call them, clans, or different governing bodies in countries like Germany and Italy were once unified under a national banner, right? Like that's happened before. And it feels like Palestinians are kind of the same, right? Palestinians are pretty like they've embraced that national identity harder than probably any other country on earth, apart from maybe Israel, right? So I don't know. I had a lot of problems with what Kadar was saying in terms of like, especially the comparisons with the Emirates and the other Gulf states as well. But we'll get to that. Don't worry.
The more it is more moderate it can become. But I've met lots of Palestinian young workers who we absolutely have to throw the Jews out. And then they said, oh, wait a second. blur my face because I work in Israel. Like, they'll tell me this after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it depends on how they do it, right? Because I think, why have the UK election in your title if you're just ignoring election questions? When are you covering election stuff? Oh, it's in my title because my streams tend to be chronological. So I cover a thing and then I do another thing. I don't do everything at once. Like, I will do election stuff, but you can see chronologically that we're doing the thing that we said we would do first in this stream, which is watch this. Is that all right? We did election stuff at the start of the stream as well. Even though that we actually deviated from the chronology there. Wow. Yeah, I know you sent me the damage source in Discord, but that's a tweet, isn't it? Or is this linked to Unostat? Did I just, I'm just being lazy? This is from a guy called Corey Maps. CUNY? What does Unostat say? What have they said for, it's probably gone up since April. You'd imagine it would have. But where do I get that from? Have they done a more recent one? I can see April. Have they done May or June? Ooh. May? June? This is the 7th one. Oh, they've done a May one. Okay. 55%. 36,000 destroyed. 16,000 severely damaged. 47,000 moderately damaged. 36,800 possibly damaged. So if I go with this, let's see. That would mean about 12%, right? I mean, 12% roughly are fully destroyed. If you subtract the possibly, so confirmed, 36,000 plus 16,000 plus 47,000. Okay, 99,000 divided by 135 divided by 100%. No, wait, times 100%. That's retarded. Why did I do that wrong? Fuck. All right. How's this? How are these numbers coming up? Hang on. $55% of the total structures. Oh no. Oh, wait. This is the total of all these. So that means the total number of structures in Gaza would be 137%. 137 would be 55% of that, right? Is that how they've done it? God. So what's the total number of structures? If I go by the April one, that's January. 123, so it'd be 246,000 would be the total. 246,000. It would mean about confirmed. So confirmed damage or destroyed, you would have 40% now. Okay. Okay. Hard to give this a Zio spin. Okay. Most workers just kind of come, work, and leave. They don't really establish any kind of
okay, there's the truth. Oh, connections? No. Yeah. So officially, they're all supposed to go back to the West Bank. What really happens is they, let's say there's a building. I had this building next to my house. This is very common, where they're actually building apartment buildings of 4 or 5 floors. It's all cement. The contractor.
It wouldn't be hard if I wanted to give a Zio spin to that. I would just say, Hamas, stop, surrender, and stop trying to fight an unwinnable war in civilian infrastructure. Boom. Like that's what I would do if I was trying to do Zio spin. But okay.
We'll create a room for them to sleep in with bathroom and shower and the whole thing, and they live there other than on the weekends. Okay. That's what actually happens, and everybody knows it. Everybody in Israel knows it, and Palestinians know it. But officially, they go back, at the end of the day. But when you go back through a checkpoint, you don't actually, you just go back. They have no idea if you stayed in Israel or not.
I didn't know about that.
How easy is it to get from the West Bank to Jordan if you're a Palestinian?
You can ask my translator that question.
Okay.
How is that a Zio spin? Isn't that what a government is supposed to do if faced with an unwinnable war? What? Put all your civilians in front of you. Is that... I guess so. If you still have something to gain from it.
She says it's really difficult. The Jordanians are assholes. That's what I've heard. I haven't been through the West Bank. I had to go because I'm technically an Israeli citizen, so I have to go through the north when I went to Jordan. And it wasn't a big deal. It took a little, about half an hour of time, I think. And you have to pay a lot to go through.
That's just fine.
Okay, no, it's okay. Nas points out like, oh wow, Dubai's changed so much as we're driving through. And I point out to one of the places, like, oh yeah, they just added this place. And he looks and I was like, wait, is that a real place?
That's not what he...
So no, none of us here speak
I think what you said was Arabic. A bit more convincing than that.
Oh yeah, was it?
What? I can't. Whatever. That was like 14 hours of flying at that point. I'll believe any nonsense. Did you and Destiny go into Yitzhar? No, we really should have, because that would have been... It was Shabbat, though. We wouldn't have been able to interview anyone Shabbat.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Do you want me to pick you up?
Shut up.
One of the questions that I asked early on is...
I can't. So no, none of us here speak
I think what you said was Arabic. A bit more convincing than that.
Oh yeah, was it?
What?
I can't.
Oh no, do you want me to pick you up?
Shut up.
Oh, I was talking about the view over that wall. And I asked if he could see it, and he said he couldn't, so I offered to pick him up. Okay. Got him.
One of the questions that I asked early on is, would you marry someone here in Nablus? Would you marry someone from Hebron or Gaza? And most people said no. They are different people. Okay. They are not our people. But when it comes to being a Palestinian, yes, absolutely.
One thing that's very hard to sort out because obviously there's so much incentive to propagandize both sides, so it's hard when someone says something, I can tell they're just like playing at...
So I don't actually know where we are here, but this behind this part is a, it's called here, Gerizim Post. So this is the Samaritan village behind here. Apparently Palestinians describe them as Jewish Palestinians, I guess because they've lived there for so long. Or yeah, I don't know. But this is the gate that takes you into what would be Area A, I guess. And the way you get around this is because there's like a little there's a bit of shrubbery here, and there's the barbed wire from the fence that just extends on its own without the actual gate. But part of the barbed wire is just walked over, so it's just stomped into the ground with a walk path. So people walk through it all the time. And this checkpoint here is just empty. Where is this? If I go to Google Earth, because Google Earth is so much cooler than Google Maps. I don't know why I didn't know this. Look at it. It's so banging. Oh, I've been looking at Gaza most recently. Interesting. So what is the Gerizim Post? Does this show up on the fucking map? It does. Well, post office. Is this where we are? I don't think there's anywhere. Oh yeah, this would take you into Nablus. Yeah. So apparently we're about here, but I can't identify this exact spot. This looks like it's up a hill. And Nablus is here. But I don't know where to find. This is the most famous Palestinian mountain. Nice. But yeah, where's the Samaritan town? Does not even have a. Oh yeah, is this it? Is this actually the name of the town? But I couldn't tell you exactly where this fucking fence is. I don't think it's right in the middle. All right. We're gonna get geolocate.
Their agenda. Are you familiar with this?
It's not intentional.
It looks like here. This looks like familiar. I couldn't tell you though. Well, maybe I'd have to get a map of area A and B to see where the fence is. Because how did we get in here? We'd have got in here from an area C place. Use the 3D view. That's so helpful. Look at it. No issue. Now we're cooking. I don't know. The fuck. There was a food place not far from us. Oh yeah, Joseph's Tomb's not far. This is new Halo 2 map. True. I don't think the area A, B, and C thing is going to help because I kind of can guess where area A is based on this. Obviously, would be. Ugh. So we're up this. We come up this. How would we have got here? We wouldn't have got here from this way because this would be area C. How would we go up here? From here? Oh. Let's go for a walk. There's no street view here. Come on! Highlighted street. Here? You can street view here? Ooh. I don't think we came this high. This is like a... Why didn't we go here? Look at the fuck... This is so cool. The fuck? Where do we go? But that's the only street view you can get. Oh, maybe around here? What's this? Oh, this might be it. This. I'm going in. That looks familiar. Oh, Samaritan Museum. Okay. Maybe. But it won't let me go for a walk. Oh well, it's around here somewhere. I don't give a shit.
By the way, all this agenda stuff,
Sure.
it's just how they're trained to speak, in a sense.
No, yeah, I understand. But like I'll hear, what was the name of the guy that does the 12 Tribes of Israel project?
Oh, I can't remember his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Okay, sure. But some things I'll hear sometimes is that like Palestinians are more kind of like locally family oriented rather than like a big like nation of like.
Are you talking about the what's his name? An Israeli academic, blanking on his name.
Kids in colleges and.
Well, he's Israeli. Crap, what's his name? Everyone always cites him as they need an Emirate-style government here.
He is one of them that
Wait,
says
what
that.
the fuck?
I've asked about that, and they all
How do
look
I
at me
tilt
like, "What are
this
you
shit?
talking about?" It actually makes some sense, but they don't think about it themselves.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, okay.
But
that's the one in the West Bank, like in Area A. So you said we're east of this.
Like, what the fuck? Yeah, they're like, I remember one woman going, I guess, sure. But that was it. Everyone else was like, what are you talking about?
Because the first time I heard someone pitch that to me, it sounded like a dad trying to be down with the kids, but doing it really badly. Like, oh, Arabs love Emirates, don't they? Yeah, you like a good Emirate.
Yeah.
Well, I think the idea was more along the lines of like they identify along families and communities, so you can basically create, But it also very conveniently carves out like, oh, well, now it could be one state for Israel, and they can have their little semi-autonomous.
And that's the reason I think he proposes it, because he's...
Which is, but I'm not sure yet. It's this guy, the Rudy Rockman?
Oh, Rudy Rockman. Yeah, I know him. No, he gets that from, what's his name? Emirate. my opinion. Both saying at the same time, you fucked us over, you figure this out, and we don't like your, at the same time saying we don't like your solutions. Well,
Sure.
you can't have both ways.
I think there have been times where Israel's government historically has been part of that conversation, but I don't think Netanyahu wants to be a
Mordechai
part of
Kedar,
it.
That's his name, Mordechai Kedar.
Oh shit, we talked to him tomorrow?
Yeah, we do.
He's, right wing, again, that fringe, they have ideas. The problem is it doesn't match up. Look, every solution.
So apparently we're here. I don't know how. But I don't know which. Wow, why is it spinning around like that? The fuck. Reset to north, please. Yeah, this looks like it. This looks so familiar.
If you could convince the Palestinians, I'll live with it. I don't care. I just don't see it working, but that's my... I also... my joke about that is I'm Canadian, and the first time I had Tim Hortons, I said, this place is going nowhere. This is ridiculous. And obviously it's like a multi-billion-dollar company, so I know nothing.
Tim Hortons.
But all these people with all these ideas, like Rudy Rochman and Mordechai Kedar, they're nice.
No way you went to Israel. This is the West Bank. This is actually Area A in the West Bank, Amphidiot, you racist.
Ideas, I don't think that they're going to be accepted.
I think the problem is every time I hear someone with one of these bright new way forward,
You
all that,
settler.
it always seems to be built on this premise that Palestinians are very passive. Like they'll just passively accept whatever weird, very biased thing that we offer them. Yeah.
Yes. Do you know who Paul Krugman is? Oh, okay, never mind.
Paul who?
Krugman. He's a very, very, very famous economist. But your Tim Hortons thing reminded
This is the settler side. No, this is Area A. We're in Area A now because Amazon. Because there's something to do with like how things get delivered from Amazon into Area A. They basically have like a post here where stuff gets dropped off and picked up by another party. So yeah, something like that. Yeah. Matrix Dawn, that's the $10. Did you cover UK elections yet? No, we'll be doing it later. But thanks for the $10. Really appreciate it. God.
I think a bunch of economists were asked in the 90s to make predictions on like future business things, and his prediction was the internet was going to fizzle out and would never be a big thing. So remind me of that. Yeah.
Well, that worked.
Yeah.
Yes, all these people with predictions love it.
Is it the internet will go the way of the fax machine or something?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I vaguely remember something about this.
What day-to-day frustrations that people feel in Area A or B?
The idea of the occupation. That's all they talk about.
The idea of it.
Yes. So
this was when Corey was talking about how economic issues in the West Bank tend to be like exaggerated. That like Corey's making this point that before October 7th, obviously, because the work permits have really fucked everything. Yeah, Corey was saying that the economic situation in Area A is like, that's not the big problem, he was arguing. He's arguing that in terms of like fucking development index or whatever, their economy is actually like, it's relatively okay compared to the rest of the Arab world. And then I asked him, well, okay, if it's not the economy, why do you think like Palestinians in the West Bank, what are they mostly angry about? Then he answers the occupation, or he said the idea of the occupation.
Hey,
so.
Lona, did you cover the UK elections yet?
You seem nicer answering that election question. I guess money talks. No, because this was a question. You were like, why did you dodge the election questions even though it's in the description of your video? Like, yeah, that's... And you said it, you typed it in that tone as well. I could hear it from over here. That's why I was more aggressive with you than Matrix Dawn.
they, going on the roads, they will say all the checkpoints. And what I figured out from that is the fact they see checkpoints, the fact that you remember, like something like this, right? All along the roads, we didn't really pass many of them, but there's a lot of things like this. They would say that's a checkpoint, whether there's a soldier there or not. Or stopping, there could be a soldier there, but not stopping anyone. They would call that a checkpoint, and it bothers them, it humiliates them. That's what they're talking about.
I think Corey is being because after being in the West Bank in Kalandia a week after this, it's not the empty checkpoints that they're mad about. Like that might irritate them, but it's the checkpoints that they have to spend like an hour or two a day in those areas in queues because of how slow it is. I feel like that's the thing that when they say checkpoints is probably more irritating to them. I don't think it's just they're just really mad at seeing a bunch of empty checkpoints. Now, I think organizations like B'Tselem will put maps around saying there are like 400 checkpoints in the West Bank. But yeah, a lot of them are empty. A lot of them are just like this. They're just sitting there with Israeli flags on them and not doing anything. But that's not why. I don't think that's the main source of the frustration. The source of the frustration would be the checkpoints that are manned by soldiers. But yeah.
That's what I figured out. Because every so often you do have a soldier there actually stopping people. It's happened to me maybe 3 times out of hundreds, by the way. Like 1% of the time. I happen to travel a lot.
This is a
on Saturdays,
microaggression
more,
checkpoint,
so there's
true.
less going on. True. But during the week I'm here too. I don't see it that often. But the idea that the Israelis are controlling them, it drives me crazy. Sorry.
No, yeah. One of the things that drives me crazy is talking about the Gaza stuff. Where do you know who Norman Finkelstein is?
Yeah. I saw your debate with him.
Jesus.
Oh, I am dying to say, Mr. What did he keep calling you?
You could literally make anything up. You're probably right.
Mr. Morelli.
Mr. Morelli.
Do you think those checkpoints are justified because of security concerns? They probably are to a degree. The problem is that when you go into the West Bank, there is a checkpoint, but they look at you for like 2 seconds and they just say, go along. They don't look at your passports most of the time. Yeah, they just look at you, you slow down, you might not even stop, and they're just like, yeah, keep going. The security measures of the checkpoints are there to stop trouble from getting into Israel. They don't really care that much about the threat of trouble going into the West Bank. So, from Israel, yeah.
15 different things.
I did not get my information from Wikipedia.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
When
yes.
people talk about the Gaza Strip as being like an open-air prison concentration camp, like over and
drives
over
me
again,
crazy.
the concentration camp comments are really stupid. The open-air prison idea, I think, maps on really closely, though, and that like even
Israel provides high-resolution aerial photos. Really? Are we finally going to figure out where the fuck I was on this eventful day?
if you've got a nice place with a lot of money and your standard of living is actually better than a lot of surrounding Arab countries, it doesn't matter if you feel like you're under the fucking thumb of another people and you can't leave or everything is controlled. Like, yeah.
It is more though, I think it's more, I don't know people from Gaza. I have a few friends from Gaza. It's not what they talked about. That's not the, but they were more open to Israel because they were talking to me, so.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But that's not the issues they were talking about. They were talking about Hamas really harassing them.
Oh, sure, okay.
Things like that. So, but maybe because they're talking to me, I don't know. I've never been there, so I can't.
Amphidiot, thanks for the $4.99. When I went to Palestine, it took my family and I 3 hours to get into Al-Aqsa from Ramallah with an American passport. Sorry, but I spoke to my Israeli friends and they all said that's fake, so sorry. Bam. The only guys I've got spoke to are people who managed to leave. So like I spoke to one guy who he worked in that ice cream, his family ran that ice cream shop that Hamas would go to at the beach. You know, like Hamas officials, there's a really famous ice cream shop at the beach. And it was like, even during the blockade, I think the initial years, they spoke about how that like... Remember this guy? Remember the fucking Gazan dude who his family ran that ice cream shop? They were talking about the blockade. The Waqf got you to be late on all... Yeah, it was all Jordan's fault. True. Why can't the site be reached? Yeah, the ice cream maker of Gaza. BBC article 2015. Kazem Ice Cafe. Yeah, there was apparently one of the people... It's me, I'm still here. There you are. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, I remembered you. There we go. You're on TV. A lot of pressure on them, like, financially. But it's like, they kind of... That person in particular was talking about that, but also like Hamas's economic policies and all that, like in kind of like equal weight. So,
I've heard that I wish I could find exactly which poll I got this from. That people prefer Hamas as like the governing thing, but the actual approval for how they administrate to the Gaza Strip is really low. That people aren't generally happy with how they run it.
did a poll right after October 7th. How much do you support Hamas? And it was 60-80%. Between 60 and 80%, depending on where it was. But yeah,
it's the same with Hezbollah, because like their whole thing is we fight with Israel, and that's what makes us popular. And if the fighting is dying down, then
well, although Hezbollah, I think, has made a far more aggressive effort to like do the like sending in engineers and shit to like rebuild like cities and to do the welfare projects and like to give out money and shit to people.
Hamas did.
It's funny that there's nothing wrong with doing this. It's just me being autistic. Stephen is like using these points that are from a chapter of a book that I told him to read on the plane about how after the 2006 war, Hezbollah basically just got a fuck ton of money from Iran to rebuild all the damaged infrastructure and destroyed communities after the 2006 war. And they used that as their kind of like we're part of the reconstruction jihad, like we'll do more for you than the government, etc., etc., and it just like boosted their popularity massively. Yeah.
From friends telling me,
Historically, they did that,
a lot of social programs within Hamas, within Gaza.
But yeah, like Hamas did that as well. Hamas had Mujama al-Islamiyah, and they like one of the reasons that they were so popular in 06, 07, at least according to the polls, and people will still say this, even regular people on the street said this, it wasn't because of armed resistance. At that time, Fatah were doing a lot of armed resistance. It was because Hamas were trustworthy, because they had gained that reputation from being, from their work in Gaza, particularly Gaza, in the charity. He said on stream that he got the talking point from you. Yeah, I'm not even that, like, yeah, I don't care that much about it. It's just like, there's a little angry child in my brain that's like, meh. He's like responding to me with talking points that I gave him from that book, yeah. But then the author of the book should get mad at me for saying it without crediting him, because I can't even remember who wrote that book. It's just a good chapter, okay, sorry.
Okay.
What do you call it? Nurseries, kindergartens, schools, mosques, things like that.
Yeah.
That was like one of the first reasons people voted for them. It was corruption, because they were annoyed at PA corruption, and then Hamas were oh my god,
because
like I just told you
Yassine came
guys.
from the charity group. Yeah.
It's also hard to tell though, like it's hard to tell what any of it means when people say, so like PA corruption, because I've seen that expressed as people, hold on. I've seen that expressed like people don't like that that the
why?
Wasn't it also a total refusal to collaborate with Israel? That definitely played a part in it, but you can look at opinion polls after the election, or even before. People, their number one reason en masse was voting for Hamas because of trustworthiness, because of corruption. Right. Obviously, the Gaza pullout got Hamas to say, like, look, we can do this without any negotiating at all. Look at us. But it wasn't just that. Like, corruption was a huge part of it by that point, especially because life got a lot more difficult after Oslo, right? People got their movements restricted, like economic difficulties got more pronounced. Yeah.
I got a video call.
Yeah, you're good.
I don't know, Jamie, I feel like you ask me this question every stream. Am I going insane, or am I... So people who are more left than me, who I appreciate for Palestine stuff, would be Beast Process. He's one. Maybe still Avi Schleim. I haven't seen what he's been saying recently, but he still seems all right from what I've read of him, at least the older stuff. I'll get to you when I think of anyone else. But things I disagree with Destiny on. I don't know where he is now, but he was more sold on the... He found Mordecai Kedar a lot more convincing than I did to begin with. But I think he's off that now. I don't know. I also think Destiny is a lot more decided on why Arafat was such and Abbas were like why they rejected statehood offers in 2008. I think he is basically fully decided that Arafat wanted to fight, that he was not interested in peace. He wanted to fight, and he wanted to just go fucking full ham to win his concessions that way. I don't know if that's true. It's definitely partially true, but I don't think that, like, to say that I don't think we have enough evidence to actually say exactly what Arafat was thinking in that period. And I also think Stephen puts a lot more emphasis on full right of return for why Palestinians rejected statehood in the 2000s. Whereas I think a much more of a sticking point was Jerusalem was more of a sticking point than right of return. I think that's clearly demonstrated. But I think outside of that, I think it's more to do with just like a general sense of like pride, like pridefulness. That they didn't feel like they could take something that they could be proud of. But, I don't think full right of return is actually as much of a red line for Palestinians as people make it out to be, at least for negotiators. Because even, when I was reading Ben Ami's book, there's a really interesting exchange between him and Arafat where they're talking about full right of return, and then Arafat just says to them, like, do you really think like hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Chile want to return? And it's like, well, no. But then Arafat also gives him this contradiction because I think Arafat wanted to emphasize Lebanon. That was something he was very interested in. And Ben Ami saying, well, there's like 300,000 in Lebanon. That's quite a lot or whatever. And then I think Arafat responds with Israel's current proposals at that time, pre-Camp David, about annexation of East Jerusalem. And Arafat basically says, you don't want 300,000 to return from Lebanon, but you want to annex 300,000 Palestinians from East Jerusalem into Israel. And I'm like, huh. And that was like, even Ben Ami in his book admits that that was like a really strong retort, that the lack of concession, the early lack of concession from Israel on Jerusalem didn't make any sense because they were effectively doing a right of return. They were giving citizenship to Palestinians in East Jerusalem to like hundreds of thousands, more than what they would have accepted for right of return. So, yeah. But on the Palestinian end, it doesn't really explain why they'll say that our red line is the right of return, like recognize the right. But as for implementation, they all say they're going to be flexible. That's like Abbas said that, Arafat said that, but they never, like, as far as I know, I don't think any Palestinian leader or negotiator has ever committed to a number. Maybe I'll find it if I keep digging, but I don't think they've ever committed to a number. So, yeah.
Except we're gonna die here, 100%. It's all over.
Oh, the guy with the sheep.
We should have saved this to the end, so we would have had good footage.
Why would they want the recognition and not the implementation? As a massive fucking Westerner who's just trying to understand, I think it's to do with opening the door to potential negotiations later. Like, if Israel and Palestine are at peace for 30 years, and there are still refugees wasting away in Lebanese slums, then there could probably be some kind of agreement or some negotiation between Palestine and Israel for returning more. That's a pragmatic understanding. Me as a Westerner trying to understand like the Palestinian fucking motivation, or people like Arafat, recognition of the right would just be like, this is the thing that we've been fighting for the last 75 years. Like, this is 194 is done. It's like, it's been acknowledged. They've acknowledged the Nakba. Like, all the people who have been permanent refugees in places like Gaza, West Bank, like, their suffering has been acknowledged by Israel. Like, the responsibility in their part has been acknowledged by Israel. That's like and I think, because I think pride has quite a bit to do with it. Yeah. Then I don't know, from that, like, you would maybe you open doors to things like, I don't know, like, if there's two states and there's peace between them for a long time, I feel like there would be something to do with like reconciliation, like fucking exchange school trips where fucking kids get to look at the remains of the villages and be like, look, this is what happened. It's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Like, I think like emotional reconciliation is a thing that people underplay, I think.
First, before getting killed.
What? Sheep first?
Well, I'm saying,
For a hell of it.
I feel like it's like the...
So this is that guy was a
So we had
Palestinian
good
dude from
footage.
Area A who was just moving his sheep, apparently. Yeah.
First, before getting killed.
And he was really, like, I think this was the first guy with a Palestinian license plate that we met. Yeah, he was. And he actually stopped to make his phone call, and the camera guy was like, is it okay? He's like kind of like nervously putting up his camera. He's like, yeah, come on. Like, look, come and film the sheep. Yeah.
What? Sheep first?
Well, I'm saying,
For a hell of it.
I feel like it's like the...
Didn't have that. So like I said, I refused to let you through. So I just went around to another guy and he's like, go through.
Cat.
So it really depends on who you...
Oh, this is the IDF guys. You can hear them. I think they're shouting at us. I think.
So what do we do? But it's kind of,
Yeah, we're sent back into the
a
car.
little bit of whoever was on the phone is their power trip, I think. But,
Okay, we will figure out a way in. Okay, I believe.
so now,
Oh, so we didn't actually film the first IDF encounter. Huh. Basically, this fucking little guy comes in over the same opening that we took and then just says like, yeah, you can't do this. You have to go back. Like, fuck you. Which I don't even know if it's legal, because assuming we were all internationals, which like we all had international passports, I don't think it. But you know, they're also a soldier with a gun, so it's like that whole Milgram authority thing. This is the first IDF encounter. Were you there when the kids were torturing those geese? Yeah, we were. I thought they were ducks. Wait, oh, we have audio of the first IDF encounter. Ah.
Oh, taxi. Yep.
Oh, it was just as the taxi got there as well. And Corey just kept walking as the guy was shouting. He was just planning on going in whilst the soldiers were shouting at us. And I was like, wait, we might get shot because we've turned around and like noticed him and shouting at us. I was like, I don't know what the IDF are like at this point. I have no fucking idea. So I think Corey just wanted to keep going and pretend we didn't hear them. But I think it was too obvious that we saw them. So fuck.
We're good.
We were so close. It was like 60 seconds. We had a 60-second window that we could have just gone down the hill and gone into the taxi and no one would have seen us. Fuck. Fuck.
Yeah, he can't pull up here, so come this way.
Were you scared for your life at any point or just uneasiness? Uneasiness. I wasn't scared for my life, no.
What? What? Hi. English. Good. We're going into Nablus.
Okay, where are you from?
Canada.
Scotland.
What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
YouTubers.
YouTubers?
Yeah.
How you passed from Shomron to here?
I know somebody who lives here, so he got me through.
From there?
Yeah.
What are you going to shoot?
Like video camera interview?
What? Specifically what?
Like ask questions to people basically. See like what do they live here for? What do they do? Yeah.
About what? Be more specific.
About the conflict in general. What do you think? Do you want peace? That kind of thing.
Okay. Can I get your IDs?
Oh god.
Yes.
No, not your money.
I don't need your money.
Oh god, Stephen had money in his passport. So it looked like he was trying to bribe him. Oh no. Soldier 100% thought you guys were B'Tselem or something. That is a thing, because, well, the settler soldier did say that when he was on the phone talking Hebrew, that he was suspicious that we were left-wing activists who have come to undermine Israel. Yeah. I don't know about this guy. I think this guy said he couldn't explain in English why we couldn't go in. I think it's because there was fighting between people from Nablus and settlers the day before, and there was probably going to be a raid.
I just put it in the map.
The first time this has ever happened to me.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was sent a video as well. Like, yeah, so there was actually fighting in Nablus on this day. So like, I feel like that was the reason. Yeah. Are these interactions scary? It gives me anxiety. Honestly, because of how much I've read about the IDF being the most immoral army, the SS of our time, the Nazi fucking whatever, I was like, maybe we are about to learn the hard way that this guy has seen us crossing into Area A and just gonna fucking shoot us, right? Like, or at least to just be a total dick. But no, it was they put you at ease quite quickly, I suppose, the way they talked to you. Like this guy was young. He was like a young dude with like fucking glasses, and he looked like a fucking gamer or something. Yeah. Lion's Den activity? I don't know. I thought Lion's Den were mostly disempowered by now, but I don't know. It could have been anything. I don't know.
Moon's out.
Oh shit. The moon?
What's that?
That's the moon.
I didn't know they had it still here in Israel. I thought it was only for America.
At that time of morning, it's been lovely.
Technically, I think it's always out there. It's just usually the sun.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's usually what happens.
It doesn't like
Not
actually
right
go
now,
away.
clearly just clearly the sky. We're the ones who offered juice. They're later on. They're on the second attempt.
Right? Yeah.
Doing a really funny old stretch.
Guys, I'm really sorry.
Do you think they treat you differently if you were just Brits? No. Why? I think they treat us differently because we looked like morons. We looked fucking stupid. We looked like I wonder if it's I don't know if you're supposed to say her name, even though she has Twitter. Steven's friend. Maybe they because of her tattoos. Maybe they just thought we were left wingers. I don't know, because it turns out that Israelis, especially settlers or people who operate in the West Bank, they seem to dislike left wingers almost as much as they dislike Palestinians. Maybe even more so. Like, yeah.
Sorry, I can't let you pass through.
Why?
Okay?
We have a taxi driver here. This was set up before.
That's not possible. Okay. So then.
The fact that we were also loitering at that checkpoint is just like, with cameras and shit, yeah, it's weird.
You need to understand me and don't give me hard life.
Don't give me hard life.
So then. Understand me?
Yeah, I understand. It's not a. Hold on. Why can't we pass? I've been there before.
What?
Why can't we pass? I've been there before.
Yeah, where was the other two? This doesn't matter.
I was there too. Is
שומע,
that what he said?
תקשיב, יש פה את החבר'ה התיירים, לא מכל מיני ארצות, לא
No, it doesn't matter. It's the army thing.
Yeah, show them a list.
החטיבה, לא יודע מה, שיביאו
So
לפה
if we tell them that, you don't think they'd care? Because we literally came through immigration. I told them we were going to like different cities here.
לא, אני לא יכול להעיף אותם, אין לי את הסמכות. משהו שמשטרה עושה. קיצור, תעשה את זה, זה הרבה, תעדכן אותי, בסדר?
I don't know, it's weird. It never happened to me.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Yeah, it's like I feel like, yeah, I didn't know until afterwards because I saw Corey upload videos from Nablus recently, but it turns out that they were all old. He hasn't actually been to Area A, or at least Nablus, since October 7th. He hadn't been there. So I guess he didn't know, because he said this is the first time this ever happened to him. Yeah. He's saying, bring the police to remove them. I don't have the authority. Ooh. And yeah, Corey can understand all this as well because he speaks Hebrew, right?
So why can't we go through? I've been there before, many times.
I don't know enough English to explain you why you can't go there. It's not safe there. That's the.
Yeah, but we're tourists, and we're meeting somebody who's Palestinian, so.
I promise you, don't matter. Tourists, not tourists.
So what do we do?
Go back.
Bro.
That's the only.
We're going to be with somebody who's Palestinian who knows who in safe places.
It doesn't matter. I can't.
Forget
let
about
you to
it.
pass through Nablus. Just can't.
Okay.
I'm very sorry.
Okay.
It's fine.
Okay, whose was whose? I'm Canada.
Where are you living right now?
Well, who's Canada? You're Canada? Oh. In Tel Aviv. Yeah. This is you? Where in Canada?
Alberta.
Oh, okay. Ottawa. What? Sorry?
You drive with cars?
Yeah, over here.
Okay, understand.
I'm not going to drive in here. They're crazy. Okay, so we'll go back. Okay, can we get through the gate? Or we go around?
I don't have the keys.
Okay. Okay, come back.
He said the police force doesn't has to come because he doesn't have the authority to kick you out. Okay.
Spiders that I need to be aware of anything here? Oh. Oh. Okay, well, fuck me.
That's how we lost him.
What's
No,
this?
he didn't get lost. He just blew into me. He just flew into me.
Oh, this is him worried about sunburn. So this is after I think we've decided that, well, we can't go there anymore. So we try to find a new way in. And apparently the new way in is to park our car at fucking Yitzhar on top of a massive hill and then walk down because the Palestinian taxi driver doesn't want to go onto a road that leads you into Yitzhar because he thinks the fucking settlers will shoot him. Understandably, he's afraid of that. So this is our new plan. And to park the car behind the Yitzhar gate, because if you park a car just on a main road in Area C that's between Palestinian and settler towns, like your car might just get stolen. So
No, I mean that's how we lost you. Oh, yeah, sorry.
It was a flying spider. Fuck, I should have just flicked him when I had the chance. He's probably feasting on me now. Oh no, he's back here. Actually, you know what? He's chill.
you should say thanks. They prevented you to enter on a day the planned raid to. You should say thanks. They prevented you to enter on a day they planned a raid to stop a terrorist in hiding in Nablus. Listen, okay, that's great that they did that for us, but also the content. Okay, listen, I'm just saying it's great that we missed the raid. Thank God, or the IDF, whichever one. But Jesus, fuck. Also, Nablus is a big place, and we were getting taken to a quiet place of Nablus. Like, we weren't going into the fucking center or whatever, where there would have been activity like that. But yeah, you know, fuck.
Man, fuck me.
This is
Oh
such good
shit!
footage,
Hold
holy
on.
shit.
There you go. We found the one part of shade for you.
Barely. Okay. What are we looking at?
That's a Palestinian town down there. That's Yitzhar up there. So this is and that's a settlement up there as well. See that? So there's Yitzhar on the hill that we're on, just like to the left of us. Look at this fucking vantage point. And they can just, this is all Area C, so that means two things. One, that means these settlers, if they feel fucking feisty, they can just go down here and set fire to things whenever they want. Like they've got the high ground and all this shit. It also means that there's no law and order in these areas, in these Palestinian areas, because Area C means there's no PA. And because it's Area C, means that the Israeli authorities don't want to go fucking around there with policing or even civil service. So that's why you see a lot of smoke rising from these towns in Area C, because that's them burning trash. There's no one else who will burn their trash, or will get rid of their rubbish. Like so, yeah. Very extremist settlement, apparently.
This all down there is Palestinian?
Yeah. Oh my God, the coordinates, man. This J News person, Jew News, Jewish News with all the shit. Fuck. That's so useful. All right, let's see. Where's Google Earth? Wait. Gimme. That's the Israeli map. No. Where's Google Earth? Fuck. All right. Let's see where we are. Okay, so here's the diversion that we made. Okay. So we diverted from around here to here. This is where we went. That's the journey we went on. We went from this place to here, Yitzhar. Oh yeah, and this is the place where we parked the car. So what we had to do was, the taxi driver wanted to meet us on this road. He wouldn't even come up here or here to meet us, because he didn't want to be fucking with these guys. He knew these guys were bad news. So we're here. And we have to make this walk, which is like 25 minutes down here. Huh. Burin is the name of the... So yeah, see here, like you've got Yitzhar up a hill, then this place down here, and then another settlement up here. There's really not much between them. But yeah, apparently if you park your car around here or here or here, it might just get stolen, so... Yeah. Almost 100% sure.
Was that a yeah like you're guessing, or like yeah like it's so fucking obvious and I should have known?
I mean, it looks obvious, but I don't know.
Oh yeah, so here I have my Palestinian building identifier expert,
Corey.
Lonerbox.
Palestinian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all Palestinian.
Yeah, it's so
Wow,
obvious.
how about that?
It's so obvious.
You can tell because of the rooftops. If they have loads of those like reddish slanted rooftops, they're probably Jewish. Bring me here. There's a fucking mosque down. And also we found them. Hey, fuck's sake! Why did they film this? This should be behind a paywall.
So we're witnessing a t-shirt swap right now.
Steven wanted long sleeves so he didn't get sunburned.
Wait, this is part of the content, isn't it?
It'll be part of someone's content. Did you say you haven't OnlyFans yet, or what?
Nope. Maybe that's all.
Well, there's the bonus content.
Off collar, covering my neck. Okay.
All in the name of saving Steven's neck. Literally, actually. That's a true bonding. Mics, guys?
Okay, so this covers.
Shave. What, my body? Who the fuck do you think I am? Like a wrestler? What? No, he didn't have sunscreen. Yeah. So, hi.
My right ear?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, we're good.
No sunscreen is crazy. The only time I sunburned was I got a bit of sunburn here. No, I've never had peeling or anything though. So, yeah.
Good. Listen, we just need. They should sell sunscreen in Nablus, right? Right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, then we'll be good.
Hi. Oh. Testing this one? That's good. It's going to be the first video on this.
I do this every time.
I'm just trying not to get sunburned because I was told that we were going to buy.
You need more gym gains. Well, I already hadn't been to the gym for a week and a half because I was in Miami. And we were eating fuck all, so I'd already lost a bunch there, and I lost even more coming back, like since Israel. I can't be fucked with a gym, man. The gym's boring. The gym is boring as fuck. I would need to have a new routine that is only 3 days a week, and I can do in like less than 2 hours each session, and somehow get something out of it. Because otherwise, it's just not worth it. It's just a waste of fucking time. Fuck.
My sunscreen before we do anything today, and here I am now trekking in the fucking
Do strong lifts 5 by 5.
Looking like a fucking
yeah.
tomato, Larry the tomato, for the rest of my trip here. I'm gonna be very upset. Don't worry about us.
Just enjoy your beautiful.
Bro, I would stop us from going anywhere. Look at this. This is ridiculous. We're just walking around in the fucking West Bank. Like, Jesus.
West Bank walk, okay?
What?
Yep. Oh, love it.
What? Oh.
Shortcut?
Is my ear
Oh
exposed?
no.
I'm a little
No, you're good.
I fell. I fell in the shortcut. Oh no.
Jesus.
This shortcut is
like
really
cray,
steep.
cray.
It doesn't look steep though, but it's steep. And it's like all these like rocks that just fucking slide underneath your feet. Oh no, is it gonna catch me falling?
I think it's all just. Oh, sorry guys.
Oh please cover me.
It's
Cover
all
me. Cover me
just,
falling.
You know who you get. You never know.
I'm gonna fucking fall down.
Oh no. Fuck! I should have walked like this. This would have done it. This strategic fucking shuffle.
I did, yeah. Some part of it.
I should have done this strategic
courageous
shuffle.
sellers have to be able to get down here somehow. They're not gonna take their car. So.
This looks so fucking scuffed, man.
Yeah. Sometimes.
Okay. Okay.
You're not supposed to do these
We're
things.
going.
But
I should.
absolutely well.
There we go. Beautiful.
This is making look like what I do look really like Indiana Jones-ish. Like it's not what I normally do. This is like a weird fluke.
And she did it so gracefully.
Like, isn't it right?
Well, to be fair, it's the. Well, actually, you should assume that. You really hope that taxi driver will agree to
I bought these for fashion, not function.
Yeah, I was
okay?
gonna say.
I left my Super Boost or whatever the Adidas ones are. Okay. God, I never. No.
Yeah, clearly, so you can tell now someone is watching us from the top of the hill with their fucking binoculars, being like, "What the fuck is this?"
Will ever believe this? Okay. I was at have you ever been to Montreal?
No.
There's some big place you can walk up and look out of the whole.
He's
fucking
angled
city
the
or whatever.
cap.
And then
He's
there's, like,
angled the cap to stop the sun. I'm not surprised they stop you. Destiny looks like you guys just looks you guys bought some clothes on a guy that you were trying to human traffic. What? He looks like a human. Maybe from a distance, he looks like two kids piled up in one set of adult clothes. And they thought that we were trying to smuggle fucking kids. I have no idea. Huh.
some foresty walk area like outside of this massive church.
Smuggling baby settlers out
and
of
we were taking
Yitzhar.
a shortcut kind of like that. And I swear to God, it was like a 25-foot drop of like dirt that I ended up riding down. It was easily the coolest thing I've ever done in my entire life. Totally unintentionally. No, nothing. It was perfect. Like I landed and I waited for a moment because I thought it like I'm either dead or I broke something or my whole shit is fucked. And it was just like flawless. It was so cool.
You were with people?
Yeah, well, with Lena, my ex-wife. I don't know if she would attest to it now.
Yeah.
This is some bullshit. What is this? This. Why are we walking? My God.
It's good for the health. Just remind yourself that.
Good for the what?
Good for the health.
Yeah, as long as I don't get burned. Am I facing the sun right now? No. Okay. Listen, you burn. You don't care. Ugh.
Oh, there he is. How hot was it? This was uphill. It was fine. It was like, I mean, it felt like 25 with a good breeze. Maybe it was a bit more. It got much hotter in Tel Aviv.
This is some bullshit.
Oh wow, they got the
We got
iPhone
thrown
footage
out
overlap with the.
by IDF super soldiers.
Crazy.
Okay, who are not supposed to be in Area 8, but they came
True.
in and they plucked
They
us
did.
out.
Those fucks.
They said, you guys are not allowed here because you're fucking tourists. They didn't know who we were. They didn't know our YouTube channel. They didn't know anything.
Is it true people were being racist to Yobel? Yeah. So first of all, Corey said that the Palestinians will probably be racist to you, and yeah, that's like Arabs are quite racist. And on day one, when we go to Far Qasim after this, some of the kids were looking at him saying, "Hey, hello, China, China." He's from South Korea, right? But near the last day, or one of the last days, when we were at the Wailing Wall on Shavuot, a bunch of Jewish teenagers, or like 20-somethings, came up to him and started making like racist China noises or racist Asian noises at him. So actually, he got it from both ends. He got it from the Orthodox Jews, in between singing their little songs. Shavuot. I don't care about your stupid fucking language, okay? Shavuot. Shavuot. Why? But yeah, they started making what? Sorry, if I say China noises and that they're racist, what do you think a China noise is? Like a racist China noise? I don't need to tell you what that sounds like, okay? You know what they were doing, right? Who is Yobel? He's a camera guy.
Anything. Unbelievable. So now we're walking for 4 hours. How long would you say we've been
What I
walking?
meant to say is that you need gym gains, so you could have thrown Destiny into that Palestinian town like a JDAM to record content and the IDF couldn't stop you.
What, so if I throw him in by a JDAM and he takes out 3 children on the way, the IDF are just like, no, that's probably one of our guys. Okay. Yes. Thanks for the 10 euros, Distump. I really appreciate that. That's this meme again, isn't it? That's this meme. Made by Spider. Mission failed. Civilian hit. Oh, guys with guns. No, not those guys. Fuck me. Anyway.
Spend like 10 minutes. We're gonna say a 4-hour trek in the punishing Hebrew sun, Arabic sun. I don't know where the sun is. Oh, it's up there. Yeah. And man, what a journey. What a journey this has been so far.
This is what I put up with, and it's only day 1.
True. Well, day 2, technically.
You had phone service. No, well,
Oh,
we
did
didn't.
you?
We never published anything until after, like way after. You don't want to give people our location. So by the time we were tweeting videos of Nablus or talking about going into Nablus, we were already back in Israel, which is a good decoy because that means we were saved from people like from Bad Empanada telling Lion's Den to target us. You know, they're a good move.
Bearded man.
Bearded? Oh. Dude, it's real. Like, people really look like that, for real, outside of memes. It's like listening to British people speak to each other. Now I'm seeing the Jewish stuff happening.
Just imagining you're not going to be able to start cracking up because we're going to meet someone who looks
Who
just
actually
like that.
looks like that.
He's going to be talking about.
Oh, yeah, the guy that was walking by us? Yeah.
Oh, this guy. There's pictures of this guy everywhere. I don't know. He looks like an anti-Semitic cartoon that people. He looks like one of those cartoons that people put out and they say this is an artist's impression of the meeting of the protocols of the elders of Zion. Like, I don't know, but no, he's real. He's a. The only time you ever see a picture like this in outside of Israel or Palestine is you see pictures like this in anti-Semitic cartoons, right? Like that's the only time you'd ever see them. Shalom Shabbat, true. Facts.
What?
I don't know who he is. Oh, the Messiah, yeah.
People who want to return to settle in Gaza. That was from a week or 2 ago.
March for what?
Gaza. March for Gaza. We are going home, meaning we're going to settle Gaza again.
Oh.
It's a settler thing.
That's so cringe.
Most of the country does not support.
There's not even like any historic shit there, right?
There is. Gaza
Really?
had some, sort of. It's like religiously not really. But there's even a debate whether Gaza's part of Israel.
I bet it's all the people that were Asma that got kicked out in 2005 or whatever.
Exactly. It's those kind
It's
of
those people,
who
yeah.
are like, no, this is all our land, and we have to show the Arabs who's fine.
Oh, you see him in Brooklyn
Then
as
after
well.
you kick them out
Okay.
into the Sinai, then we can have the resettle the Sinai people. I'm sure some of their descendants must still be around,
has
right?
a good theory that he said that we never should have made peace with Egypt.
Yeah.
We should have made peace with the Palestinians.
Why do you walk like that? Because I have like scoliosis and anterior pelvic tilt, but it's both quite slight, but they combine to make me in like a massive. I don't know. They just make me look fruity. I don't know.
We should have kept the Sinai.
Ooh.
And he's a huge pro-Palestinian lefty. He's like, at least we'd have more land and a buffer.
True.
But yeah, it does make me just. It either makes me look like queer coded, or just that I'm walking on a catwalk. So you know, it's like just makes me look like I've got much better posture than I actually do. Why not? Should I walk like this instead? Should I have done the opposite and just thrown everything forward and tucked everything in?
There'd be a lot of space for them to live in too, and it's a big old buffer.
Yeah.
God damn.
And then Gaza could just expand if they want, and give them what they want.
Holy fuck, imagine the reverse side. What if Israel would have made peace with the Palestinians, and then Israel could have been like the base of attacks against like Jordan and Egypt and Syria with the Fedayeen and shit. They could have totally turned the tables. They could have had the true one-state solution.
Moved all of Israel to the Sinai.
Oh, or that, I guess, true, okay.
Nice one. How was Lena? Did she help with the content somehow? Oh, I guess people do know who she is. Okay, that's fine. I didn't know if it was okay to say her name on pub, but she's like got on Twitter and shit like that. But yeah, no, she apparently didn't
spiders that I need to be aware
She
aware
apparently
of or
didn't
anything?
know anything about Israel Palestine before coming to this thing. She didn't really like have any strong opinions. She just like, but she just got asked and decided to come anyway. Apparently, a bunch of people unfollowed her on Twitter because she was there with Destiny, or because she was there in the middle of a genocide or whatever. Yeah. Oh, here it is. This is the guy. This fucker. He just zoomed down past us. Did she enjoy it, or was she bored? No, she seemed to enjoy it. She also she was helping a lot with the camera stuff because carrying stuff around and fixing things up and setting up and tear downs. She helped a lot with that as well. Yeah. Yeah, this guy, look at this fucking vehicle. Look at it. And what the fuck is inside it as well? Just like some bamboo canes for toe-to-toe combat. This guy was insane. This guy was so fucking obtuse. Oh god. Even like Corey hated this guy. But yeah, I guess he saw us and was like, you can't park in fucking Yitzhar, so yeah, shit.
At the bottom. Burin? No, not in Burin. They're coming from over here. From Ramallah. From Ramallah.
He's
Don't
heard
worry,
Ramallah,
it's okay.
now he's like, oh shit.
He's one of the crazy ones. We are meeting a friend.
From where?
From Ramallah. Yes, because
Why you meeting friend from Ramallah?
because YouTubers who are doing about the Holy Land, who want Israel, Palestinians, what do they want? Do they want peace? Do they not want peace?
No.
That's the idea for YouTube.
No.
Dama.
What? So, what?
It's not a good place.
Hi. Hi. Sorry, I'm with another soldier.
Oh god.
I'll call you back.
No.
Okay, bye. Bye. What?
Give me your passport.
This guy is such a fucking... Why even entertain this guy just walk past? I'm sorry, at this stage, we don't even know if the guy is a soldier or just a settler with a gun, okay? Apparently he was a soldier. Corey was insistent that he was a soldier. But no, I'm not just walking past the fucking crazy settler with a gun. No. Not when he's grumpy on Shabbat as well. Fuck that. No way. But apparently this was the guy who thought that we might be left-wingers who have come to undermine Israel. See, everyone now is saying he was a settler with a gun, but how do we know that he wasn't a soldier? Why did Corey think he was a soldier? Corey seemed sure that he was a soldier, but yeah. Well, people were asking what authority did he have on Destiny's stream, completely ignoring the assault rifle. Yeah. There was a badge somewhere, yes. There, inside there was a badge that had the Israeli flag on it that looked like the IDF thing, but yeah, I don't know. Like, he might not have been in his military uniform fully because it was Shabbat, right? I don't know.
So people outside can understand what Israelis do,
Look,
what
he's in
Israelis
fucking...
feel, and what
But yeah,
Palestinians
he is in sandals. So if he's a soldier, he's a very... he's an off-duty soldier who decided to just work on that day or some shit. I have no idea. I couldn't tell you.
feel.
Do you need the
passport? Passport.
You always wear uniform on duty. Okay.
I don't need this. Take this.
He's a security guard. Okay.
Come here.
Isn't it sacrilegious to be doing this on Shabbat? Oh, he's taking a picture of us. This fucking freak, man.
the last photo of us?
No.
State-funded security. Oh, that might be a soul. Oh, okay.
Do people like this work like with the IDF, or do you think
He's a soldier.
Settlement, or?
I'm assuming he lives here. But
Yeah.
he's a soldier.
Yeah, that's it. He said he's a soldier. Yeah.
Should be interviewing these guys.
Was Lena scared at any point? She didn't look scared. No. She seemed to have a pretty neutral expression for most of it. Like, yeah, she didn't seem that phased by anything.
I think I've just been getting 4K footage of your ass.
Yeah?
Oh, there, yeah.
Oh, what is that?
What's that?
No, I won't. I think it's a 360. I just bought. So, what's the problem?
It's not Shabbat yet. No, this was Saturday. This was Saturday. The do you want peace? No, kill. Oh, yeah.
Because
You clip that out of
in
context.
Israel, you don't go to Israel people and the Palestinian people and Israel people. You all going to Israel, all going to Palestine.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot go.
Why? As tourists. Come on.
Yeah.
Tourists can. But don't you want people outside to know what the Israelis think,
You
what the
come
Palestinians
to
think?
and שום בעיה.
Uh-huh.
You cannot
Yeah,
go.
but it's Shabbat, so
No.
I can't film.
No.
I can't film any Tsar now. Tomorrow, yes.
If I have an Israeli friend that wants to chat, is that okay or no?
No.
No? Okay.
No.
He wants you to speak to his Israeli friend. Ooh, bugs. So we want to, the idea is on YouTube to show what Palestinians say and what Israelis say. That's the idea. Oh yeah, don't lose this. It's important. Whose is this? Oh, it's yours. Yeah, don't lose it. So wait, what are we waiting for? I want my passport.
Shwaya.
What are we waiting for?
Soldier.
Would it help to show
More
like the
soldier.
YouTube channel or?
Do you want to see the YouTube channel?
Is that a no or a?
That's a no.
I heard you.
Dude, I can't.
Oh, God.
Where's your buddy Benny?
No. Fuck you. Oh, he can't because it's... Well, he was able to take a picture with his phone. Unless there's some fucking loophole he's breaking
What's the
there.
name of this area?
It's hard.
We should have the interview.
How am I shielding him from the sun?
Can he sit inside? He needs the sun.
I'm guessing the Shabbat loophole is that life or death obviously changes things, but for security, they just call all security life or death, right? Is that the Shabbat loophole? Is that basically it? But even though this isn't life or death, it might be because he's security, so he's yeah, it's like in a more macro sense, part of the broader security apparatus, which is just cheating. Fuck me.
Sun.
The sun, it's strong.
The Canada, you don't have sun?
No sun in Canada.
No?
No.
Not as much. We're okay.
I've got fucking dirt all over my trousers. Fuck's sake. This is the West Bank. This is Area C. Yeah.
You can do a backwards hat.
Backwards hat here?
Yeah. Protect your ear.
Aha! Sorry. I got it. It's all memes, dude. My bad.
Yeah.
People really say that.
Yeah.
Shabbat shalom. Do you only say that on Shabbat?
Yeah. Or just before.
Dan just says it all the time.
Really?
That's my Jewish friend. But he's like, he's American.
He doesn't know. It's okay.
Shabbat for him is just a day to basically ignore all his fucking phone calls. Yeah. We found the Shabbat elevator though. That was a mindfuck.
Yeah,
it goes up and down automatically so that you don't have to push the button.
עכשיו, אני לא יודע אם זה כאן ועכשיו, אבל...
He thinks you guys are like activists, anti-Israel activists. That's fine.
Based.
How do I say that in Hebrew?
What? Lion?
How do I say Lion of Zion in Hebrew?
We're getting so much trouble for.
I mean, I know what it means, but that's your nickname?
No, I'm just kidding. People call me that.
Really? Okay.
Well, because usually in the West, I don't know how much you've seen it in my country, but in the West, it's all like super pro-Palestinian people. So I'm like seen as like very, very, very radically pro-Zionist to a lot of the Western people.
To me, you're just holding everyone up to.
No, yeah, I know.
Like.
And to like very
Both sides.
Because I argued with Simcha Rochman, Knesset member. He was a very, very pro-Zionist guy, and we obviously disagreed a lot. Like, wouldn't even acknowledge it. There's like a blockade in Gaza. He's like, "What blockade? What?" Anytime you say West Bank, he goes, "You mean Judeans?"
Why didn't Corey want to talk to the settler in Hebrew? Because if you are Israeli or if you speak Hebrew, you're not supposed to go into Area A. Yeah, they would be like, fuck no, you're deaf. Like, that would be nail in the coffin. You can go to Area A if you're like a British citizen or American, Canadian, because that's why Corey uses his passport. But if you speak in Hebrew, he's fucked. Because if you go into Area A and you start speaking Hebrew or you let people know that you're fucking Jewish or whatever else, that's when you're at risk. That's when they're likely to like beat you up or fucking kill you or whatever the fuck, or rob you. Yeah. Is there settlers in Area A? I don't think so. If they are outposters and they shouldn't, and they're there like I don't know. Are there any outposters who try to go into Area A to set up? Because Area A, there's a huge sign that says, if you're Israeli, don't go in here. Because there's no Israeli, well, there's technically on paper, right? There are exceptions, obviously. But technically, there's no Israeli administration in Area A, like on the ground. That is not correct. Israeli Arabs and Palestinians go there all the time. Wow. So which significant group of Israelis have you missed out there, Marcus? Which significant group of Israelis that you think we're talking about who speak Hebrew, are we talking about who don't go into Area A, who shouldn't go into Area A? The fuck? Yeah, if you're a Palestinian Israeli, you probably go into Area A. It's fine, yeah. They're not going to clap you or whatever. There are no settlers in Area A. Yeah, I thought that. I thought there wouldn't be.
Mary? Okay.
Oh, wait, I have something I'll mention. Hold on. Oh, shit.
Not sure if I can go Israel again for a long time. I can't handle the nationalism. It depends. Because the anti-Bibi crowd in Tel Aviv, like the more lefty ones, they're big nationalists as well. Like they carry Israeli flags all over the place when they're opposing the government. But yeah, there is a lot of it there. You would get bugged by it.
I'm already fairly dark.
Yeah, make sure you don't lose those. You don't need those now. That is for when we go through a checkpoint.
Yeah, gotcha.
So make sure you don't lose those.
Oh fuck, I have no passport. I don't give my.
He has your passport.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
weird.
He's like holding us hostage. It's a little creepy.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little fucked up. It's okay. Yeah, seriously. Then it's like, fuck. Yeah.
This time at least I'll get them.
Here they come. Where the fuck? I forgot this. I forgot the massive flag. Honestly, at this point, this felt like civilization was arriving to us again.
Could you have better?
Because these guys were finally like a bit more normal.
He thinks he's worried. He goes, there's all sorts of people who are not allowed to be in Israel who are like anti-Israel activists. These might be them. He's like on the paranoid side. Okay, I know this. It's okay. I'm used to this. But fuck, my complaint here, you can get me on video for this, is everything here is security is above everything. Even if it makes no sense at all, even if it makes, he may tell us we have to walk up. Sure. He may be a total dick. Just because he interprets us as the fact that we meet with Palestinians means we're pro-Palestinian. Yeah, so I'm going to use your Mordechai, who else are you meeting with? Mordechai Kedar?
Bro, we're meeting with Benny Morris.
No, they're leftists. They're lefties. So they don't like them.
Olmert.
Olmert. Okay, Olmert. Let's try.
So it's funny, he's prepared to explain to all these new guys that we're not like anti-Israel activists. And then if I remember correctly, the response that they have to it is quite funny. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they know him. Hi, how are you? I'm good. I'm Corey. Nice to meet you.
Nice to
Hi.
meet you.
So these are a bunch of
Hello.
YouTubers.
Hi, hello.
A bunch of
All of
YouTube.
you from Canada?
No, I'm Canadian. Oh, she's
You are
Canadian.
Canadian and
United Kingdom,
UK, USA and
US.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, so YouTubers who came here because they don't really understand what's going on.
Okay.
And people outside are very anti-Israel. And they want to talk to Israelis and Palestinians to know what they think. That's the idea. So they have.
I'm not going to get into that because
Yeah,
it's not
that's what
relevant.
we're doing here.
It's not relevant for
No,
me.
of course.
See, he just fucking brushes it off. He doesn't give a fuck. He's just brushed it off completely. Oh god. So now we now we understand that this guy's a little bit less fucking insane than the settler guy. Okay. So there it goes. There goes all the prep. Look, we're meeting Mordecai Kedar and Olmer and all these but he's just like, no, don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Just making sure you understand the risk and making sure you understand where you are. Part of the population over here is very risky, active terrorists, which doesn't really like Western people coming and walking in the street and roads. Just to be aware of you need to be aware of where you're going and how to protect yourself.
Yeah.
So this is why I'm just.
That's why I parked up there because I don't trust anyone down here.
Let's go.
Okay, but it's not good enough for me because you parked
Security
your car
Steve.
over there in order to make sure that your car is not getting. I'm worried about you. I'm not
Sure.
worried
Good
about
point.
the car.
Good point.
Okay, the car. There is insurance company for cars.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Okay. So where do you want to get? Where are you heading?
We're meeting a person I know who's from Ramallah. So we're getting a taxi and we're going to meet her around here
Ramallah
somewhere.
is a long way from you.
No, I know. We're not going into Ramallah.
Okay,
we're
so-
going somewhere around here to meet her.
You know where is somewhere?
No,
somewhere
it's near
around
Nablus.
here?
That's all I was told.
מה אמרו לך?
Why? Is there something in
No, we
Nablus
just-
or
we
like
just
something
want-
we need to
sorry,
be
but
aware
just
of?
to be clear, we want to make sure that you guys do whatever you want to do, but come back safe.
I do actually wonder now why Corey wouldn't say that we were going to Nablus. Why he said somewhere near Nablus. That probably would make them suspicious, yeah. Yeah, well.
Okay?
Yeah,
Just to be that we're all on the same page. Who is going to pick you up, by the way?
A taxi driver.
It's pre-ordered or your...
My friend ordered it.
You'd think they'd be happier to see Destiny. True.
Friend ordered a taxi? Can I get one of the phone numbers? Maybe you better if one of you will have my phone number in case of an emergency.
Yeah, I can. I have a local number.
So you can all write it down because we are not
Hold
sure
on.
where we are heading and your safety is important.
Is there anything supposed to happen today that we need to know about?
No. But
Okay, because they asked me and I said I don't think so.
There is
Yeah,
always
okay.
something
Yeah, yeah.
over here.
Okay.
It's not the safest place on earth.
These guys are schmoozers. That's what these guys are.
Is there anything supposed to happen today that we need to know about?
No. But
Okay, because they asked me and I said I don't think so.
there
Yeah.
is
Now wait, hang on. This is
always
Okay.
it's also ironic that the guy doing the talking is like, this is day one of interacting with the IDF. And listen, I'm not being too quick to judge, right? Not being too quick to judge, but it's kind of uncanny, isn't it? It's kind of interesting that the first that one of the first dudes we talked to from the IDF happened to be the main character from Fauda, right? That's not a coincidence. Fucking special forces. Actually, wait, I didn't even. Oh, the second guy is. Wait. There's no fucking way. No, look, it's uncanny. How did we not know? They sent the fucking cast of Fauda to us because we're that important. They honestly saw us and they were like, oh, look, it's YouTubers. send in the special forces. And then they send the top guy to go and get him because he's actually not even working anymore. He's like trying to fucking make wine in his little fucking chateau. And they go to him and they're like, we need you for one more job. And he's like, I wanted to have a good life. I'm done with this. I don't think you understand who you're dealing with here. It's Destiny and Loanerbox. Destiny and Loanerbox are dead. No. I wish it were so. The fuck, oh god. It's okay. I'm over it.
Something
Yeah, yeah.
over here.
Okay.
It's not the safest place on earth. Pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, what's your number? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Oh yeah, they cut past him giving his
We
phone
were trying
number.
to be
Okay,
safe.
yeah.
That's why I was trying to park somewhere which is safe and go with someone who I trust.
How do you know this person?
She's a translator, so I've known her for years.
Translator? You know her for years?
Oh yeah, I've known her for years. Yeah, she's fine. Yeah.
Okay, just מה זה? איזה ניידת? כמה זמן?
בכל מקרה אפשר להגיד לו שניקח את האוטו לשם, ועד שעושה את האופרציה של להביא את האוטו.
Okay.
What?
The police wants to speak with you as well. Just make sure you
Oh.
understand.
Okay. Can we not be in the sun? Is there any way?
בסדר, אתה גם תביא את האוטו.
יש לנו איזה שתייה, תביא.
No, but can we leave the car? Can we leave the car here? That's okay.
It's not good place to...
But it's behind the gate.
Every time this guy fucking talks, it's just so.
It's safe, no?
It's so fucking obtuse.
לא, בסוף הביא לי גם רכב פלסטיני שיעלה אותו למעלה שכדי שהוא יוריד. אני מנסה לעשות את הדבר הזה.
What are you drinking?
Water. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All of this is just because we are a little bit worried and concerned about your safety, to be completely honest. That's fair.
Thank you.
Yeah, this guy's a settler. This guy is security. Well, yeah, most likely. Yeah, he's security from a very extremist settlement in Area C. Yeah.
Here. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Apparently, this is like the go-to fucking juice in Israel as well that everyone soys out over. It was all right. Yeah.
And there isn't any place not in the sun over here. I'm sorry if you can spot a place. I would be more than happy to drive you there.
That's okay. You want one?
I'll take one.
No snacks, no.
You're drinking?
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you.
One more, please. Thank you.
Of course. How many you want?
Good. Thank
There
you.
you go.
Does anyone know why the bald guy doesn't have a yarmulke? Why would he? He's a... What? Okay.
Do anyone?
No, I'm okay. Thank you.
You want me to leave the bottle of water with you?
No, I think we're probably okay.
After this, I'm okay. Thank you.
Well, so
So wait, why the police? You guys are higher, no?
no, I guess they will give you the same speech as I'm giving you.
Okay. All right.
We should do a viewing of Fauda in your Discord server. I've been watching it on Netflix. Well, it just so happens that me and another streamer actually have a bit of a thing planned quite soon that may or may not involve Progressive Victory, and may or may not involve Discord, and may or may not involve Fauda. That's all you guys get to know now. Nothing else. I'll tell you nothing else.
Because I've heard I've seen it on
שתיים, לפעמים יש להם, אתה יודע, כי
But then I'm also that like the ISF is under the IDF.
What?
I don't even know what's
Can you answer to Slater right
Matt Lucas.
exactly which
Can you call her?
I'm not sure exactly. I think either the entrance of Nablus or...
I tell you the interest. If something happens, we want to know where you are. Okay? If you go inside and something happens, that we know they're civilians, they are not connected to this village, and you can run away on the streets. We need to say to the soldiers to understand that you guys are here. We need to know.
No, it's in Nablus. That I know, but I think it's at the entrance of Nablus.
just ask them. The places will be much easier to speak to the police and us
Okay.
if we know where you are.
Okay.
Can you call up for 5 minutes to understand this information? Anyone want some water and juice? Okay. Very good, thank you.
I feel like you guys are wasting your time, but okay.
No.
I feel
we're
bad.
Investing our time.
Okay. Okay. There are better people to.
Bro, fucking Corey's getting absolutely mugged by these guys. They've got responses to everything. That guy was so quick. What did he say? See what he said?
Juice? Okay. Very good, thank you.
I feel like you guys are wasting your time, but okay.
No.
I feel
we're
bad.
Investing our time.
Okay. Okay.
Trust me.
There are better people to. But thank you. Hi. How are you? Okay. We're here with the soldiers. They're being actually very nice, and they're asking me where we're actually meeting because they want to know. And then the police are going to come ask us the same questions. But they're like, look, you can go, just understand it's dangerous. No, okay. No, just stay where you are for now, and I'll see what happens with the police, if they let us go. Yes, very much. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, thanks so much. Okay. Okay, bye. Yeah, it's in Nablus. She says it's a very safe area.
Okay, you're staying in
Rafidia. Not going anywhere else. No.
So you're going to spend a couple of hours over there and come
Yes,
back?
she said a very safe place, Rafidia. If that means something. Is that good? Is it okay?
No. Depends on who you ask.
Did you meet up with the person at a later point? No, she's just Corey's translator. No, we never met her. Because obviously, we got foiled after this. we had to go back up to the car and then just fuck off. Yeah.
If we go by there by mistake.
Well, yeah.
Actually, Corey got driven up to get the car. And we just stood around at this little slope on our own. So for a while, we were just on our own in the West Bank, like. And we were like, if Corey gets detained, or if that settler decides to fuck with him in any way, we would just have to like walk around and walk into the Palestinian village. Yeah, that was a thought, but it was fine.
Good, yes, for sure.
צומת ה-X בפנים, יורד למטה עובר את הכהן השכם החדשה ושמאלה למטה.
Yeah, the police said we couldn't go, and I guess this is where they decided that there was going to be like fighting in Nablus, because these guys asked the police, and the police were like, "No."
Not the safest place on earth, to be completely honest with you.
No?
Not even remotely close to that.
Oh. As tourists, though. I've been there before.
As tourists as well.
Don't like America,
Canada. Who doesn't like Canada?
It's not a place that I want with my kids. I don't want that my kids would be in a place like that.
Okay.
You completely understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you still want together.
Yes. It's their call.
Yeah.
The idea
I have
is.
my phone number in case of emergency. Please reach out.
Thank you.
Stay
Thank
safe.
you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you're okay with this?
Yeah.
Everyone's okay?
Yeah.
You want to get in the truck? Yeah?
Okay. Fuck the truck. No way.
מה המצב, אחי? שבת שלום, אתה שוטר שבדרך ואתה נשמע לי כאילו אתה יושב בלפלנד, אחי, שותה בירה בהוואי. איפה אתם? אין סיפור, הגיעו רכב עם תיירים, התגנו בסיגים.
He's trying to see what's happening with the police.
What militant groups are in Nablus anyway? Well, Lion's Den got a name for themselves in Nablus. That's kind of where they were based now. But I think they've been a lot more neutered since the last couple of years. So it might be leftovers of them. It might still just be them, or it might be like lone actors. I don't know.
When you come back with a taxi,
Yeah.
you go down there and then you go by foot.
Oh, shit, really?
Okay. Because you don't want to make a confusion. Because if they see Palestinian taxi go up here the gate.
The security will get mad?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually they can come with in the taxi. They usually look very innocent when they come and something happens.
Okay.
And you don't want to be in the middle.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
This sounds dumb, but is Hamas there? So Hamas are obviously popular in places like Nablus. The way I think it works is they have groups like Lion's Den. I'm pretty sure we're affiliated with Hamas. I don't know if Hamas themselves have like, there's not like Al-Qassam brigades people in West Bank, I don't think. But there are people who somehow get support or funding or direction from Hamas. Yeah, that would exist. Yeah. Or just there's like Hamas's, like the party, Hamas just has its own sort of like semi-independent groups in that area.
Thank you.
Is there a safe place down here to park the car?
Well, by the time we're done, the sun will be much
less harsh.
cooler.
Yeah,
less
less
harsh.
sunscreen, so I won't give a fuck.
No, we didn't bring water down this hill because we just thought we were going to go down the hill and then get taken by the other guy to fucking Nablus. That's what we thought was going to happen. That was the plan. So no, we didn't have water at this point, no.
Hey, you know what?
I can understand Corey's frustration, but it's probably fair.
Yeah.
And like, I can understand also if you get a bunch of like white-looking retards and an Asian guy.
It would be Al-Quds, no? No, the Al-Quds Brigades is Islamic Jihad. Al-Quds Brigades is just the Islamic Jihad military wing. Like Al-Aqsa Martyrs might be more of a thing, but it depends because the refugee camp that we went to around the East Jerusalem area, I can't remember which one it was. It was near Kalandia. But there were flags all over the place in that camp, but they were all Fatah. They were all for that group. So, but I think I asked the guy that like if you went to one of the refugee camps around Jenin or Nablus, it would be Hamas flags instead. So like even the refugee camps have their own kind of like collective affiliation. Yeah.
I can understand they're like, you're sure you know what you're talking about. That's fair, that's fair.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, does anyone want the juice? Okay, great. Take it. Thank you. See, these are the people I know how to schmooze with. That guy, I don't know how to schmooze with him.
Jenin is Lion's Den. I thought Jenin was the Jenin Brigades and Lion's Den was in Nablus. That's what I thought. Was I wrong?
I can't do it. I like it triggers me. Like I'm like, you fucking piece of kind of racist shit.
I mean, I can understand the fear, so I think it's fair.
No, the fear is exaggerated a little,
Well,
but
it's
it's
also
legitimate.
because we look retarded, right?
Yeah.
We're like a bunch of American fucking
Yeah.
yuppies that are like,
Yeah, we do look retarded.
Yeah,
so I understand. Like,
Especially the
Playing,
fucking
you
the
know,
baseball
adventures.
cap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And the least helpful thing here is the baseball cap. That's less helpful than the fucking tattoos and shit. Like,
Trevor's like leaning on something.
oh, they mostly moved into Jenin. Okay.
Especially because if anything does happen, like you
Yes.
can always escalate to stuff that looks bad for Israel, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. And they are, they're the security that has to go in and deal with us.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
like,
Deal
if they
with
go in and
us,
deal
oh
with that,
no.
and then it's like a whole fucking shit show.
Yeah.
The audio is picking from these guys.
From their perspective, anything in area A or B and even C is dangerous, 100% dangerous.
Did you get your passports? I think at this stage we still don't have our passports back. He still has them. Voss still has our passports. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I get it. So, they're coming.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't even know what happened. I can't remember what happened afterwards. I think what happened was that settler eventually said that the cops just said we can't go, or like, I think the settler said that we couldn't keep our car there. We couldn't keep the car in Yitzhar. And that was his little fucking loophole for saying that you basically have nowhere to park your car. That it won't get stolen. So that's why you have to go back. I think it was something like that. What is this? Oh, this is us back at Kfar Qasim area. Yeah, but so we went back into Kfar Qasim, and this is where we met Sev. Okay. And I think this is the Shabbat market. We're walking to the Shabbat market. All right. Well, there we go. That was no, wait, no? What do you mean no? He was invested in not letting you go. Oh yeah, he did not want to. What was the first time meeting Sev like? It was cool. Yeah. The settler guy said the Israeli police didn't care. So so the Israeli, that's what I thought. I thought the Israeli police just didn't get involved. Well, they didn't come. But I think what the guy said, he just said, you can't park your car in Yitzhar. You can't park it across the security gate. So then we had nowhere to park the car, like nowhere. And then the taxi driver got way too nervous about everything that was going on. So we were just like, yeah, we're all done. Why wear all black on a hot day? I think at this point I needed to do my laundry because I didn't have enough clothes. Also, I don't feel it. I don't feel like, maybe I'm crazy. I just don't feel like extra hot in darker clothes. I don't feel that. I remembered everything. I feel like I remembered so much. I remembered so much, but then I forgot to buy a bigger suitcase because I forgot that I was away for, I prepared for like 2 weeks, but I forgot that I was like, or I just assumed doing the laundry would help. But yeah, it was like, yeah, Miami and fucking Israel. Yeah. But no, I felt fine in this. Because it was open enough, it was loose enough, and I think that's more important than it being a light color. Anyway, I need to get my fucking Huel. How did you handle the jet lag? You just do. You just adrenaline, I guess. Yeah, I think I was just running on adrenaline for the entire fucking 2 weeks because I was not sleeping at all. I was sleeping so little. Anyway, be right back. I'm gonna get my meal. So that was part one. That was part one of day one. More footage. Yeah, there's a bit more footage from day one, and then we'll go on to day two with Mordecai Kedar. Yeah. All right. Be right back, though. I need my fucking grub. Shit. Okay. Wow. 1 minute 52. What's this one called? Dubai humidity Jake Shields bonding. Normal? Okay.
More humid, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, oh God, Dubai, that was crazy. That's the craziest. That's the craziest I've ever stepped outside of my entire life. Nothing's even close to that. I thought we were underneath like a plane, like an engine going off, and I was like,
coming at your face.
holy shit.
Yeah. That was probably one of the more humid days in Dubai.
Yeah.
But It's not too far from it.
It just lasted the day you guys were there and then the day before. There was an excessive heat warning.
Yeah?
So that's not normal. This early. Once August kicks in, then it is like every day.
It's the same here as well, isn't it, August? Did Destiny share his Vyvanse with you? I have my own Vyvanse. I'm on Vyvanse right now.
Yeah. I think they call it the Indian summer or something.
Yeah, fuck that. I just want to say, Brogan, I should have stopped. I'm so poisoned. My brain is so internet poisoned.
Why did he want to say
Jesus.
Frogan?
Am I crazy? Have you ever seen any of the Predator movies?
Yeah.
Is the Predator text inspired by Hebrew? I get big like Predator vibes. Not like Epstein, but like. Okay. Why is this fucking retard DMing me? Were you able to get a visa to go to the West?
Predator text. I thought Star Wars Imperial text was more like Hebrew. All right. Why are you dressed like a waiter? Oh my god, shut the fuck up. See, look, this is uncanny, right? This has never been seen in the same room before. Lol, no. Shut the fuck up. You have no idea. Like, it's... How much closer can you get? Star Wars text was Hebrew in the first movie. No way. Really? Look at it. It's just a bunch of fucking squares and triangles and right angles. And chins and changs and chongs. I'm sorry. Okay.
Think is he the Jake Shields guy?
Who the fuck is that?
He's like the MMA guy that calls me a cuck and it like screams at me on Twitter and.
But now he wants to go to the West Bank with you.
I don't understand. Some people send me really weird shit. Oh, I think he thinks he's one of the people that thought I was like really big on Trump's side after the convictions.
Oh.
Because he was like, oh, even this guy realized, yeah.
Now, well. Market with geese abuse. Goose abuse. This is the market that Jewish people come into who are secular because nothing's happening on Shabbat in their own communities. So they come here instead. And they think it's all really, even though lots of Jewish communities have their own markets, but they come here thinking it's all exotic and shit, even though it's kind of like the same as what they do in their own ones. That's what Corey said. Sorry. This is a Palestinian market, right? Yeah, in Israel. So, yeah, it's a Palestinian-Israeli market right next to the Green Line. Or an Arab-Israeli market, if you want to call it that, yeah. Did you barter? I don't actually know if they do haggling in these ones. can't remember who it was, but someone told me they don't actually do that much haggling here. It's not like fucking Morocco or whatever, where at least where you have to haggle down to like a third of what the first price they say is.
Over through here.
You can haggle, okay.
Nothing power buyers either. Okay, we're gonna look outside here.
Did they sell Iron Brew? No. Ross Kemp. True. I'm about to enter the oddest fucking market. The people in here are fucking mental.
Smola Viamina? ירוק כזה? טוב, he's not even listening. Never mind. Because that was the market.
The fruit part looked really cool.
Huh? Yeah. Don't worry. It's only if you get caught. So with Israelis, it's better to it's better to do something, and if you get caught, you're like, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. And Palestinians, it's better to ask. It's like because mostly as a foreigner, you're like, oh, I didn't know. I do it in English all the time. I'm like, really? Oh, I didn't know. Oh.
Oh shit, it's the animal section. I still don't understand what the fuck these kids were trying, because the guys, it looks like he's telling them to do stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Child versus goose. They were showing them off to a potential customer. Okay. Listen, animal rights people or hypocritic fucks who eat animals but think this is distasteful, look away. There you go. Both of you guys. Jesus. This is where Vegan Games gets his Hasbro. Is this where they call him China?
What's up?
Oh god. Oh, fucking Bambino or whatever.
Yeah, the ferret. You still have him,
Because they're like, what? Fuck.
Nah, they stopped listening. I'm mad. Well, when we get somewhere.
The kid's out, he's filming. Okay. After saying China, China, right? Before saying. Okay. I am very tall in the Middle East, yeah. I don't even know why. Why did I not know that the first time I was there? I guess because there was lots of immigrants in Dubai, but like from all over the place. But yeah, I'm very tall compared to these people. Yeah. I'm only 6'2", so I don't really stand out that much in Scotland. But here, it's like, fuck. Apparently, the Darth Vader suit has ancient Hebrew on it. Just Googling. Really? What did I tell you guys? I told you. Look, it looks like, how fucking Hebrew does this look? Are you kidding me? Look at it. Cope. Israelis in chat, cope. The imperial text is supposed to look kind of like Hebrew, okay? It does. I don't even know what it's supposed to. It just looks a bit like Hebrew. Get over it. Aye, gotcha. Boom.
Oh, you're getting close to the guy who said don't film.
I was actually surprised there's not much of an uproar when they released more documents about it, because they revealed more documents about it.
Yeah, I heard about that, but I want to know.
It wasn't
what
an
the...
accident.
Okay, yeah, I heard about that.
It was like intentionally a thing that happened.
So who wants ice cream?
I want ice cream. I also want a bottle of water. Stop being white. Stop being white.
What?
Stop being white.
Sorry, would I want ice cream if I was not white?
You wouldn't want anything else.
You would want someone to buy you free.
Oh my god. The fucking ice cream shambles. What? Wait, is there no iPhone footage superimposed over this? Cat. Oh. Small cat. Then he just grabs it and gives it over to say, buy my cat. Yeah. He's like... Okay. This is the
Okay,
Mike's
this is
double
crazy. You're
time.
not gonna believe this, guys. In Israel, they have
Wait.
these.
Surely there's a fucking mono maker here, right? Come on. Come on. Stereo. Oh. Ooh. Ooh.
Okay, this is crazy. You're not gonna believe this, guys.
Nice.
In Israel, they have these things. They're the hush puppies from Long John Silver's, and they've got their own special like Israeli mayonnaise. It was actually pretty good. I'd recommend it. I give it like a 7 out of 10 so far.
There's actually a little bit down the road here. There's like a little small cafe where they watch football, play.
Oh, this is like hummus with meat.
Yeah. They call it the Turkish cafe because that's where all the
God, this hummus was so good. Fuck. Everything here was so good. Oh, God. Okay, nice one. Huh. So that's all we got from day one. Nice. Oh, we also have the street interviews. Although apparently me and Sev's one was destroyed. Did you guys watch the interview that Steven had with the Arab dude? Yeah, I won't watch his interviews. Fuck that. Yeah, I know. Make sure the guy is censored. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Well, I guess the next phase is to look at the The next phase is to look at the fucking... Who is the Arab dude? He was a guy who was... We just found him in a fucking place in Israel. One of the Arab towns. Can't remember which one. He didn't show that on stream. What? He didn't show the guy on stream? The guy from day one? Because it wasn't censored. Oh. I thought it was censored. Hang on. Let me see if it's censored. I think it's censored here. Hang on. Wait. Day with Corey. Interviews. Updated. Oh, because it's an updated one that's censored. Yeah, the guy is censored as fuck. Like half the screen is completely censored. Look, this guy's very censored, right? There's no fucking any. Yeah. He is extremely censored. And then the footage gets corrupted, yeah. He didn't show it. All right. Let's watch this one. Fuck it. This is a Palestinian Israeli who we met in Tyre, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. You said you were part Russian.
Yeah, I speak a little bit since I was like 4 or 3 years.
Oh, they adapted his voice as well. Okay.
I was working in a supermarket. I was working with some Russian dudes and Ukrainian, and I speak a little bit like about good morning and you know.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 22 now.
Okay. Have you lived in this area your whole life?
Yep. More than 22 years.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm curious for the Arabs that live in this.
I'm interested to watch this one now because I never really got to hear much of this interview because I was interviewing the old people. So I'm kind of watching this for the first time properly because I didn't really know what these guys were talking about. That's Sev, yeah.
Terry, do you guys consider yourselves like Arab Israeli, Palestinian Israeli, Palestinian Arab Israeli? What is like the identity like?
In this situation, I would say that like you know, sometimes if you speak about politicals here, you're gonna have to face the blackout jeep.
The blackout jeep?
Yep.
Okay.
So, half of people here are saying that they are the Arab Palestinians. Half of them are saying we are Israeli, and half of them just in the middle. You know, they say we are the 48, the Arabs 48. You know.
Okay.
And you know, some people are standing other side, and other people are standing in Palestine. Some of them Israeli, and some of them they just say I don't care. I'm just leaving. I have my.
Oh, Yobel, hello. How's it going? Chat, Yobel the cameraman, Yobel Prize, the camera guy is in chat right now. Say thanks, Yobel, for doing all this filming for us. Tuned in now. Hope you enjoyed day one clips. We lost quite a bit due to corruption, but I did my best with what we got. Hey, nice one.
On ID, I'm just having good fun. They respect my religion, and that's it. I don't need any more.
For in terms of like the group of people that you would identify with, do you consider like all of the Arab, Palestinian, Israelis as kind of like a group of people? Or do like the Gazan Palestinians and the West Bank Palestinians, is it all the same group of people? Or like even further out, like Syrians, Egyptians, Jordan, is it also, like what is that?
No, they don't just identify like that. They are just, you can say in one group, you know. But some of them just have trouble with each other, you know, like the Israeli side and the Palestinian Gazan side. And you can say not all of them just going in one way, but in original, about speaking language and dealing shit with each other, just one group.
Okay. Is it pretty common or safe for like a Palestinian Israeli to go to like Nablus or like Ramallah or whatever to go and shop?
Yep. It's very safe, and they are kind people. Ramallah, you know, the West Bank, they are very kind people. They also welcome the guests.
They will also what?
They welcome the guests.
Oh, okay.
Hospitality.
They are happiness people. They doesn't talk about politicals or just saying that, oh, you are Israeli and Arab, you have the Israeli ID, don't come here again. That doesn't happen there. They don't look about the ideas or where are you from or you speak other language or anything. Just you are Arabic and you live here. Christian, Muslim, doesn't matter what is your religion. They just welcome you.
Okay. Do you feel like it's the same for if you were to see like if somebody in the West Bank were to see?
Oh, a prospective editor has a second thought clip for it. Ooh. Let's see. This is apparently the intro to a second thought video talking about liberals. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Let's go. Chat, get your ratings up, okay? Get your fucking 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, all to 10s. Go. Get your 1 out of 10s ready. One more white communist who has never read the actual letter from MLK, apparently. It's so gross as well, the way people try to weaponize to push something that MLK fought just as hard against as well. MLK was massively optics. I like the chat going. Look at this. This is actually the stupidest video I've ever seen in my entire life. One more white communist who has never read the actual letter from MLK, apparently. It's so gross as well, the way people try to weaponize to push something that MLK fought just as hard against as well. MLK was massively optics brained. He would teach self-purification to protesters, which basically included them asking themselves if they were able to accept blows without retaliating, whether they were able to endure the ordeal of jail.
By the time King penned his letter from Birmingham jail, he had become disenchanted with white northern liberals, who had earlier in his career been his greatest source.
They were not white, they were not northern, it wasn't even liberals.
Liberals are no better than conservatives. They're often even more bloodthirsty, as we've seen with their recent behavior.
Sorry, does anyone, someone give me a second thoughts tweet from October 7th? Okay. Okay. What do we think? What do we think, chat? Scale of 1 to 10. Decent font needs changing. Absolute Cinema 9 out of 11. Okay, 10, 8, 6.5, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9, 8. Okay. Nice. We're judging the edit, okay? Should use Windings. Should use Ancient Hebrew. Okay, cool. Decent. The whooshes are a bit loud. Okay, I'll take note. It's just a trial thing, so... This is actually the stupid... Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the tier 2 sub. None can top Olive. Well, perhaps.
An Arab person from Jordan or from like, yeah, I guess from Egypt or anything else? Or is it just like, is that like a totally different thing at that point? It's not even...
No, it's very easy and it's okay. They don't have trouble with each other. But
Okay.
the problem is that I don't know about how they can visit each other.
Okay, sure. Is there ever a weird feeling of, like, should you live in Israel as an Arab Palestinian, or would it be better to live in the West Bank? Like, is there ever any tension there, or?
Living in the West Bank is...
There's no lore on Olive, by the way, guys. Don't bother. Yeah, there's no lore. Don't worry about that.
It's kind of hard situation. about politicals there. Like they don't have as much democracy there. Like about speak something bad about the president or just say I don't like this government or anything, you just easily go to the jail.
When you say this government, do you mean the Israeli one or the Palestinian
No,
Authority?
Palestinian one, as if you're a Palestinian citizen in West Bank.
Okay,
But in Israel, in here, there is you can say a little bit of democracy.
sure. Okay. Do you feel like there's a big difference between how Palestinian Arabs are treated in Israel versus Jewish Israelis or Druze or?
I'm going to tell you something. Half of the Jewish people here, some of them they don't have any mind if they're dealing with the Arab guy or Muslim or they doesn't care. And there is other group you can say they wish to see the death, but they don't want to see an Arabic guy.
Okay. They wish to see like the Arab side get killed, but they won't say it.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay.
This is like not small group and not large.
Do you feel like there's a difference when you draw on, is it like Ashkenazi versus like Mizrahi Jews? Like, is there a big difference in thought there, or does it just depend on like the village? Or
As my knowledge between the Jews, there is a difference.
okay, there is a difference, or
As my knowledge, yes.
okay. If you see like a Jewish person who's like darker skin versus lighter skin, is it usually like a different type of political thought?
For us as an Arab here, even the Palestinian side and this side, we doesn't care about like what is your skin or if you're Indian or. We don't look about this. We just friendly with all people. We're very kind. We don't have racist situation like no, you are black, you are white. We don't have kind of stuff like this.
Sure. Do you feel like when you guys look at Jewish people that live in Israel, do they feel like, or do you have the feeling that they're people that are kind of like from outside the region, or do they feel like they're from the Middle East, I guess? Like, does it feel more like a European people or like a Middle Eastern people? What do you not think about it?
Middle Eastern people.
Middle Eastern, okay.
You mentioned earlier about the Palestinian Authority. Obviously, there's a lot of polling in like the West Bank, in Gaza, and Israel about feelings between the PA and Hamas. When it comes to like support for the Palestinian Authority and you say like Mahmoud Abbas, right? There are, I won't ask you like your opinions or whatever, but you feel like a lot of people are kind of like frustrated, or?
I'm going to tell you something about this since you spoke about Hamas and all that.
Sure.
On 7 October, both sides made mistake.
Both sides on like
Hamas and the Israel
Is it?
government.
Okay.
Like they تاريخ لقيت زي بعبرية كيلو كلها معصوف فضيحة. So they
wait, I don't understand that.
صديقي.
Can you translate real quick?
They're fucking pointing.
حماس وهيك
Shit.
كل إنه الجهتين عملوا فضيحة 7 أكتوبر. كلها معصوف فضيحة.
Saying that both sides on October 7th made a mess.
Okay.
Obviously, probably the idea of not operating properly like they should have, and also like Hamas obviously.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Why is Dustin so fidgety? Because he's a fucking autist. What are you talking about? He's extremely autistic. Somehow undiagnosed. Is that not a good answer?
Keep going. So as he said, both sides are making mistakes. Both sides kill civilians.
Do you think that what's the general feel of the PA, the Palestinian Authority? Like, what is their role? Should they be doing more? Should they be doing less? Do you think most, like...
The subtitles didn't export in this version. That's okay.
We'll say Israeli Palestinians, do they want them to do more or be more active, or do they just want them to go away?
Or what's the feeling?
The Palestinian government in the West Bank, I can't say that, like the president of Palestinian West Bank is like a childish. He just like to make his own business. He doesn't like to deal with Hamas. He
Anti-Abbas.
would like to deal with the Israeli, if, like as I said, I'm gonna say something like Palestinian guy from West Bank throw a rock on Israeli military jeep or armored vehicle or something like this, or he took a gun and shot that vehicle, Abbas government will took this little boy and give him to the Israeli government.
You can enable subtitles. No, there's no subtrack.
So that's why there is a little, like not little, there is a big problem with Hamas and Mahmoud Abbas.
Okay.
Fatih and Hamas. The government is named Fatih and Mahmoud Abbas. So they don't like each other.
Mhm.
There is multiple nations for the Palestinian. You have the National Communist for the UNPP.
It's like the Democratic Front, the DFLP and the PFLP?
Yeah. There is Hamas, Fatih, Saraya al-Quds, Al-Qassam Brigade.
Sarai al-Quds is the al-Quds Brigades, right? That's the PIJ wing. Sarai al-Quds. Right? Did I get that right? Or am I retarded? or both.
Also in Fatih there is the nest of
Bad Bunny mentioned. True.
also the nest of lions. There is multiple nations. No one
Nest
know
of
what they
Lions
want.
Den. I guess.
Some of them are speaking like we want peace. Some of them just want to make a fight. Some of them just want to say, Israeli army go away. We stay safe here. You don't come. We don't face any problems.
Okay. Do you think they're, I'm curious, so it's kind of older, but when people speak about, or does anybody ever speak favorably or say anything at all about like Arafat? Like were the feelings good or bad? Like is Abbas better than Arafat, or is he the same, or is he way worse?
ثواني ما فهمتش يا صديقي. You can say that again.
Do you, the feelings here seem pretty negative about Abbas. I'm curious, when older people speak about Arafat, Yasser Arafat, are they like positive recollections? Like, oh, he was cool, or is it like really negative, or is it like the same? Like, is Abbas better or worse?
أكيد وبسألك لما إحنا نحكي عن عباس مسؤول عن السلطة دائما بنشوف إنه الجميع بتطلع عليه من ناحية سيئة.
No one likes him.
No one likes which one? Arafat or Abbas? Okay, yeah, I got that.
بس لما يحكوا عن عرفات طبعا عرفات بتطلع عليه بشكل منيح. أكيد هو قصده ليه يعني بتطلع عليه بشكل منيح.
I also understand because he's younger. Arafat died in 2004, so maybe he might not have an opinion, but.
بجوز ما تعرفش تصير عن عرفات لأنه ما تعرف قبل أنت صغير من 20 سنة. ما عرفتش إنك أصغر مني.
بالحجم بس كبير.
يسألك إذا بتعرف شيء عن عرفات ليه بتحبه ليه بتحبوش.
So about Arafat and Mahmoud Abbas, the situation here also. Don't know why I'm keep saying this situation. So Mahmoud Abbas isn't like
How tall is Sev? He's not as tall as me.
Arafat. Arafat, he was like half of his years he was a fighter. Like before like more than before he died. He was a fighter. Abbas different. Abbas is always just going to other countries and training and asking for the United Nations for aid and all that stuff. So that's why no one prefer Mahmoud Abbas. They like the Arafat.
Do you think Abbas should hold elections for a new government?
No.
No, you don't think so?
That was quick.
Oh, yep. The Abbas should be removed.
Oh, okay. Do you think it would be better or worse for Palestinians if they had a new elections and Hamas won all of the seats, I guess, in the PLO and the PA, and there was no more Fatah, basically? Do you think it would be good?
Hang on. Why do I only have the download of day? I thought I had the download of day with fucking Kadar as well. Oh, I do. I've got the interview with him. Okay. But I don't have the prep. Oh, I do. I've got the prep talk as well from that day. Okay. We've got the Mordecai day. Okay, gotcha. All right.
Good or bad, or because that's probably what would happen, right?
Not good and not bad.
Not good and not bad.
They bring someone new to take the president of the Palestinian state. Should be a new one and clean one.
Okay. Do you have a generally? Do you think most Palestinian Israelis have a positive view of how do you say it, like Haniyeh? Or Deif, or Deif, D-E-I-F?
Deif? Deif.
Probably not.
Or no? Okay. Well, I don't know. Damn.
انت شو رايك عنهم؟ طبعا هم من حماس يعني بعقليتك عن حماس انت طبعا زي عقليتي.
Multiple of them just they don't focus on Haniyeh and Muhammad al-Deif. They also the Sinwar, no one focusing on him. They're just focusing on Abu Ubaidah.
On?
The spokesperson. Abu Ubaidah is the spokesperson who goes with covered faces and speaks on TV.
Okay.
So many people are founding this guy is their hero.
Okay. Why? It seems like it's really hard, or at least from my perspective. Do you agree that it's really hard for like Palestinians to have like a really effective leader that's like advocating for Palestinian beliefs, like trying to do things to help Palestinians and build a government and like negotiate stuff?
Yep.
Is that hard, and why do you think that is so difficult? I guess.
I'm going to have to tell you the reason. First of all, I said that before. You have Al-Qassam, Hamas, PLLF.
Yeah, Al-Quds.
You have Fatah. So they don't unite. You know, side just picking to fight Israel, another side wanna deal with Israel. So that's why it's very hard and difficult to build one state. This is the situation, and still there is the fights between even the camp in Jenin camp and in West Bank. The fight still, you know, they don't like each other.
Fights between Palestinians?
Yep, there is also fights between the Abbas government and fight between the Israeli military.
Okay. Trying to think anything else. Do you think there's any chance of like Palestinians and Israelis ever figuring out like some kind of peaceful arrangement, or what do you think that even looks like?
On media you will find something like this.
On what?
On media you will find it like this, but in heart you will not find.
Are you aware of like all of the international talk about like Palestine or Israel, like for Palestinians that are in America or Canada or Europe or whatever, that when they talk about like Palestine and Israel, or?
شو قال بالضبط؟ صديقي شوي أنا
Fuck me, I'm shit. All right, sorry. All right. Hi. So, when I asked this question to Israelis and Palestinians about what they think about international discourse on the conflict, to me, small sample size, it seemed that they all had the same opinion. The Israelis and Palestinians both thought that Western discourse on Israel-Palestine was dominated by college campus kids who love Palestine and hate Israel. That's it. The Israelis thought it. They thought that obviously the way they told the story is different. If I asked a Palestinian, he was like, "Yeah, of course, like everyone supports us. You have all these you have loads of Jewish Americans at the college campuses supporting us and all this shit." And if you ask an Israeli, they're like, "Yeah, they all fucking hate us. There's all this anti-Semitism and pro-Hamas people at the college campuses, and they keep on waving around their token Jews to shit on Israel." So it's so funny that they both had that to them, Western discourse in Israel-Palestine right now is like college campuses. Like that's the quintessential Western opinion on Israel-Palestine. Yeah. So obviously that has dominated both media spaces, like in Israel and West Bank. Yeah.
أنا بحكي لبلب إنجليزي بس لما ألقي غلط بجلد. What did you ask about?
Well, is he aware of like the Palestinian voices outside of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip? So Palestinians in Europe and Canada and America.
مثال فيك إذا أنت بتعرف كيف تشوف تفكير الفلسطينيين اللي عايشين بالغرب رجعوا اللي في أوروبا في أمريكا هذول البني آدمين تفكيرهم طبعا بيختلف عننا زي ما بتعرف شو رأيك فيهم؟ بتعرف عنهم شو رأيك فيهم؟
These kind of people are amazing, but they don't know 100% what's going on in here. They just only seeing something like from the social media and the people who are contacting from here. You know. This is my opinion on it.
Do you think for people that don't live here internationally, what do you think is like the thing they get wrong the most, so they don't understand about the Palestinian-Israeli experience or like a West Bank Palestinian experience? What's something that nobody outside the country seems to understand?
The thing that they understand is, as I tell you before, about the fight that's going on inside the West Bank and the fight also in Gaza. There is also fight here. The Arabs who are holding the Israeli IDs. There is fight between each other. Like yesterday, there is a guy was dead by stabbing with a knife. And many people are taking shots killing each other, gang bangs, you know, gang fights, mafias.
And you think, is this
Gangbangs.
Jewish Israelis versus Arab Israelis, or is it Arab Israelis and Arab
And
Israelis?
there is Russians.
Oh, okay.
The criminal families nowadays employ like Jewish people, Russian people.
And
It's mostly Arabs and it's other Arabs, but there has been an employment of more like Jewish people, Russian people into these fights now. This violence is like affecting everybody.
Okay.
Like right now, even in Arabs here, the Israeli passport holding, as multiple people were killed, like some of them, as you can see, let me give you something example, like move your car. If you don't move your car, they start screaming at each other. After that, they make a fight with each other hand. After like hours or one day, they will start shooting at each other.
Okay.
Just because of stupid things.
Yeah.
This is the problem here. Even some people are just before like 3 days or weeks, something like this, someone just got killed by a supercharge on his vehicle.
Yes. Yobel spends 2 weeks. 2 weeks with us, and he's a fucking both sides. Yes.
do you think things have generally gotten better or worse in the past 10 years? Obviously, since October 7th, I'm sure things have been really bad. But prior to that, you think if things have been about the same, better, worse?
I'm gonna tell you something also. I was after I end up working in the supermarket, I started working on how to say that, you know, workbench and all that stuff. We got just we had a big van and we sent closets. We built that closet inside of inside of people's house, like Jewish, Russians, Americans. So after when 7 October war was started, when Hamas made the invasion, 90% of the Jewish people and the Americans and
Hopefully the interviews were not corrupted. No, I think pretty much everything else wasn't corrupted. Yeah, I think we're good. As far as I know.
all that stuff, they called they called that store that we work in, and they said we want to cancel our order since we don't want to let an Arab guy to enter in my house to build a closet. Half of them racist, half of them just scared. They have the right to say that. And as my opinion, not also before 7 October, for like 2019 years, everything was right. After that, everything started to just go wrong. Gang bangs, mafias, fights in Jenin camp, Gaza airstrikes, everywhere. Like Israel now is making more than one fight. Fighting in West Bank, fighting in Gaza, fighting in Syria, making precision airstrikes. You know, it's kind of hard now. And after 7 October, many people of the Arabs who holding the Israeli and Arab citizens, half of them they lost their jobs since the 7 October. As you know, half of them are just working of deliveries. They also the people just call the store, the managers. We don't want to let an Arab guy just give us an order or anything. This guy have a brain cells damaged.
Yeah.
So yeah, this has happened.
Okay. Yeah, damn. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else you want to, that you want to say or anything, or?
As my opinion, if this won't work, no peace, nothing. Nuke the Middle East is gonna be.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah.
Sorry to say that, but that's my opinion. Seriously.
He said if no peace or anything happens, just nuke the Middle East.
لا والله يعني بدل اللهم عجل يا اهدي الناس عجل يا اجوج وماجوج الشفات.
I didn't hear that. I was talking to other people when this happened. What the fuck? What a guy.
It's like, hey, if there's no peace and you're not gonna solve it, just nuke it.
A kid 16 years old drug dealer. What you need a peace? Which kind of peace that? Which kind of future working?
Sure.
A kid hiding a 9mm pistol inside his closet in the school.
Do you feel like younger people have a much different opinion than older people about the situation?
Yep.
What is the big difference there? What do older people feel?
90, like the younger that right now they are 15 years old.
Mhm.
You can say there have 50%, no, 70% they like Palestine, and 30% they are standing with the Israeli situation. And this is the issue about that new generator of child.
And what's the difference between that and the older people?
But why are you guys so quick? Why is this a clip? Loaderbox recognizes everyone at the Progressive Victory. What? Layout. Look at this layout. Look at this. This is so cool. It looks like it's got the most incredible dreamscape filter on it. So what he's talking to, oh yeah, this lady. She's a TikToker, right? The Progressive Brat. That person is called Naomi. She's like a trans debater. Vaush and Destiny. Oh, interesting. Reunion. Oh, that's why they... Naomi. Who's this guy? Oh, it's him. It's the guy. The guy from Jubilee. Okay.
Same. All of them same.
Look at this layout.
Oh, so the older and the younger people have about the same
Look at
opinions
this.
on things?
This is so cool. It looks like it's
Okay.
got the most incredible...
You can also find a little kid who was speaking like a gentleman. This is how it works here.
Yeah.
Is it true that younger Jews have a different view on IP than older ones? Younger Jews and Palestinians both have different opinions. The younger Israelis are more right-wing, obviously. But same with the young Palestinians are a lot more hardline as well. The older Palestinians, they grew up with the peace process. They have the kind of like, they still have the Oslo and the like positions on borders, refugees, and Jerusalem, like all fairly like fresh in their heads. Whereas the young ones are just all like, fuck it, let's just like free Palestine, go to war, whatever. Like, yeah, at least that's what I was told. Yeah. Because the young ones, especially the young ones in Palestine who didn't grow up with the two-state solution, they just think that's bullshit. They just think it's like, they just think it's a thing that they don't remember themselves. And that was just like nonsense. That was just like Israel fucking around and never wanting to give them a state anyway.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I've been asked. Well, thank you so much.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
I didn't realize it was obvious. I mean, obviously it's not if you don't know, because yeah. No, but yeah. Basically, the whole thing is that Israel's a pretty unique country where normally, and especially liberal democracies and things like that, you expect the youth to be the more progressive ones, and the older ones are more right wing. But in Israel, the older people are the ones who are still more likely to be like peace processors, whereas the right wingers are the ones who, you know, the young ones, sorry, they're the ones who grew up with when it was basically just Hamas, right? Like just Hamas rockets or like Hezbollah. So they're all very like much more hardline. And yeah. Doesn't peace process also say Israel never wanted to give them a state? Yeah, I'm sure he does. I know that's the like Khalidi gives that line, but I don't. I just don't think it's necessarily true. Like I know Yitzhak Rabin has that quote, and Ehud Barak more or less followed that principle. But I think by the time you've got the Clinton parameters, definitely with Olmert's approach, like what they would have given them would have been a sovereign state. Yeah. Like I don't really like. Again, it's like the quote sniping arguments that I don't like, because Yitzhak Rabin, one of the last speeches that he gave to the Knesset, or one of the last addresses he gave, was him talking about that whatever we offer at the end of the peace process will be less than a sovereign state. But again, he said that before any negotiation on a final settlement had even started, right? So would he have said that by the time he reached 2000, 2001? Who knows? Like, yeah, I don't get that. It's kind of like saying, because pro-Israel people do this the other way around, right? Because at the beginning of the peace process in 2000, Arafat said that he wanted 67 borders, Jerusalem as the capital, and a right of return for refugees. But obviously the negotiating positions went away from that. They went, like, right of return became a recognition with like pragmatic and flexible implementation. Jerusalem became parts of Jerusalem with the dispute over sovereignty on the Temple Mount, and then 6-7 borders became less than the 6-7 borders, but land swaps. So I don't know why. Like, if you're going to say the same thing about Rabin, then you can also say pro-Israel people will just take quotes from Arafat pre-2000 and say, well, all the Palestinians ever wanted was full right of return and 6-7 borders and Jerusalem as the capital. Like, they wanted everything. So, yeah, people can give very bold, hardline positions before a negotiation, and then the negotiation is the process which is supposed to pull people into a more of a central ground. And I think that's what people ignore when they just use the Rabin quote to say they never wanted to give them a sovereign state. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. Do you want, this might be a more complicated question, I'm just curious.
No.
Is there ever a feeling inside of Israel that like the rest of the Arabs have like abandoned Palestinians? Or is there a feeling that somebody from the outside needs to step in and do something? Or is there a feeling from the Palestinians that's like, well, we need to do something because... yeah.
كلك في عندك شعور انت كعرب اللي عايش هنا انه في العرب اللي في الدول الثانيه تخلوا عنا ومش يحلوا المشاكل هنا او يعني was the last part.
If Rabin said that and kept building settlements during the process, would you not argue that Arafat was more serious than Rabin on peace? Not necessarily. I think the less than a sovereign state thing is kind of like Barak thought he was going into that as well. But then obviously after Camp David, Barak realized that trying to treat it in that way was doomed to fail. So then that's why I thought they tried with the Clinton parameters and Taba to get something better than that. But when it comes to Rabin and the settlements, I'm pretty sure Rabin made a pretty clear distinction, or at least in his brain, between he acknowledged the difference between security and political settlements. So I don't think Rabin ever oversaw the building of new settlements. I don't think he did. Or any expansion that he did was to do with security. But even then, even if they were still building settlements, you can still say it's like they're willing to give a sovereign state, but they just want to because it's like a interim period, they're going to expand their settlements so that they can claim as much land as possible in the final settlement. But a West Bank that's only 92% of the 6-7 borders, if it's still contiguous, it would still be a sovereign state. And I don't think territory and settlements was the reason that the peace process collapsed. I think the big sticking points they had were primarily Jerusalem, the Temple Mount, and next door to that, the right of return. I don't think the massive dispute was to do with percentages of borders.
Like, is there a feeling that like the Palestinians here need to do something? The Palestinians like here need to do something, or like the UN has to do something, or other people, yeah.
Do you not feel like Rabin is too lionized by liberals though? Yeah, because people say that like things would have been different had he not been killed. In terms of the peace parameters, I don't think that's true. I think Ehud Barak more or less followed in Rabin's footsteps with that whole thing about it being less than a sovereign state, with his reasoning for doing it as well. Because again, Rabin wasn't emotionally attached to a Palestinian state as a first principle. He believed in it because he thought indefinite occupation was impossible, and he thought this was the best time to do it because the Palestinians were in a weaker negotiating position after the fall of the Soviet Union. That's why Rabin went forward with Oslo and the peace process. It's not because he had this emotional attachment to there being a Palestinian state for its own sake. So yeah, I do buy that. I think Barak was more or less doing what Rabin would have done as well. Maybe Rabin would have been a better negotiator because Barak did very much fail to even try to understand the Palestinian perspective when he was negotiating. He was very Western, logical, whatever, he very much applied his own principles to it rather than theirs. And I think, unlike people like Ben-Ami, people like Barak thought that they were giving sensible and generous terms of surrender to a people who had fought wars with them and lost. Whereas people like Ben-Ami are more quick to realize that to the Palestinians, which also has quite a bit of truth in it, is it's not just that. It's not just terms of a defeated opponent. It's also terms to people who you've wronged historically and who you've caused suffering to. But, So yeah, I think I agree with Benami when he says that like the death of Rabin wasn't really the thing that killed it. Yeah, like you would have probably got a similar result with him still alive, but who knows? Counterfactual.
شيء غيروا شيء او العرب يغيروا شيء احنا انا بطلب فيه من عندنا نغير شيء حسب رايك انت شو he says there is something we can change here بس المشكله قصة العبريانوت والطخ والخاوة والغابة هذا الشيء اللي مأخر الشغل هذا الشيء اللي The problem that's stopping us from changing something here is all the gang stuff, all the criminal family stuff. It's all like punishing us to the point where we need to survive on our own first before we start talking about political solutions for Palestinians.
Sure.
So that's the problem. That's what he said is the problem that's stopping us from going ahead from changing something from where we live.
Yeah.
And he also says like the Arabs on the outside pretty much gave up.
Which leader actually supports self-determination as an ethical rather than a practical principle? I don't think there are any big ones. Don't know.
50% on us.
Okay.
50% of them.
But I would argue you'd probably say the same about Palestinians as well. I don't know if any Palestinian negotiator who would ever recognize Israel would be doing it from an ethical position. They'd be doing it because it's like you can't undo Israel. So yeah, I don't know.
Gave up on us like to like solve the solution.
Sure. Did you want to chat with him or?
I don't think you even need that. I don't think that matters. I don't think you need someone to have an ethical like commitment to, because again, it's like Israelis and Palestinians are enemies. They're not like, and what is it they say? Like that's why you make peace with your enemies, not your friends. Anyway. Woo! Okay, so there are two wolves in me right now. One is to watch day 2 and the Kadar interview, which is 2 hours long because I'm not a very good judge of time. The other one is to do British election shit. Because the problem with the Kadar interview is 1, I'm very tired, and 2, my fucking frame rate, my upload rate is currently in the red. I know all you fucking retards want the Kadar thing where I fight with the guy on Great Replacement Theory or whatever. It's not even, it's fucking shit, okay? Because I understand that this was all like a learning curve for me. I feel a bit fucked off, and it's no one's fault but my own, that my my learning experience for interviews, like my kind of training period, was with incredibly high profile people in a kind of like once in a lifetime opportunity at the same time. Oh God, fuck me. Because I feel like I would have done so much different, even if I could do a second time around. Like, I feel like I was just learning how to do interviews for 2 weeks, but practicing on people who are like pretty high, like really high profile interviews that would have been really good for my channel or whatever. But oh God. And with Kadar, the problem is that when we're talking about European politics, I'm in 2 states where one is like, this guy is saying a load of shit that should actually just be fucking bulldozing against. Whereas on the other hand, I'm like, I'm in a guy's house who's hospitable. He's much more high profile than me. I've got like, you know, the idea of keeping up content, like contacts, or not wanting to ruin his relationship with Destiny or whatever, or not knowing like how much is acceptable in terms of pushback in an interview as opposed to a debate. So I was just like, oh, fuck. So you basically got the worst of both worlds where I'm trying to push back, but in a really nice way. And it just looked like he's winning a debate. Oh, God. Fuck. So me watching the Kadar interview is just going to be me doing all my fucking, what do you call it? My shower arguments against him. Destiny said the same thing. What about himself or me? It was like the second day there. It's understandable. No, well, for me, it was like this the whole trip. It's like, yeah, I needed more than. I should have probably practiced interviewing people before I went. Did your Zionist propaganda get deleted? No. Michaela Peterson, what the fuck? Oh. No, one interview with a Palestinian got deleted. So my Hamas propaganda got deleted. That's what happened. How about a satisfying number to show us Kadar? Would this interest you? Don't call it Hamas. It's a fucking joke. Did you say earlier that Kadar managed to I don't think he convinced Destiny. I think Destiny found him convincing. Like I think he said that. He said the guy was like living rent free in him, but but I don't even know on which point he found him convincing. So yeah, I don't know. I don't think he was sold on the Emirate solution. I think he was sold on the idea that like people like Arafat were very obviously against peace and everyone should have noticed it, or some shit like that, like the Hudaybiyah or whatever the fuck. Ugh. Did you have any disagreements over his view of Arab societies? No, I wasn't going to go into that category because that's a very difficult ground to tread. So I was okay with that part because I just kind of asked him questions and maybe just said like, just presented a few counter arguments to see how he would deal with them. Yeah. But no, I'm never going to pretend to have more of an understanding or knowledge about Arab society than the guy who can name everyone from every fucking town and village and speak Arabic and shit. I don't know. There was one sneaky thing that he did when he spoke to Destiny. When he spoke to Destiny and he was saying, oh, if you tell me this person's name, I'll tell you where they're from. But it's like, he didn't say where they were from at which period. Because you can be called Al-Kurd or be whatever, Al-Baghdadi or whatever, but you could have moved from those areas like 400 years ago, right? Like, and still carry that name, which is what happened to a lot of Palestinians. Because most Palestinians who lived in Israel, in historic Palestine in 47, they were descended from families who had been there for hundreds of years. They were not recent. Hello.
Hello. Okay, so I didn't realize this is the guy where all the fucking Israelis got their argument for al-Masri from.
Yeah.
It's randomly sprouted out for a bunch of Israelis saying it, and then I was wondering why a lot of Israelis just started mentioning it. What I wanted to say is it's actually not really a big indicator, and I've had this conversation with people, and Tel Aviv University even did like DNA studies on people or Israeli Palestinians who were like interested for why like they're called Masri or whatever, fucking Baghdadi, whatever, did like DNA tests and found out that there's like no relation to those regions. It's not an indicator. Because like a lot of these fucking family names, remember, we didn't run by family names for majority of our history. But a lot of family names were just plastered on people and then they just rolled with it. And one of the main examples I gave was like, there's a guy in or like a family in Tigray that is like known as Al-Araj, which means the limper. And the reason for that, the history behind that name is that the guy was like limping one day and they called him Al-Araj and then it stuck. So,
okay.
So the fucking Al-Masri, Al-Kurd and shit, it's not really an indicator of where they're from. Usually there's people who are like closer to that region. They might have migrated there. Like Gazans, yeah, there's probably a good chance there's a lot of Al-Masris there that did migrate from Egypt. But like you'll have Al-Masris who are in Tyre or Taipei or like Al-Fahim and they go do a DNA test and they don't have any fucking strand of DNA from Egypt.
Okay.
So yeah, that's where it comes from. And I didn't know it was from Qatar. It turns out it was. Anyway.
Funky.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say.
Okay.
Chat you.
Take care.
Oh yeah, what Raphael just said is true. There's plenty of Jewish names where Al-Kurd and
Well, to be clear, I don't think. Well, Kadar doesn't. When he was saying that, I don't think he was making the argument that that's how we know that they were like recent migrants or anything. But I know that people use those statements or those connections to make that case. But I don't know if
It's
Kadar
not
actually
recent
makes it
migrants.
himself.
It's not recent migrants.
No, but I know,
Like,
but
it's not
Kadar
about-
doesn't say that, right?
Yeah, no, but he's
he's saying where
claim
they're
is
from.
that-
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. Well, from the Destiny interview, it said he's like, it shows that these people were never really from here originally. That there
Hmm.
weren't Arabs where we are now. That was his argument. He said that on the interview itself. So like he's trying to use those last names as a point of origin where these people came from, which doesn't hold up because people in the Middle East didn't have last names before. And like,
Hmm.
why the fuck would they have last names now? And also, like I said, the fucking last names got plastered on people for like no reason.
Oh.
Uh,
Is there somewhere I can read that in English?
Fuck. Maybe I'd have to look for the sources for you.
Because that's a
But
good
like this is
counter-argument.
it's like oral history though, because like majority
Oh,
of people. No, there's probably sources on this for sure. I think there's people who, like Arabs who did studies in Tel Aviv University and shit about this. But I'm gonna have to see if there's in English.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Bye. What do you want? Do you have it? Do you have the facts? Oh my god. All right, I'll put you back. Hang on. Wait. There was 730,000 Arabs that arrived when the British held the land. There were only around 500,000 Arabs in the land before 1914. Jeremias, you fucking idiot. I'm sorry. What else could have possibly happened between World War I and 1947 that might have increased the Arab population? Did no one have any fucking babies after World War II, World War I? Not to mention, after World War I, there also came, with the British Mandate, and along that period, was massive medical advances that brought the fucking infant mortality rate into the fucking dirt. Jesus Christ. Again, I've seen varying accounts on how many people actually migrated in that period, but the most I have is like maybe 100,000. Actually, someone suggested that to me. Hang on, what was the guy? Even that Aiden guy, that right winger, he actually told me. What's his name? Fuck. Where is he? Where is he? You just ignore the Arab revolt. What does the Arab revolt have to do with how many Palestinians in 1947 were native or not? Or were recent migrants? Where the fuck? All right. Oh, is it here? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 100,000. Yeah. It's somewhere in the tens of thousands, maybe up to 100,000. Is that not it? Didn't Benny Morris say that this? Yeah, Morris did say. Yeah, Morris said the vast majority of people who were there, Arabs who were there in 47 were native. They could trace the lineage back to like thousands of years. Yeah, no, hundreds of years. Sorry. Yeah, you. Hello.
Yeah, so I sent something in stream suggestions, the source on like the migration claims
Oh, where? When? I don't see
in
it.
stream suggestions right now.
Oh, what? That's why. Okay, listen, David. That's why you don't have a blue name. Look, I'm not even going to show the meme on stream. I'm not just showing it. You don't get it. You're not getting it. Sorry. Get fucked. Hang on. Let me see. I know in the birth of the refugee problem, Morris references thousands or maybe tens of thousands. Yeah, tens of thousands. This is all Morris says about it. He says, it is well to recognize that there was a parallel process at work during the 19th century, namely the immigration of Palestine of tens of thousands of Maghrebi, Egyptian, Bosnian, Kurdish, and Caucasian peasants, or Bedouin tribes, either their own volition or by Ottoman design. And then they talk about so yeah. 20th century under British influence. But then a lot of the movement as well was people moving. So a lot of the movement here was also people moving around inside the region. Like lots of people moved from the rural areas into the cities because of that economic change. Anyway, fucking Morris. What's going on here? What the fuck? That's not what I'm looking for right now, but thank you. Huh. Arab migration to Palestine, British mandate. What's this? According to, oh yeah, British records as well. The Peel Commission. The Peel Commission spoke about this. I forgot that. Fuck. Where in the Peel Commission is it? Campaign against malaria, cessations of military conscription. Look at the Smotrich tape. That's not what we're talking about right now. Hang on. Ugh. Why is this thing taking so long to load? Oh, Sundowner. Okay. Hello? What?
Oh,
Yeah.
fucking fuck. Okay. So first of all, I was specifically referring to that fucking rebirth of the refugee bullshit by Morris, like, you know, in the very intro to the book where he started yapping about the parallel migration, like as if it was anything similar. So anyways, what he did say was actually correct. In the period post, I believe, 1828, when the Egyptians did rule the area for a while, they did move some of the families from Egypt and some of the military. Now, the scale is not determined precisely, but it's estimated to be in the tens of thousands, so roughly like 10%, 15% of the population.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it gets iffy because he then cites some random fuck with villages in bumfuck nowhere that nobody ever heard about to say, well, actually, many migrations was also from, you know, Kurdistan, Syria, and other stuff. So I decided to go through those villages. I think just one of them was actually connected to, like a family that traveled from Oran in Syria. But the rest of it is like just bullshit. Because, for example, he cites a village called Karadi. Now, in Karadi, because it sounds like Kurd, he assumed it was Kurdish in origin and said, yeah, those were probably Kurds. But like, no historical assessment actually ever concluded that it has any connection with Kurds, or actually made it plausible that it has any connection. I tried to go to through the history of the village, like, and tried to go through the name. Now, Karade is like a machine that's used in the wells to bring out the water. I don't know it's called in English, to be honest. Now, the origin of the village is, I believe, I forget the precise name of the tribe, but the tribe was like present in the Galilee for approximately 400 years prior, I believe, from which I could conclude. So, like, he made an assertion that it was actually Kurds that migrated in the 18th century when the village was established during the 16th century by a tribe that was present during the 12th century. So, it's really fucked up how he didn't write there. That's honestly the worst chapter he ever wrote.
This one on the, because I guess this is his like introduction to history, so it'll all be like more secondary sources and shit. Yeah. So, okay. How's your? So you, just so chat knows. Whoa, just so chat knows, you've got your mic funds now, right?
Yeah, I didn't collect it yet, but I can.
Okay, that's exciting.
Yeah.
Are you excited?
I'm just a bit busy this couple of days, but I will get to it.
Nice one. So he got this from someone called Grossman Arab Village. Grossman, who wrote a book called Arab Village.
I need to take a look at it, but I don't know. There are many books that have been written on this specific topic that are actually credible and like trustworthy. I don't know why he chose that one precisely.
Oh yeah, this is one I couldn't find. I couldn't find this one because it's like a Arab village and its offshoots in the Ottoman Empire. Do you have anything that talks about like that tries to give a number on how many Arabs migrated to Palestine during the Mandate period? Because I keep hearing tens of thousands or 100,000, but I don't actually know what a reliable source is that says it.
During the Mandate period, I believe the official census by the British administration was approximately 6,500.
Yeah, but I don't think people tend to go by the British census at the time anymore because it didn't account as well for like illegal movements compared to newer ones, right?
Yeah, I believe the Jewish agency claimed a slightly higher figure. Like they claimed a higher figure. I forget which was it exactly, but I couldn't find any source that actually in the higher end that managed to count more than 40,000.
40,000.
Like that's the very highest end I could find. Maybe there's someone who came up with a larger number, but like there are other sources that don't take as sources. Like for example, the Noor or Juan Peters, who would claim that the majority of the population, but then give no sources or anything to back up their claims.
Yeah, John Peters is not reliable.
Yeah, like I believe it has been in tabloids and leaflets and college pamphlets. You know, it has been distributed worldwide. This stuff, but it doesn't really have any substance to it. Actually, you know, Finkelstein, I think he became famous because he debunked this claim.
He did, yeah. But I don't even know why that, because I've been looking through like demographics of Mandatory Palestine stuff for quite a while, like a couple of days now. It's funny that I haven't actually come across the Finkelstein text or whatever it is that actually does that. I don't know if maybe other people were already on top of that, but yeah, I don't know. But when it comes to the Peel Commission,
I believe Martin Gilbert made a study about it, but I don't really like Martin Gilbert when it comes to the IP conflict, but I would take a look at it.
Okay. Demographics, Mandatory Palestine. Let me see. I wonder if the Peel Commission is, because I think there's a page here of the Peel Commission that actually does. It does. Okay, where's this page? 125. Okay. So the Peel Commission does mention migration numbers and compares it to natives for the Arab population. What do they say? They say in Arab, as in Jewish Palestine, the most striking fact is the growth of population. It has risen since 1920 from about 600,000 to 950,000. And in this case, unlike Jewish, the rise has been due in only a slight degree to immigration. No accurate estimate can be made of the number of Arabs who have come to Palestine from neighboring Arab lands and settled there, but it may be reckoned that roughly 9/10 of the growth has been due to natural increase, and it has been a growth of over 50% in 17 years. Those are remarkable figures, especially in view of the general belief that the population population of Palestine under the Ottoman regime was more or less stationary. If further we consider the growth and the prosperity of Palestine as a whole, it is difficult on the face of it to believe that the Arab population has had no share in it. The inference, however, is the subject of sharp controversy. The Jews in evidence before us sought to confirm it with a wealth of arguments and statistics. The Arabs denied it outright. They were better off, they told us, before the days of the British occupation. It was clearly our duty to probe the case on either side, and we have done what we could to form a judgment on it. But since until a year or so ago, the technical equipment of the Palestine government for exact sociological inquiry was deplorably inadequate, our judgment must be taken as only a rough, though we believe it to be fair, opinion. Yeah, so they're saying here 9/10 of the population growth until 37 was natural. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think the Wikipedia article actually does have some good sources on this specific topic. I generally don't really like it in the IP conflict, but I found it adequate on the demographics part.
All right, cool.
Yeah. Also, another village I just found on stream that was Kafar Masr or something similar. Masr in Arabic can mean Egypt, but actually the actual meaning of the word is like a village with a busy market, like a busy place. So to say Kafar Masr, it just means a village with a busy market. So so it could have connection to Egypt. Perhaps I have not dug into it precisely, but there are many villages named as such throughout the Levant, and they could have a connection. They could not. I have not dug into that specific village you named.
Apparently, it can also mean a garrison town because it's a singular of Amsar.
Yeah,
Huh.
Amsar, Masr.
Okay, funny. All right, interesting. Okay, well,
okay. See you later.
Take care, man. Bye bye. What is this? Hayden was doing some memes. God. British census. Yeah, but British census isn't going to be, that's not going to do it for me. Sorry. Because I think people like Joan Peters claimed that, I think they claimed that the British census, like their data wasn't good enough compared to fucking, like post hoc research that accounted for things like conflicting narratives or conflicting numbers and for illegal immigration. But I don't know. I think it turns out that they were mostly right, though. Anyway. What is important about the demographics of Mandatory Palestine? Really, none of it matters, but it's just some ultra-Zionist fuckers will try to use the argument that most of the Arabs who lived in Palestine at the time of the 48 war were actually recent migrants, which apparently makes them less deserving of the right to stay there, but it's just bullshit. Like, they were natives. Most of them were natives. And if they weren't, it wouldn't matter. They were still residents. Like, I don't think you lose your human rights just because you're a recent resident. It's just that thing about trying to invalidate the claim to the land because everyone thinks that the longer you've been there, the more you're entitled you are to the fucking sovereignty of the area. Some shit like that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just arguments between like idiots fighting with idiots. Huh. Guys, I don't think I can do the fucking Kadar video today. I'm tired. Oh God. Also, we have to take these things. I need to be mindful that I'm between, or potentially between editors right now. Like, I don't have a solid full-time editor at this current moment. So I need to manage my how many segments I'm making, because what I just did with the fucking day one was a segment. And that was a decent segment. So if I make a second one today, it's just like more segments that no one can, that's not going to get put out. Fuck. Get some sleep, loser. Well, if I go off stream, I'm probably going to read and then prepare more content for tomorrow, because rather than reading the fucking SNP manifesto on stream, I think I'd rather just read it off stream and then tell you guys what's in it. Let me into voice so I can talk about maps? No. Listen, once Sundowner gets his microphone, him and David can debate all fucking day, okay? I am pro-Palestine. Are you? Communism is good. That's crazy. Never expected that. That's fucking me up. That is taking me for surprise. Same problem tomorrow, no? No, but it's easier to arrange it. I am anti-Palestine. Well, as a Jordanian, definitely. Raid Econoboy if you're stopping. Hire all the editors and just have loads of segments with no stylistic consistency. Yeah. Go watch the Scotland game. Why the fuck would I watch the Scotland game? Who are they losing to today? Hungary. 59 minutes in. 0-0. Crazy. I'm probably the only Jew in your community that's pro-Palestine. Well done. Why do people say that Hassan was watching me? Hassan's not even live. Unless communism is good, is Hassan, and they're trying to bait me. Hi, Hassan. How's it going? If you need really bad editing, I'm available. I don't know why I'm getting so tired so quickly. No, I know Hassan's not watching my streams. He'd rather get sent screenshots of my thumbnails and make a judgment then. Fuck it, man. God damn it. You've been streaming 5 hours and it's late. Are you pro SNP? Yeah, I think so. We'll see. Maybe they've radically changed. Call Hassani's crying. True. Wait, actually, no. What I need to do is I need to make a plan for the Britpol stuff. Oh. Why is my sister calling me? Actually, I should probably take that. So yeah, okay, hang on. Also, that bar is, why do you guys have done this for the 3rd or 4th day now, where the bar just gets edged to like 90% and then you guys just stop. It's like, what the fuck? Why? What is this? All right. So, things I need to do for Britpol. I need to. So here's a little step to do. Why was land purchasing illegal? Because the administrators made it illegal. Hang on. All right, so I need to finish manifestos. SNP, Lib Dem, off stream. I think that makes sense. Okay, I can do that tonight. That's easy. Because they're short. Well, the SNP one's short, and the Lib Dem one, I don't care enough to read it properly. So, debate a pro-Palestine streamer. Communism is good. I've debated like 10 pro-Palestine streamers. I don't know. Like, is there a new argument like that I haven't heard yet? Damn. Mav, thanks for the 20 New Zealand. I really appreciate that. 100% banging. That's so kind of you. Shit. And Tim R with the $2. Gooner box. That's me. All right. So finish the SNP, the manifestos. Oh. I need to. Sulfur. Thanks for the 5 Canadian. Talk to No Justice should be in the schedule. Yeah, I know. Then I need to do. Debate No Justice. I'm probably going to talk to No Justice about the British election. Do you want me to talk to her about what else? Huh? Read is it IFS? Is that what they're called? The think tank that's studying the manifestos. Last time I filled the bar up, you called me a weirdo. Good. All right, let's see. Is it the IFS, the Institute for Fiscal Studies, that did responses to the manifestos? Yeah. Okay.
100%.
Wow. To the manifestos. How long are they? I don't think they're that long. No, they're not long at all. Just like here. Okay. Because I think they shit on the reform one quite hard. Yeah. Sev, thanks for the 15 shekels. Get full, buddy. I will. Thank you. And GEM, thanks for the $1.99 freedom dollars. You guys are so generous. Wow. I didn't even ask for anything. Holy shit. Matt Dembski, thanks for the $50. What the fuck? Out of nowhere. Stream delay is strong. Yeah, something's been going wrong either on my end or on YouTube's end with the upload rate recently. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's fucking with me. $50. Damn. All right, read the IFS responses to the manifestos. Then I really want to read more about the NHS and what it actually needs. Learn what the fuck is wrong with the NHS. Because I know mixed systems like the ones in Germany still have more state input than we currently have in the NHS per person. Same with France and a few other. So that's it. Yeah. It'd either be this or learn about sovereign wealth funds, national wealth funds. And then after I've done all 3 of those, then I can make segments on the manifestos. So I can do like a little sort of 15 to minute to half an hour video on each manifesto and each party and tell you my opinion on them as well as what they are saying. Because I think that would be handy to have on the channel, just to help my fucking retarded British supporters decide who they're going to vote for. Communism is good. Do you want to... I can talk to you if you want. If you want like a fucking debate, why not? Or a conversation. Econoboy likes talking sovereign wealth funds. Yeah, I know. Actually, that's quite a bit to do. Well, finishing manifestos will take a few hours. IFS responses might take a full stream. The NHS thing might take like 2 days. I don't know how much there is to learn about the healthcare system. Fuck. I don't even know where to start with that, with what's wrong with the NHS. God. Hey, Matt Dembski, thank you so much. God damn it. Hmm. Because I got all this for Labour, Labour's manifesto. Talk to No Justice tomorrow. That's way too soon. I haven't even looked through. I don't even need. This is useless. Okay. And I've even looked at just regular newspaper stories about each party, like what they've been up to. Like internal politics, things like with the sacking of Rebecca Long Bailey and all that. Like, do I care about those things? Maybe a bit, but maybe it's better just to talk about policy. We did the Green Manifesto. We did that with you guys. Reform Manifesto. We did all that somehow. I should probably make a bigger heading for this. Manifesto. Then I can put the IFS response after that. Esme Abella, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Oh, but what can I do now? Now is the big question. Fuck. Is it worth talking about Long Bailey? I mean, she's just an example of how Keir has been so desperate to remind people that he's not Corbyn. To the point that he might, well, I guess the risk was that he would alienate left-wing voters, but it doesn't seem to have been much of an issue for him. It seems to be that courting center voters has been more fruitful than trying to appease left-wing voters. So that's the whole thing. Gosh. It's worth talking about Faiza Shaheen. I'm sure it is. God. Okay. See, the NHS, I don't know much at all about it. This is all I've written about the NHS so far, just gathered from talking about all the other shit. The economy, I've taken a lot of notes on. Do you condemn Israel? No. Condemn some things that they do, but why am I responding to the trolliest person in my chat anyway? Keir kicked out a Holocaust survivor because he went to a Palestine event. Yeah, it's the kind of thing he does. Did you ever talk about the Ford report? A little bit, but I forget. I read bits of it on stream. Yeah, those party workers really didn't like Corbyn. They really didn't want Corbyn to win. Mr. Niagara, thanks for the $1. Really appreciate that. I don't think it's relevant to this election, though. Are you a Labourite? Not really. No. Keir has been pretty disappointing. Like, the manifesto has been really disappointing from Labour. Mostly because he barely wants to borrow and he barely wants to raise, well, he doesn't really want to raise taxes. And the problem with wanting to do neither of those things means you're not willing to create anything nice. Like, so everything is very watered down. Everything is very, like, not enough to keep up with or to make up for the economic shocks that we've been through for the last decade or so. So, yeah, right now I'm getting fucking courted by the DUP. That's where we're going. The Democratic Unionist Party. You know, I like democracy. I like unions. Why wouldn't I go DUP? Fuck it. Hopefully they'll run a DUP guy in Aberdeen, and if they don't, I'll become him. Fuck it. I'm actually going to go against everything I just said. I'm going to read the SNP manifesto because it's short as fuck, and it's the party that I'm probably going to end up voting for, just because it's my constituency and you have to tactically vote in this shithole country. So, yeah, okay. How's Galloway's race looking? I think so far it looks like he might win, but I have no idea. I was asking about the illegal land purchasing. Why were they? Oh, under the British, it was illegal because they didn't want. They wanted to control Jewish movement into the land because they didn't want to anger the Arabs too much. That's basically why. Yeah. Isn't Labour leading on the SNP in Scotland? They might be, but we don't do national polling to decide who you vote for in a constituency. We do constituency voting, which means you would vote for whoever is the best option who's likely to win in your area if you want to vote tactically. So is what you call the what do they call that? The polling by constituency, YouGov. I think they've done 2 now. MRP. They've done 2. So where's the second one? I can never remember what MRP stands for. Isn't that like a kind of statistical model or some shit? Multi-level I don't even know, whatever. But basically, in Aberdeen North and South, I live in one of these. You got the SNP are leading sort of like almost 15 points in one. And way over 15 points in the other. No, yeah, almost, just under 15 points in both of them. So SNP are still leading, and it's likely to turn. Or no, wait, this is hold. Wait, why the fuck? No, yeah, this is right. Yeah, this is right. Okay. Self-doxing, true. So yeah, the SNP are fairly safe in my area. The places where they're likely to lose to Labour are in Glasgow and Edinburgh, right? And apparently fucking Nahalan and ER. What the fuck? Yeah, Outer Hebrides? Is that what you call that? I don't know, fucking. God, all that is one constituency. All those fucking islands. God. But yeah, all here, like Bathgate, fucking Hamilton, Clyde, East Kilbride, Glasgow East, Glasgow Northeast, Glasgow North, Paisley, Renfrewshire. Yeah, like this is where Labour is likely to fucking smash everything. Same with Edinburgh, right? Why don't I know where Edinburgh is on this fucking map? It's here. Well, actually, it's funny because in the Edinburgh and the Central, it seems like SNP are still holding. Not by much, though. Like neck and neck. But in the surrounding areas, Midlothian, Musselburgh, Edinburgh South, that would be Leith. Edinburgh South, that would make sense because they'd be more Labour, yeah. Glen Rhodes, Dunfermline, yeah, so. Okay. And I think this is the border here. People who live in the borders tend to vote Tory. Is that a settlement? What, here? This is a Labour settlement. Yeah, sure. What? Look at this, man. England looks a fucking state, though. We got Plaid Cymru winning a bunch. It's weird seeing all these different colors for once. Like, so many, lots of Lib Dem. They're about to probably have their best result in decades as well. Reform. Which one is Nigel Farage running in? Is Nigel Farage running? Is Nigel? He announces in Clacton. See, is he going to win Clacton? Where the fuck is Clacton? Here. And he's polling 20 points ahead of the Conservatives. Okay. Who the fuck lives in Clacton? What kind of fucking horse shagging bumpkin would live in a place? Who lives in any of these places? Yarmouth. Okay, dude. Obviously, London getting smashed by Labour, apart from Finchley and Golders Green. Windsor. What the fuck is Romford? I don't even. So Brighton Pavilion is set to get a green win. Ah, oh yeah, because Brighton is, yeah. As is Bristol. Huh. All right. Oh. Is this like a Ashfield? Why do you need to tactically vote? Looks like SNP or Labour are both leading Conservatives in both Aberdeen seats. Well, it means if I want to, if I'm like a fan of the Greens. Actually, I don't know. I suppose I don't really need to tactically vote. I can just vote for who I prefer because well, I guess we'll see. We'll see if I prefer SNP to Labour. I probably will, but we'll see what their manifesto says. Okay. Especially if it's between the two of them. Like if either of them might win. Because Labour are set to do pretty damn well. And SNP are in pretty dire straits right now because of the fucking leadership issues. So maybe they'll start, maybe they'll perform, they'll underperform. Isle of Man. Listen. We're not debating homosexuality right now, okay? This is just the opening statement. Fuck it. 32 pages, and a lot of it's just pictures. All right. I believe people are crying out for principled leadership, which is prepared to argue for what it believes in. In this election and this manifesto, that is what the SNP is offering. Moderate left of centre policies to make life better for the people of Scotland. SNP MPs who always put the interests of the people of Scotland first and protect public services like our cherished NHS. And at the core of what we offer, the belief that decisions about Scotland should be made in Scotland through independence. The Westminster system is broken, and for far too many people, the UK economy has failed. So, at this election, the SNP is putting forward a positive, optimistic, and hopeful alternative to that broken system and that failed economy. Fuck. The Tories have enforced deep spending cuts. They've imposed Brexit and have worsened the cost of living crisis. They need to go. But we have to take care about what replaces them. The answer is not more spending cuts. It is not more Brexit. What? And it's definitely not more Westminster decision-making about Scotland. And yet, that is what the Labour Party is committed to. Cuts, Brexit, and continued Westminster control. I honestly don't believe that's something Scotland can bear. Voting SNP is the best means of ensuring Labour are stopped from carrying out their cuts. The Greens. I have having looked through the Greens manifesto, I want to see what economists have said about the costing of their proposals because they seem to be very optimistic about how much they'll be able to tax the rich and how much they'll be able to pay for with doing that. And I want to be interested to see like how their justifications are held up to scrutiny. Because it seems to be that a lot of what they're saying they're going to do is going to get funded by taxes from the top 2 or 1%. Even Corbyn had to go down to the top 5%. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Be interested to see what the IFS has to say about it. Mm. All right. So they're saying that Labour is committed. Oh, that's what Labour is committed to: cuts, Brexit, and continued Westminster control. I've heard people say this. Can someone in stream chat show me? I've heard people say that Labour are committed to cuts and austerity, but can they show me where? Where the Labour austerity is? Because I wasn't sure I was able to find it in the manifesto, but I was skimming a lot of it, so maybe I missed it. Yeah, I'd be interested to see where that is. And I didn't see it brought up, I don't think, in the question time debate, so yeah, I don't know. Cuts on austerity about nationalizing rail. Yeah, but where are the cuts on austerity? Where? I saw them in their. They spoke about identifying waste to like a small degree in here. Wait, where was it? Where's the fiscal plan? Because I screenshotted all of their costing. But there are kind of like small tax increases, adding VAT to private school fees and getting rid of non-dom. But where are they talking about cutting? Let me in and I'll quickly explain. No, I just want an article. That's all I want. I just want something to see where the argument is. Roads maintenance. Where they talk? Oh yeah, waste and inefficiencies. Having consultancy spend for public sector. This is because of all the consultants that were brought in for COVID. I think they mentioned that. Yeah, we'll see. No, an extra tax on private schools is not austerity. It's the opposite. It's like taxing to raise money. That's not austerity. Yeah. Voting SNP is the best means of ensuring Labour are stopped from carrying out their cuts. Okay. SNP MPs will do what they can to protect Scotland's NHS and act to stop further austerity being imposed by Westminster. But however hard we work, the Westminster conspiracy of silence between Labour and the Conservatives on the cuts to come and on the damage of Brexit demonstrates that decisions about Scotland's future should be taken in Scotland. In government at Holyrood, with limited powers and in line with our principles, we're helping with the cost of living through free prescriptions, all day off-peak peak rail fares, and free bus travel for young people. Oh yeah, because we got all this in Scotland. All day off-peak rail fares. Right. That we've grown the economy faster per head than the UK. We have the best performing core A&E units in the UK, and we've built more 40% more affordable homes per head than in England, and over 70% more than in Wales. With independence, all key decisions over our economy, taxes, and spending will transfer from Westminster to Scotland. I have no doubt that everyone who lives in our wonderful, diverse country, whether they were born here or have come from the rest of the UK or further afield, are the best people to make decisions about Scotland's future. So, on Thursday, 4th of July, to remove the Tories from office and put the interests of Scotland first, and for a future made in Scotland, vote SNP. All right, let's see. Why is Labour doing austerity? Okay. What the fuck is FE week? I've never, okay. Conspiracy of silence over unprotected public service cuts. Economists have warned. Oh, the IFS mentions it. Oh, this is because some of it isn't they haven't said where they're going to get the money from. Is that right? Additional spending commitments by bringing in money for something specific, such as Labour's plans to fund 6,500 school teachers from VAT on private schools, or scrapping things such as the Conservatives' plan to fund extra apprenticeships by shutting low-quality degrees. Economists have warned further education is among several public services likely to suffer cuts because of expensive commitments made on protected services such as the NHS and defence and green investment. The Resolution Foundation last week said 19 billion of cuts was needed from the unprotected budgets for any new government to meet national debt targets by the end of the next parliament. One of Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves' fiscal rules is for debt to fall over time. Responding to Labour manifesto, IFS Director Paul Johnson said, like the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats, Labour continues in a conspiracy of silence on the difficulties they would face. On current forecasts, and especially with an extra 17.5 billion borrowing over 5 years to fund Labour's Green Prosperity Plan, this leaves literally no room within the fiscal rule Labour signed up for any more spending than planned by the current government. And those plans do involve cuts both to investment and spending, and to spending on unprotected public services. Where will the money come from? This will offer little hopes for colleges and training providers looking for increases to per-student funding without, as Johnson puts it, surprise growth in the economy. B. Boileau, research economist at the IFS, singled out further education, prisons, and courts as unprotected services likely to be seriously squeezed, facing real-term cuts that look inconsistent with Labour's manifesto's stated ambitions in these areas. At the last budget, Learning and Work Institute Chief Executive Stephen Evans predicted the adult skills budget share of the unprotected spending cuts would be about 380 million, on top of the 1 billion already cut from the sector since 2010. Whoever becomes the next education secretary will have to make tough decisions on what they will spend their money on. Funding from falling school pupil numbers will most likely be earmarked to school-related spending, rather than be redirected to post-16 because it is a protected service. Below inflation funding, increases in further education funding have already contributed to a rising pay gap between school and college teachers of about £9,000, with an even larger gap between teachers in schools and independent training providers. David Hughes, chief executive at the Association of Colleges, said the pay gap was unacceptable. We want to see the next government seriously committed to investing in FE, its students, and its workforce. If Labour does form the next government, I look forward to working with them to eradicate this gap and reverse chronic underfunding suffered by the sector. Meanwhile, the apprenticeship levy is set to raise a record annual £4.6 billion by the end of the next parliament, but neither party has confirmed how much of that would be spent on training and how much would be redirected elsewhere. The Association of Employment and Learning Providers Election Manifesto, published this week, called for the next government to spend everything it raises, levy apprentice. So is the problem here that they've made a fiscal commitment and that in their budget, or in their manifesto, they haven't said exactly where funding for everything would come from? So people are assuming that it's going to be made up by slashing other areas or by only increasing them below inflation? I wonder, did the IFS call that austerity? Because what they could also do is borrow. And it's easier to borrow in office than to say you're going to borrow before you get in. Where does this part come from? Oh, this is an episode of IFS. Let's see. IFS. Does this mention austerity? Cut. Yeah, because they have a fiscal rule, which means all the borrowing they're going to do would come from, would be for the Green Prosperity Plan. And if they stick to the current government plans, they would be cutting. Yeah. But they've also ruled out cuts. How do they square the circle? Growth would make it up, or they would end up investing less into the Green Prosperity Plan. I don't know. Sorry, I don't know why anyone would say that this is like any kind of indication that Labor are going to. Because the way I hear from people are saying things like Labor are like they're promising to do more austerity. They're offering more austerity, which I feel like is maybe a bit bad faith, or just. Let's see. Either we get the cuts, or the fiscal targets will be fudged, or taxes will rise. Yeah. The manifesto gives little indication whether, if the growth outlook deteriorated, a Labour government would choose to cut spending even further, raise taxes by more, or allow debt to rise for longer. Because I would imagine, if you're Labour and you're in government, and you're in that situation where you don't get the economic growth that you're expecting, and you need to make up the gap, would you raise taxes, which everyone notices, after promising very adamantly that you wouldn't? Do you impose austerity and carry on the conservative plans, which again, that's like something you said you wouldn't do, or do you borrow money? Because I think as far as borrowing, allowing the debt to rise, that's probably the thing that people notice the least. That's what I thought. When I was reading the manifesto, I just thought they're going to borrow more than they said they would. Like that seems more clear to me. Because the Liberal Democrats have promised to borrow a fuck ton for their plans. I'll read this later, though. We got to stick to one thing at a time. Shit. But okay. So there are definitely gaps, though. There are holes in the story. For sure. All right. Apparently, there are 20 billion in cuts currently scheduled for the next parliament. Yeah. I mean, that could be something they would do as well. They might just do a very sneaky thing about keeping up the current government's plans or delaying their own ones to avoid borrowing more, which would mean continuing austerity, yeah. I don't think that's going to make it quite the same as what we saw in 2010, though. But we'll see. Did they promise not to raise taxes or just income? I think they said no taxes. I think they were quite clear about it being all taxes, yeah. Anyway, let's see what these guys are going to do instead. Okay, key pledges. Deliver independence. Okay. Are you pro-independence? Yeah, I think so. Oh my god, stop asking me questions. 20 billion would be what Osborne did. No, Osborne's cuts package was like 80 billion. What the fuck? Yeah. I was there, man. It was insane. They were cutting all over the fucking shop. Shall I find that? I think it was 80 billion. Yeah, in 2014, he wanted to make 25 billion in cuts to welfare alone. Like what the fuck? Yeah. In 2010, where the 2010? Oh, here. Yeah, 81 billion pound cut package. If implemented, those 20 billion of cuts will be easily equivalent to the austerity horrors inflicted by George Osborne and the coalition government in the early 2010s. James Medway, Corbyn advisor. Yep, Jamie A, tell you what that is. That is a Corbyn advisor, a far left person. Surprisingly, I've never heard of a far left person doing this, using hyperbole to score political points. Yeah, to push a political cause. That's what that is, because like in 2014, he was talking about cutting 25 billion just off the welfare budget. Bro. He was mental. He was a fucking Grim Reaper. What did he actually do? What, did he not cut that much? Ugh. Would you say Corbyn is far left? Yeah, he's pretty far left. I mean, if Osborne promised to cut a fuck ton and then did less, I mean, that's refreshing, but I think he cut like a fucking maniac. All right. Deliver independence to strengthen our economy, tackle the cost of living, and bring about a fairer country. End 14 years of austerity, reversing deep and damaging cuts to public services that have put real pressure on money available for NHS and schools. We will stand against the Westminster Consensus on cuts. Rejoin the EU, reverse the damage of Brexit, and re-enter the single market, restoring free movement for EU citizens. Tackle the cost of living crisis by providing urgent support for household finances and reducing the impact of rising interest rates and inflation. Okay, protect the NHS from privatization and austerity. Keep the NHS in public hands. Boost NHS England by 16 billion a year. Whoa. That's a bit under what Reform said. Okay. Reverse the 1.3 billion Westminster cut to our capital budget, enable us to invest in new hospitals, schools, rail, and road infrastructure, and help to achieve net zero. Okay. The Kadar guy sounds like a troll. Do you take him seriously? Not really. He's kind of insane. Demand an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, release of hostages, and ending arms sales to Israel. We call on the UK government to immediately recognize Palestine as an independent state. Okay, that's quite early on. That's like top of the fucking list. What the fuck? I guess there's key pledges and then underneath. Okay. Let me just gather some of these key pledges. Independence, why not? Reverse cuts, rejoin the EU. I'll be rejoin the single market. Yeah. Cost of living. We'll get to specifics later. For NHS England. Okay, immediate ceasefire in Gaza and release hostages and arms sales to. Do you support ending arms sales to Israel? Not really, no. I support making them adding conditions to the sales. Like, for example, prosecuting fucking settlers who engage in like quite clear fucking violence, or holding soldiers accountable when they do crazy shit in Gaza, like filling themselves, humiliating people and all that stuff. But I wouldn't end them completely. I think you actually lose bargaining power and influence by doing that. Okay. Was the WCK strike officer ever arrested? I don't think they were arrested, but I think some people, like 2 people lost their jobs. So they were completely let go, and other people were reprimanded. Anyway. Call on the UK to immediately recognize Palestine. Scrap the 2-child benefit cap. Scrap 2-child benefit cap. Yep. Oh god, there's a fucking rape clause. Jesus. Demand the devolution of new borrowing powers to invest a just transition. Legislate for an essentials guarantee, ensuring that everyone can afford basic necessities like food and utilities. Oh. That's interesting. Did you talk to any Haredim when you were in Israel? Yeah, I spoke to one. She was mental. Yeah. She was nice, though. She was fucking crazy. The UK ending arms sale. Okay, sorry. The next question, you type in all caps, Jamie A. I'm just going to ignore it. Sorry. Fucking star of the show here. God. No, I don't think. Well, to me, like isolating Israel isn't the first principle to me. You realize that if every country isolates Israel, they might actually do worse things. You know that quite a lot of the restraint that's been on Israel since October 7th has been because of requirements and pressures put on by people like Biden or other like European powers. So, no, I don't. Why the fuck would you want to isolate Israel? What the fuck does that do? Is that going to stop them from trying to fight Hamas in Gaza? Ugh. Okay. That is a liberal stance. Opinion discarded. Don't care. I don't know. I feel like I'm paranoid now. I feel like I feel like people who say they want to isolate Israel by freezing like arms sales or like which would mean boycotts and whatever else. To me, it sounds like I feel like they just want Israel to lose. They just want Hezbollah and Hamas to win and Israel to lose. But I don't know. I think that's the case with some of them, maybe not all of them. You want defensive weaponry sold and not offensive? I think the problem that people don't understand is that not all, it doesn't work as in like all you need to do is defend, right? Offensive weaponry in the long term is also part of a defensive strategy. For example, if Hamas were attacking Israel and all Israel did was defensive, all they did was they just iron domed every fucking missile and everything was fine, okay? The problem, and they didn't do anything offensive. They didn't target Gaza because they just didn't want any civilians to die. And they knew that if they wanted to take out like rocket launchers or infrastructure or whatever else, that would cause too many civilian deaths and they'd feel bad or whatever. If that was what happened, the problem is that now you've just told every other fucking faction in the area that you can attack Israel all you like and you won't really suffer that much for it. So what does Hezbollah do? They start firing. And then other like proxies that are kicking around in Syria and Iraq, and then Iran can do stuff. So like being offensive in the Middle East is part of your defensive strategy. Unfortunately, that's how it works. That's why part of Israel's entire survival strategy in the 20th century was if anyone fucked with them, Israel would hit back 1,000,000 times harder. So you've got like Yom Kippur, and it ends Yom Kippur, sorry, and it ends with Israel fucking rolling towards Cairo and Damascus, because the whole idea of that is that people in the Middle East were like, okay, Israel's probably here to stay. We should probably ditch this whole like three no's absolutist nonsense because it's not going to get us anywhere, right? And that's like you can't just have an eternal status quo where Hamas just fires rockets at Israel and then like Israel absorbs all of it with the Iron Dome and that just goes on into perpetuity. What that does is it also encourages other factions in the region who want to get rid of Israel to start mounting an offensive as well. Anyway, legislate for an essentials guarantee. Oh yeah, this is nice. By that logic, wouldn't the Houthis be discouraged from firing stuff right now? The Houthis aren't doing nearly as much as they can. So, like, I don't think the Houthis have mounted a full-scale offensive into Israel, or even attempted one, as far as I know. And I think their efforts in the sea have been curbed by the United States bombing the fuck out of them. Necessities like food and utilities. Interesting. That I'll be curious to see what this one looks like. It's kind of like a UBI sounding thing. Support the abolition of the undemocratic House of Lords. stand up for WASPy women by making sure the UK government delivers full, fast, and fair compensation to women who have been wronged by pension inequality. Devolve powers to create a bespoke migration system for Scotland that values those who decide to work, live, study, and invest here, and allows us to address our specific demographic and economic needs. Empower workers by scrapping exploitative zero-hour contracts, banning callous fire and rehire practices, and repealing the minimum service bill. Okay. Workers' rights. Scrap zero-hour contracts. This is the same as labor for this one. Ban fire and rehire. Our SNP pro proportional representation. We have a 50-50 system in the UK. I don't know if it's directly 50-50, but in the UK, in Scotland, you vote twice. In Scotland, you vote in a first past the post system, but then you also vote in a regional system, which is PR or more PR. It's a pretty interesting system. It basically makes it very, very difficult to get an absolute majority. It encourages coalitions. Okay, scrap Rwanda, no surprise there. Tackle the drugs death crisis, the famous Scottish crisis, taking a radical public health approach, decriminalize drugs for personal use, and introduce a framework to allow supervised drug consumption facilities. Ooh. Drugs. Protect pensions. Maintain the triple lock and move to deliver a well-being pension. We will oppose any further increases in state pension age. Are you reading each manifesto? Yeah. Scrap Trident. Invest the money into conventional defense. Okay, scrap Trident. Increase maternity pay by bringing the UK into line with other European countries and promoting shared parental leave. Defend free university tuition in Scotland. Defend free university tuition in Scotland. Why? In independent Scotland, decisions about Scotland will be made in Scotland for Scotland. Can't argue with that, can you? This is why Scottish independence. This is my answer, okay? Anyone who asks why I'm pro-independence, this is exactly why. Damn. Nothing more Scottish nationalist than saying the word Scotland 4 times in a fucking in a 5-line sentence. Holy shit. Absolutely mogged. All you unionist fucks got mogged right now by this massive page. All right. Independence. Oh god, I don't care about the end. Like, don't care. Let's go to their policies. So, austerity. Scotland has suffered 14 years of Tory-imposed austerity. Simply put, this means Westminster governments have chosen to repeatedly slash public spending when our NHS, schools, and other public services desperately need investment. These cuts have stripped Scotland's budget of billions, disproportionately hurting the poorest and most vulnerable in society. Cuts are a choice. And both the Tories and Labour have chosen to continue with further cuts to public spending if elected. Unless they change their spending plans, Institute for Fiscal Studies is clear that there will be a staggering 18 billion of cuts to public services. Okay. So this is not an accurate sentence. We're critiquing every manifesto, by the way. We've done it to all of them. So for the sake of balance, even though these guys are my preference, they're not clear that there will definitely be a staggering 18 billion cuts to public services. They said that if there's a gap that's unaddressed in the Labour budget or the Labour manifesto that could do well if there was, which could be fine if there was economic growth, like a surprise increase in economic growth. But if there's not, they might have to borrow, they might have to raise taxes, or they might have to cut. That's what the IFS said. They didn't say this, but okay. This. Oh. This is a slight nation. Brr. IFS, Labor Manifesto. Raising taxes were also possible. It literally says if they don't change spending plans, and anyway, it's accurate because without significant investment, there will be no growth. If you think that's a fair characterization, it's just like, why? Listen, Jamie, why do you think they chose cuts and not tax rises and not borrowing as other why do you think they only chose of the three options cuts? Why do you think they do that? It's so obvious why they do that. In stark contrast, the SNP government, because this is what they actually say, growth could surprise on the upside, and if it does, then the fiscal arithmetic would be easier. But if it doesn't, and it hasn't tended to in recent years, then either we will get those cuts, or the fiscal targets will be fudged, or taxes will rise. That's okay. That's it. Fiscal targets being fudged means borrowing more, by the way. So it's like I said. They might cut. They might also borrow more than they said they would, or they might raise taxes more than they said they would. That's it. Just like you should. If you're being honest, you want to put out all three because right now, like obviously, the left wing of opposition to Labour is just going to say they're just going to do more austerity. That's all they're going to do. More of the same, more austerity. Fuck you. Like yeah, and it's a little bit cheeky. Okay. In stark contrast, the SNP government has chosen to do all it can to mitigate these callous cuts, but with limited economic and financial levers, we are constrained in what we can do. Only independence can free Scotland from the brutal impact of Westminster cuts, invest properly in public services, and unlock economic growth. Until then, SNP MPs will stand firmly against the Westminster consensus on continued cuts and demand an increased investment in our vital public services. I don't know why you would engage with Kadar in the first place, because he's popular amongst the Israeli right. He has a following. He has arguments that they like. I thought it would be interesting to go through that and see what he had to say and push back where appropriate. Fuck. I'll engage with anyone. I'll engage with a fucking Hamas supporter. I can probably talk to Kadar, right? He's not popular amongst Israel as a whole. He's popular amongst the Israeli right. Like settlers like him, and more right-wing people think he's convincing to some degree. We're going to go through Kadar tomorrow, okay? Chill. Against the backdrop of biting austerity, we've delivered the fairest and most progressive income tax system in the UK, raising an additional $1.5 billion to invest in our public services, fund fair pay deals for nurses and other public sector workers, and support our economy. Of raising progressive income tax to raise all right. SNP MPs will demand the full devolution of tax powers to enable us to create a fairer system that protects public services and invests in our economy. With the devolution of national insurance, we could ensure rates and thresholds fit our progressive income tax rates. With devolution of windfall taxation for companies operating in Scotland, we would be able to tackle the twin crises of cost of living and climate change while meeting the specific needs of Scotland. We believe it is only right that companies making excess profits shoulder the burden that families face, but that this must be a wider tax balanced across companies, rather than the raid on the northeast of Scotland proposed by Labour and the Tories. Okay. So they want devolution of wind tax for companies operating in Scotland. With the full devolution of tax powers, we would crack down on tax avoidance and evasion and improve the transparency of tax paid by international companies to ensure that they make a proportionate contribution of tax revenues. Yeah, I think the difference here is that the SNP are pushing for independence because this is a UK election. So they're not really making the same arguments that they would make in a national election, like a Scottish election, because they're not really selling like what they would do with Westminster powers. Yeah, that makes sense. Which is probably why this one's really short, because the results in the Westminster election don't really matter that much compared to how they matter in at a local level, because they can't do much. They can't do anything to the British Parliament to get stuff for Scotland, really, or they can make a noise. Devolving road tax and fuel duty would allow us to develop a new approach to funding road travel that meets Scotland's needs. Okay. We believe it is wrong that sun cream is subject to VAT, but caviar is not. Okay. We support the reform of VAT to address the current imbalances and to ensure that life-saving products like defibrillators are as accessible and affordable as possible. We have already removed, so let's see, reform. Sun cream subject to VAT. Caviar is not. As if anyone in Scotland needs sun cream anyway. They clearly do. People were like, probably, I could have burned today. It was like pretty strong, pretty sunny. You gonna miss Vari Black? Yeah, she's cool. Is it Mari or Vari? I don't know the way people spell that name. I think it's Irish. She'd be called Vari. Okay. We have already removed charitable rates relief from private schools in Scotland, and with the full powers over VAT, we would go further to end the exemption for private schools. Okay, they want to do the same thing that Labour are talking about. Devolution powers to end VAT exemption for private schools. Charitable relief already gone. All right. To drive economic growth and help in our transition to net zero, we would introduce a lower rate of VAT for hospitality and tourism sectors, address the imbalance in VAT rates in the construction sector to encourage the refurbishment and retrofitting of existing buildings, and remove VAT from on-street electric vehicle charging. Okay. Rebalancing of VAT to push for net zero. Removal of VAT from okay, seems like a good idea. Unlocking investment. Decades of Westminster cuts have left infrastructure across the UK creaking. It is clear there is a need for more investment, not only to support the delivery of public services, but also to grow the economy. The Tories in Westminster have set their fiscal rules to choke off borrowing for investment and cap welfare spending, creating a barrier to a pragmatic approach to deliver vital infrastructure projects. We have a much more ambitious vision for Scotland. We have already invested in key infrastructure projects like the Borders Railway and the Queensferry Crossing and delivered over 128,000 affordable homes, but without a change in approach to fiscal rules, we are reaching the limits of what can be done. The SNP is calling on the UK government to scrap their fiscal rules and introduce new ones to allow greater investment in renewing infrastructure and services. The UK government must abandon the current trajectory and recognise the value of investing in national infrastructure. Fiscal rules, okay? We're proposing a sensible alternative, setting out 3 fiscal rules to enable increased capital investment while instilling a new prudent approach to government finances. Public sector net worth rule, recognizing the value of investing in infrastructure and public sector assets rather than in just liabilities. Okay. Upper limit on debt servicing costs to allow explicit consideration of the sustainability of the stock of debt. 3-year detailed spending plans to support detailed planning and improve clarity for devolved administrations. Okay. Prioritizing infrastructure. Scotland's capital budget, which pays for our hospitals, roads, and schools, has been hammered by successive Westminster governments refusing to prioritise investment. Westminster's cuts to capital funding have disrupted longer-term investment and, as a result, restricted the growth of the Scottish economy. In the UK spring budget, the Tories cut capital yet again, this time by almost 9%, or a cumulative loss of £1.3 billion by 2027-28. This cut, coupled with sky-high inflation, places unprecedented pressure on our infrastructure budget. It is vital that the UK government at least reverse the £1.3 billion cut to our capital budget to enable us to invest in the new hospitals, schools, rail and road infrastructure we would like to see, and help to achieve net zero and secure the sustainable jobs we need for the future, okay? Whoa, they've written reverse backwards. Oh shit. This is to do with Brexit. Oh, clever. Look at that. So I guess they're not really saying that much about what they would do because this is not them running for the Scottish Parliament. So they just get to talk about why Westminster's shit, what they want Westminster to do, which they probably won't, and then okay. So they want to rejoin the EU for what? Freedom of movement, trading for business. Let's put this in there. Free movement. Smoother trade across countries. Yeah. Access to EU workers. Erasmus Plus scheme. That was good. Where students from the European Union could just come to Scotland for a semester. Safer Scotland. Oh, okay. Creative Europe. I never heard of Creative Europe. No, Creative Scotland, but not Creative Europe. Okay. By the way, just so you know, Labour and Conservative they're not pledging to rejoin the EU or the single market. That's like, they've both said it's not going to happen. So. Cost of living crisis. Okay. You went on an Erasmus funded trip in sixth form. Where did you go? Yeah, being in the EU was good vibes. I don't know. Why did we get rid of that again? Because people who don't leave the country, who never leave the country anyway, were fucking thought it would control immigration, even though it didn't. Fuck me. What the? Why? Why would you leave such an important fucking decision up to a yes, no from the British public? Have you met the British public? Oh my, what a fucking stupid decision. David Cameron should honestly be like held up for fucking treason. It still exists as a crime, surely, in the United Kingdom. Where is the geezer? What is this?
Exactly.
Drama streamer watching. Huh. Whatever. He's got his trotters up in Nice. He does. Well, right now he's like foreign secretary, isn't he? Fuck me. David Cameron. Ugh. Reckless Tory economic mismanagement has resulted in spiraling interest rates, sky-high energy costs, increased mortgage repayments, and left people struggling to pay their bills. Despite limited powers, the SNP Scottish Government is doing all it can to support people through the Westminster-made cost of living crisis. I only joined here to condemn Israel. Huh. Well, I'm sure the Palestinians are very appreciative of your efforts. I'm sure they care about you doing that just as much as they care about communism. Fuck me. Despite limited powers, the SNP is doing all it can. Okay. Protected free prescription. This is all just achievements, which they did. Free prescriptions, true. Eye tests, they did do that. Expanded free childcare, yeah. Extended free school meal provision, yes. Increased the Scottish Child Payment to £26.70 per week. Huh? Froze council tax, true. The COVID thing, wouldn't it? Mitigated the bedroom tax by supporting people with housing costs and introducing temporary rent cap controls. They did. Well, it was like a rent freeze, wasn't it, during COVID? Provided free bus travel for over 60s and under 22s. Banger. Removed peak fares from our railways, saving commuters as much as £26.20 per return journey. All right. I didn't know they removed peak fares. So achievements. Free prescriptions and eye tests. Expanded free childcare. Extended school meal provision. Frozen council tax. Free bus travel for over 60 and under 22s. Removed peak fares from railways. Nice. With the full powers of independence, we could do much more, but until then, to relieve the immediate pressure on households, SNP MPs at Westminster will demand an essentials guarantee ensuring that at a minimum, everyone can afford basic necessities like food and utilities. This is so ambitious, Jesus. Do they even need to cost this? Because all they can do is say, do it. They can, okay, huh. Like it's not like the Liberal Democrats or the Greens where they have to pretend that they might win. So they have to do a fully costed budget. The SNP can just be like, yeah, we'll tell them to do it. All right, demands. I've already mentioned that anyway, okay. Statutory social tariff for energy, broadband, and mobile charges. What the fuck does that mean? Energy, broadband, and mobile charges for all who need one. I don't know what that means, but okay. Press for a significant cut in standing charges for all and removal of standing charges for anyone with a prepayment meter. Oh, it's to do with gas and electricity, isn't it? Push for an annual uplift of local housing allowance while ensuring rental costs are taken into account. Lift of local housing allowance. Call for a combination of the warm home discount and energy company obligation to create a single flexible fuel poverty scheme in Scotland. It's quite regional. Highland and Islands residents. Use simplified help to buy ISA scheme. Nice. But we believe that more fundamental change is needed to tackle the cost of living crisis and improve living standards for all. Shockingly, recent analysis showed this generation of young people is said to be the first in living memory to be worse off than their parents. That is not the future we want for our young people. With independence, we can reverse Brexit and austerity, which are making the cost of living more expensive and have been imposed upon us against our will. Our vision of an independent Scotland, where decisions are made in Scotland for Scotland and where we can match and indeed exceed the economic success and living standards of neighbouring European countries. The far left case for fucking troll, Jesus. Defending Scotland's Parliament and your rights. Okay. What is this about? Independence. Da, 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 da. Okay. Oh, NHS. Why not? NHS. We're going to do their list of achievements and then their demands, right? God, the NHS part is only one page. The NHS is our most cherished public service. Under the SNP, funding for Scotland's NHS has more than doubled, and NHS staffing is at a record high, with far more doctors and nurses per head in Scotland than south of the border. All right, achievements. Staffing at a record high, more doctors and nurses per head than south of the border. When it comes to investment and improvement in our NHS, we're determined to go further, including investing 300 million to drive down waiting times, but we are doing that with one hand tied behind our back by Westminster. It's getting kind of tiresome now, okay. Demands. Actually, this is kind of like an achievement as well, because this is further invest, because they're just saying they can't do it more. 100 million. All right, demands. SNP MPs will demand that the UK government protect the NHS from Westminster privatisation through our Keep the NHS in Public Hands bill. Hello, Wiz. Further privatisation must be ruled out, and the new UK government should commit to back our bill, ensuring the health service is fully protected as a publicly owned and operated service. The bill will stop any UK government undermining the principles and protections of the NHS as part of any future trade deals. Boost NHS spending by a minimum of 10 billion extra each year to address rampant inflationary pressures and improve performance. Okay. How's the SNP ranking so far? They're being a bit cheeky with an interpretation of Labour's manifesto from the IFS. They're not really doing a costed manifesto because they're not running for the Scottish Parliament. They're running for the UK Parliament. So all they're really talking about is like things for each issue that they're going to demand from Westminster. So it's probably the least interesting of all the manifestos, but it seems fine. It's nothing I'm massively against. Boost NHS spending by a minimum of 10 billion a year. Labour plan is only 2 billion. Cons 1 billion. Lib Dem is like 6 billion, just under 6 billion. Reform, I'm pretty sure is like 17 billion because they haven't said what they're going to get it from. Why not, eh? Go fucking mental. Match Scotland's NHS pay deals by increasing investment in NHS England staff pay and conditions of at least 6 billion. This would deliver around 600 million for Scotland that we could invest in pay deals for our hardworking NHS staff. Combined with our calls for additional investment to improve performance, this 16 billion funding boost would generate 1.6 billion annually for Scotland's NHS. Okay. All right, what's this then? Increase NHS England staff pay with increased investment of at least 6 billion. Anything so far swinging your vote personally? Not really. I was thinking I would vote SNP before, and I think I'm going to vote them now. So. Why was Dan saying you don't have a Scottish accent in Destiny's podcast? Because I don't really. I have a slightly Scottish accent. Like I have a neutral accent with a bit of Scottish injected into it, but otherwise, Standing up for our workforce. SNP MPs will call for the reversal of recent moves by the Tories to stop care workers from overseas, bringing their families with them to work in the UK without those vital workers coming to immigration. Okay. How is your constituency license likely to vote? SNP. By at least between 10 and 15 points. So SNP are pretty safe here. I mean, that could change. Ugh. It's been 7 hours. Yeah. Like the stream. It doesn't cost you anything. And also support it with memberships and super chats, which does cost you something. But you should do it anyway, cucks. What am I doing this for? Eh? I should have left like 2 hours ago. Fuck this. Trying to read the Scottish fucking Westminster Manifesto, the most inconsequential document of the century. Whilst getting one guide about fucking Israel. Nice. All right. Greener economy. Everyone loves to talk about a greener economy, apart from reform. Greener economy. Scotland is an energy-rich nation, but without the full powers of independence, we cannot fully harness the opportunities our vast renewable energy sources provide. We will demand the devolution of powers over energy regulation, pricing, and production to ensure that our natural energy resources are used to best serve the needs of the Scottish people. Scotland has won the energy lottery, but not once, but twice. But instead of benefiting Scotland's interests, our energy resources have bankrolled successive UK governments. Scotland as a whole should see far more of that benefit, but we also believe the local communities who house the infrastructure, like pylons and wind farms, should get a much greater degree of benefit. Devolution allows us very few mechanisms via the planning system to deliver increases in community benefit. Therefore, it is vital the UK government devolves the powers to us, so that wherever there is a significant investment, we can ensure our communities feel the benefit. With full powers, we could make changes to the electricity grid system that currently holds back the development of renewable energy in Scotland, including reducing fees for Scottish producers to connect. Until we have those powers, it is crucial that the UK government steps up. All right, demands. Invest at least 28 billion per year in the green economy. Hang on. What is Labour's pledge for the green economy? Is it not 20-something billion? Hang on, let's see. 24 billion. I think it was 28 billion, then they watered it down. Okay. And I think 17 billion of that will be borrowed. Let me check the fiscal plan for green. This isn't just green spending. This is about tax funding. Why did it just say they're borrowing 3.5? Oh, this is just to do with like funding for particular incentives, but not the whole. Oh, okay. Alright. Not helpful then. Oh wait, what happened in the football? Oh no, they lost to fucking Hungary. That's so bad. Oh well. We're not really in the nicest group, are we? And we got a draw and 2 losses. Okay. Who did we draw against? Switzerland. Okay. We're out. We're out, guys. Oh no. Commiserations. Get fucked. Should I go and get absolutely hammered after this? It's over, guys. I know. Yeah. Sorry to hear that, Sheer. I'm really sorry. I know you really, I know you were invested. I know you had your Scotland fucking t-shirt on. You were bouncing around in the pubs, fighting with people. Look at you now, eh? Look at the state of you. Net zero, major investment, domestic supply chain. As part of this investment, the UK government should seek an equity stake in future energy projects. The return on this investment for the taxpayer will be used to directly benefit the Scottish people by protecting jobs, growing the green economy, and lowering energy bills. I was here listening the whole time. Yeah, with Scotland getting absolutely smashed in the background. You were trying to focus on the SNP manifesto. Under the SNP, Scotland's economy is already one of the best performing parts of the UK, with both GDP per head and productivity growing faster in Scotland than the UK as a whole. But we want to go further. Our commitment to tackling the twin crises of climate change and nature loss is unwavering, and we believe emissions reduction and economic prosperity go hand in hand. We want to share in the enormous economic opportunities of the global transition to net zero. All right, more demands. Bring forward an immediate emergency budget following the election to reverse cuts to public spending and deliver meaningful investment in economic growth, including green energy. Okay. Work at pace with the Acorn project and Scottish cluster to secure the fastest possible deployment, following the UK government's failure to support the Acorn carbon capture, utilisation and storage project at Track 1. Urgent clarity is required to restore investor confidence, boost economic opportunities, and make progress against our net zero obligations. Okay, so support Acorn carbon capture. I don't know if this is going to be the same carbon capture that Labour said that they were going to commit to, as is other. I thought carbon capture was still a meme, honestly. I thought it did fuck all, but okay. Or maybe it does something, but not enough. Okay. Modernize the contracts for difference scheme to enable the stable deployment of Scotland's renewable energy pipeline. Take an evidence-based approach to oil and gas. The UK government is the decision maker on new oil and gas licenses. We believe any further extraction must be consistent with our climate obligations and take due account of energy security considerations. Decisions must be made on a rigorously evidence-based case-by-case basis through a robust climate compatibility assessment. Okay. I'm comparing a lot of this to Labour because they're expected to win. For climate, they said that they were going to, was it exploration? No new licenses for exploration, no new coal licenses, no fracking. But yeah, new licenses for actually drilling would be, okay. That's still open. Okay. Support the Northeast and just transition. North Sea oil and gas, it's me, is naturally declining. And as the transition to new industries gathers pace, We are clear that the workers, families, and people of that industry in the Northeast must not be abandoned. All right. Just transition for the Northeast. Already pledged. Fund. Call for the UK to at least match. Damn. Nice. They got my city's interest. Deliver sustainable future for Grangemouth. Hey, Grangemouth mentioned. I have an X from Grangemouth, you see. All right. The future of the Grangemouth complex must be secured and a just transition delivered for the workforce. Grangemouth is a fucking shithole. I don't know why anyone would. Yeah. It's like, yeah. The UK government must recognise the importance of the whole site to Scotland's economy and communities and must invest in a sustainable future. It's such a foul name. Well, it's the mouth of the Grange River, the River Grange. I think that's why it's called Grangemouth. What the fuck is the Grangemouth complex, though? I know that there are 2 massive fucking towers there, but I don't actually know what they do. Grangemouth, what's it called? The Grangemouth complex. Is it this big industrial plant looking thing? It's not a fucking sports complex. Stop. This. No, that's not what they're talking about. Hang on. Industrial complex. It's got 2 massive fucking towers. Yeah, okay, this. Right. More than 2. It's been a while since I've been there. I like how these guys have tried to go for a nice picture of it, but the Wikipedia is what it actually looks like. Crude oil refinery, 1 of 6. The UK's 2nd oldest. Crazy. Been there since 1924. In some form or another. Okay. What are they saying? Just transition. All right. Why not? Is this going to be retraining? Are they going to go for that bullshit? Oh, can I say? Must recognize the importance of the whole site to Scotland's economy and communities must invest in a sustainable future. Time is needed to unlock the significant opportunities for green industries of the future, and it is important that the skilled workforce is retained by extending refining for as long as possible. Whilst, right. Only in this way can as many jobs as possible be protected and the transition made to working on the new greener technologies that offer a long-term future for the site. Okay. Rule out new nuclear plants in Scotland. Oh. The SNP believe that the best pathway to net zero and secure, affordable, and clean energy is through significant growth in renewable storage, hydrogen, and carbon capture. Okay. Promote Scotland's hydrogen export potential. Okay. And this will be very similar to some of the labor stuff. So this is a labor thing as well. Ban new coal licenses. Say labor. Provide fair funding for climate. Over 2/3 of the UK's peatland. Over 60% of trees in the UK. We got a lot of trees. I didn't know we had most of the British trees. Really? Is England... I don't go to England very often because it's a shithole. Is England really that treeless? It's much bigger than Scotland. What the fuck? Of course they are, though. Treeless cunts. fair funding flows, devolved nations, and establish 4 nations climate response group. Do they mean the 4 nations of the United Kingdom? Okay. Devolve powers to create a bespoke migration system for Scotland. Okay. Introduce a rural visa pilot scheme. Okay. Mitigate the harm of Brexit. Give Scotland the rightful share of marine funding. Farming. This is all just about more fucking devolved powers. Okay, whatever. A cleaner, greener transport system. Oh, okay. Transport's always fun, especially with the railway stuff happening. Under the S&P, huge improvements have been made to our transport system. We've scrapped bridge tolls, invested over... Okay, so achievements. Scrapping of... I didn't know we ever had to pay bridge tolls. There must have not been that many of them. Oh, this is a fucking central belt shit thing, isn't it? We don't have bridge tolls up in the north because we don't have any bridges. The only bridges we have are like medieval brigs that were built in the 1200s by William Wallace. I know Surrey. I heard that. I heard like a disproportionate amount of England's trees are in Surrey. Bridge trolls. We have more bridge trolls. I'm pretty sure even before they did this, we had more bridge trolls in the country than we had bridge tolls. I don't remember there being that many of them. Over one. Brought Scotland's railway into public hands. Okay. Way taken into public hands. And peak fares. I don't know why I didn't think about this before. I wondered why I was able to book trains the day before and for it to be about just as cheap as it was when I did it like 3 weeks in advance 10 years ago. I never actually thought about that. That compared to inflation, train fees have actually been pretty manageable recently. Huh. I just forgot. I didn't even think that that was a thing. Whilst everything else was getting massively more expensive, my fucking train fees were just like smooth sailing. Huh. Cool. Provided free bus travel. Okay, we've already gone through that. Completed the Queensferry crossing on time and under budget. Interesting. Oh. How many bendy buses? Bendy buses. I love a bendy bus. Yeah, I know it's all off peak. So yeah, there's no peak time anymore, which is so cool. Fuck peak time. It's the same fucking service, you dick. Jesus. You've only been in a bendy bus on your Erasmus. There are so many bendy buses in the UK. I used to ride bendy buses all week. Not out of preference. There's the buses that turned up. Not in England. I guess we don't have many of that. They would make such a loud noise. If you had to stand in the bendy bit, it would feel like the bus was about to collapse. Every time they turned, it would make this horrible, loud, creaking, fucking destabilizing noise that just sounded like the bus was going to fall apart. Like it was ready to implode. Bendy buses. Okay, demands. It's a good structure. It's predictable. Transfer full powers for complete integration of track and train to Scotland. A fully devolved railway, including full ownership and powers. Devolved railways. Thank you. Fully. Okay. Promote a fair and affordable transition to zero emission transport fuels and ban the import and sale of new non-zero emission buses by 2025. Okay. Ban import and sale of new non-zero emission buses by, that's next year. Strengthen incentives to purchase cleaner vehicles. Following the example of France, the UK government should establish a new low-income EV car leasing fund. Low-income EV car leasing fund. Backed by minimum 500 million. French example. Are we talking about climate? We're talking about transport through a climate lens. Invest in safer roads. Reducing road traffic is key to cutting emissions, but in a rural and sparsely populated country, hey, that's us, not everywhere and everyone can be expected to make the same changes at the same time. It's vital that we ensure roads are safe, reliable, and resilient as possible, committed to dualling the A9 in full between Perth and Inverness, and improving the A96, including dualling Inverness to Nairn and Nairn bypass. God, you non-Scottish people must care so much about this. How many people in chat are excited by the prospect of potentially dueling Inverness to Nairn and the Nairn bypass? If you've ever been to Inverness, you'd know, because you'd want to leave as soon as you get there. So any of you prospective tourists to Scotland, if you want to go to Inverness because you think the Loch Ness is a fucking tourist attraction, you get there, you realize how much of a shithole it is. You're going to be so grateful that it's duelled to Nairn, because at least Nairn has it has a cool name. Broadcasting. Devolved broadcasting powers. Oh, give Gaelic broadcasting a statutory parity esteem. Oh no. Who gives? I don't give a fuck. Once, one of my solo projects, actually, one of my music projects was featured on Gaelic radio. No, twice. No, was it 3 times? It was twice. I think it was twice. Huh. BBC Gaelic. BBC introducing Gaelic. Fucking based. Why, if it wasn't even in Gaelic? Well, what do you think? Do you think they only play Gaelic fucking tunes on Gaelic radio? Wait till you see what, like, South American radio is like. I have never seen an audience so excited to hear Mr. Brightside come on than that video someone sent me. I think in, like, Ecuador, of them in a bar, of a bunch of fucking Ecuadorians in a bar when it comes on. Those people are fucking hoggish for English-speaking indie hits. Senor Brightside, true. Increase maternity leave, protect the right to strike. Okay. Oh, actually, what are the other government parties talking about maternity leave? Oh, did I just not take notes on that? Wow, well done. Moron. Fucking Greens. Okay. Creating a just and healthier Scotland. While Westminster governments prioritise tax for the wealthy, the SNP Scottish Government is focused on mitigating the cruel policies inflicted on the poorest in our society, investing around $3 billion a year in helping tackle poverty and the impacts of the Westminster made cost of living crisis. Westminster made, huh? Delivering 14 benefits, 7 of them new and only available in Scotland. Scottish child payment. I guess this used to be EMA because EMA was £30 a week when I was getting it. But I would just give it to my mom because I didn't need it for anything. Yeah. Or did I always? I probably spent some of it on weed. I don't know. What are all these bullet points? Does not go direct to the parent anyway? EMA, did it? I thought it went into my bank account. If you had a bank account, it would go to you, wouldn't it, as a child? It used to, because EMA was scrapped in like 2010 or 2011, wasn't it? That was actually one of the, even the police admitted that that was one of the reasons for the London riots. I'm pretty sure EMA went right into my bank account. I could probably check my bank account history because it's still the same account. Huh. EMA was called Educational Maintenance Allowance, which meant that if you were a kid going to school, if you turned up every day of the week, the government would give you a certain amount of money based on the income of your parents. And we were in the lowest bracket. So that meant that we got the highest amount possible from EMA, which was £30 a week. So basically the government was like, if you go to school every week, you're not a shithead, we'll give you £30 a week. I was like, nice one. Give it to me, fuckers. And it got me turning up. Yeah, and then you'd spend it on an eighth and a fucking 3 liters of Frosty Jacks. What's that? 25 for the eighth and £5 for the Frosty Jacks. It'd be less. You'd have leftover. You could have like a couple of bags of penny sweets after that. And a chomp. You'd be fucking sorted for the weekend. That sounds like a pretty smart policy. Well, the Conservatives scrapped it and then there were riots. So, amongst, well, they did other things. Scrap the 2-child benefit cap and associated rape clause. Oh, they've already mentioned this is like a summary. And the young parent penalty and universal credit. What the fuck? Young parent penalty. These are all things they've already mentioned. Justice for infected blood victims. That's a new one. Compensation for victims of infected blood. Okay, that's quite niche. Smoke-free generation. Banning single-use vapes. Hey! Oh, the smoking thing. I hope you guys understand that the Labour Party are doing that as well. Labour are going to ban smoking for the next generation. They haven't said what years or anything like that. But you know that joke meme that from the Conservatives where they were talking about banning fucking smoking? Like if you turn 18 after 2027 or something, you can't buy cigarettes anymore. Like I think that Labour are doing the same thing. But the SNP, I don't know. They've said if they're saying smoke-free generation, they must mean the same thing. Please ban the vapes. I'm sick of grown men smelling like blue raspberry bubblegum. True. Damn, we're actually going to be a cigarette-free nation. Imagine living in a world where the only thing you can legally buy to smoke is weed. Are we really going to do a full reversal? And where the bad kid in school is hustling a fucking eighth of tobacco. Huh. Gambling is a public health matter. VAT. Okay, okay. Just all transferring powers. Replace first past the post with single transferable vote. STV. That's not going to be good because it's going to be too close to STD in the campaign. Huh. I'll just put MISC for things I find interesting. Oh yeah, voting rights for 16, 17-year-olds. Just like Labour, I think every party apart from Reform and Conservatives are giving voting rights to 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds now. So it's almost definitely going to happen. If Labour wins, we're going to get 16 and 17-year-olds voting. Shit. Scrap voter ID. Good. I think Labour are going to change it, but they're not going to scrap it. What did Labour say for voter ID? Wait, there's no fucking way I didn't write this down. This was important. Oh my fucking god. Okay, let's just find it. Hello, Kier. Inconsistencies in voter ID rules. I think HM armed veteran cards were like ineligible even though they should be or some shit, yeah. But SNP want to scrap it. I don't know. I would love to see, why do people think, is there any evidence that lack of voter ID has led to fraud? Not in any substantial manner, I'd imagine, but yeah. Automatic voter registration. Oh. And introduce, that's cool. There was a single case. Huh. Respect international law and protect rights. Rather than rolling back on rights, we should be seeking to strengthen human rights protections. Blah, 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 ECHR. Okay. The LGBTI community. What the fuck is the LGBTI community? What happened to Q&A and plus? What the fuck? What? Lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans. Inclusive? What the fuck is the I? I don't even know what the I is. I'm boomer. Intersex. But not queer. Inbred. Or, so no asex? Okay, whatever. Fuck. Nothing specific there. Asylum seekers. Yeah, obviously fuck Rwanda. Okay. Not the country, the scheme. Sure, there are many good people in the country. Ceasefire in Gaza, recognize Palestine. Okay. Stand by Ukraine, strongly oppose the Russian invasion. Standard. Scrap Trident. Okay, might as well say they want to do that. Connect Scotland's diaspora by working with national and international partners to implement the Scottish Connections Framework. Interesting. For Scotland's, how much of a diaspora do we have? Where are they? So if I go to America, I can use this to make more Scottish friends, so I don't have to deal with, so I don't have to deal with Americans. Sounds great. Increase investment into loss and damage. All right. Oh, counter disinformation and misinformation, strengthen security. I've heard a lot of people talk about this. When people talk about national security, they are actually talking now about misinformation as a pretty big threat to national security for European countries. Does that mean we're going to have like crackdowns on people like Jackson Hinkle and shit? Or what? What's going to happen? phase out their military recruitment of people under 18. Okay. Armed forces, veterans. Damn, veterans get the last mention. Who's this? John Swinney. Wait, what? This is just a fucking... Oh, because it's a pamphlet. So obviously, there he is. All right, that's the SNP manifesto. Lots and lots of we're proud of doing all this things. We'd like the UK to do more of this. They probably won't, but you know, we'll just keep on chugging until we get independence. That's the summary. Okay, there we go. Nice one. So that's the Scottish National Party manifesto. Seems all right. Seems reasonable. I'll vote for that. Fucking. If they were talking, yeah, I don't know, there's some things that they would want to do that I don't want them to do, but they just don't have the power. Like, they don't have the power to scrap Trident, so why should I care? Like, fuck. And they don't have the power to stop nuclear, so. Yeah. Wait, no. What just came in my Twitter feed? What just came in my Twitter feed? What the fuck was that? Wait. I just saw something on my Twitter feed that was really funny. Oh shit. Here he is. This is his Twitter account, right? Ship. We bombed a ship. Oh no. Oh no. Which ship bombing? Which ship did they bomb? Commercial ship damaged in suspected attack. 4 ships at the Haifa port. 13 hours ago. Red Sea. Liberia. Why is it always fucking Liberia flagged ships? This is not the first time. They didn't immediately claim the attack. 4 dead. Oh, they've actually killed people now, huh? Huh. That good? I think it's a reasonable question. Are you voting Houthi this general election? Good question. Yeah, what's the Liberian flag? Is that why? Right, let's see. I just fuck it. Let's just take this. Oh god. It's a common flag of convenience. That's maybe a better explanation. Okay. We've come full circle. We tried to turn our backs on Israel-Palestine, but Israel-Palestine found us anyway. There is so much Brianna Wu drama going on. She's being attacked from every fucking hole right now. I don't even know. Wait, I don't even know what the... Is it because of her tweet? Is it because of her tweets? You've been putting a shift today. Yeah, well, listen, I really cared about the SNP manifesto. What can I say? More drama. I don't care though. I just don't give a fuck. I'm really appreciative of all the donations though. That was really kind of all you guys. Go this way, I suppose. I'm gonna also think about what to do with those new edits because I have a couple now. And I really need fucking food. Those Huels don't really... They just don't hit the spot. I don't know. I know they're doing everything nutritionally apparently, but... Eek. Get Popeyes. I have been meaning to get Popeyes delivery. Who knows? Apparently it's shit. Mixed grill. They do exist here. They're just not very good compared to over there. Anyway, I'm incredibly tired. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna go now, okay? Behave yourselves. Don't be retarded. Or do. I don't care. Whatever. Bye. Bye.